The Sisterhood Promise, Blue Moon Bay, Book 2. By Susan Hatler. Chapter 1. 2 weeks from now I might be known as the premier event planner for Blue Moon Bay's rich and famous, but my current state of employment had me smelling like fish from head to toe. You'd think as the owner of Olivia's occasions I could make enough to live on in my small coastal town in California. Nope. I had to keep working part-time in the seafood section at the market just to squeak by. Thus, my constant fish aroma. Soon my skin's daily seafood stench would be a thing of the past. Well, I hoped. As I sat barside at Scotty's seafood restaurant, waiting for my best friend Wendy to arrive, I sipped my martini. She'd just arrived home from a trip to Japan with her boyfriend, and I couldn't wait to tell her about my impending non-fish-related business opportunity. Greta Von Strand, millionaire and best-selling author of Men Who Needs Them, not to mention my idol, had just hired me to plan the event of a lifetime, a 2-week luxury getaway for women to focus on their independence from men by strengthening their bond with themselves and each other. We named this event the Date Escape. I had to make everything perfect for this client, or my dream career would be dead in the water. If I did manage to pull off this lavish ocean retreat, Greta planned to market the Date Escape big time. Her goal would be to hold the retreats twice per month and eventually take the events worldwide. Guess which event planner she would hire to keep these retreats running? That would be me. I finally had the potential to make my wildest dreams come true. My chest tightened. As long as I didn't blow my chance. Olivia Lane. Piper Lewis's pixie face appeared in front of mine as she blew out the sharp, crisp scent of a breath mint. I haven't seen you in forever. It's been hard to keep in touch since I gave notice at the market. Oh, she sniffed, wrinkling her nose. You still work there, huh? I know you love the seafood discount, but haven't you been there since your teens? Yes, Piper. I forced a smile, even though Piper always managed to make me feel about 2 inches tall. But it wasn't her fault. She was petite and perfect with an effortlessly silky blonde mane, whereas I was tall and lanky, and had to force my frizzy red hair into submission with a flat iron every morning. Nor should she be blamed for having graduated from UC Santa Barbara, my first choice school, whereas I'd dropped out of college because I couldn't settle on a major. What if I made the wrong choice? Any kind of change scared me silly. I sighed, tilting my head. How are you doing? Can't complain. She slid onto the bar stool next to me, holding a nearly empty glass of white wine in her French manicured hand. Just got a promotion at the bank and am here celebrating with several of my coworkers. I heard you're, trying to start your own business? She bit her fingernail, tightening her face in a way that made it look like she found the idea painful. That kind of came out of the blue, didn't it? You never mentioned anything to me. Olivia's Occasions is already up and running, actually. I straightened in my seat and took a large sip of my martini. Just because my business was new didn't mean the idea had come out of nowhere. I'd always loved organizing events ever since my 3rd grade birthday party. All of my invitations had been homemade, and I had an itinerary for each of my 8-year-old guests. I'd just never had the guts to pursue my passion as an adult. Well, not for an income anyway. You'll recall that I organize Blue Moon Bay's Pumpkin Festival every year, which is very successful, I reminded her. But that's for charity, she said, poo-pooing that credential off my resume in her perky voice. They'll take any volunteer willing to donate their time. It's not like a professional event. I sighed, squeezing the stem of my martini glass. Last summer, I planned the 10-year anniversary bash at the market all by myself and they paid me for my time. Everyone raved about the party and how smoothly everything ran from advertisements to the actual event, I said, knowing they could thank my triple-checking policy for that. If it weren't for me, the party place would have brought blue linens instead of red linens even after I double-checked with their customer service the day before. Hello, people? The evening was called for the love of a lobster, and lobsters are not blue, not even close. I chuckled, waiting for her to join in. She didn't. I cleared my throat. I saw you there that night with a date. What did you think of the event? I asked, figuring she'd have no choice but to admit I'd rocked it. She drained the last of her wine, then pressed her palms against the bar top while glancing around. I think I need another Pinot Gris. I stabbed one of the olives in my martini glass with a toothpick, thinking I might need another drink as well. Why couldn't Piper admit I'd done a good job? She had the perfect life. Would giving me a tiny bit of praise really be that hard? I bit into the olive, the tart flavor bursting in my mouth as I focused on the scenery outside the bay window. The deep blue water of the Pacific Ocean sparkled under the golden sunlight, and my tension started to dissipate. Hey, you! Piper's perky voice rose several octaves as she spoke to someone behind the bar. I'd adore another glass of your finest Pinot Gris. I just got promoted at work, so I'm celebrating. Yay! Well, I'm also reminiscing with my sweet friend here. She wrapped an arm around me and pulled me against her, jerking my attention away from the ocean and giving me a mouthful of her blonde mane. We had the best time working together at the market. Oh, I guess she actually still works there, she said, giggling. Hilarious, I grumbled, untangling myself from her surprisingly strong grip. Then, I glanced over the bar to see who she'd been talking to. My pulse immediately quickened. Wow. Now he was gorgeous. Definitely not the bartender who had served me earlier. This man who'd stepped behind the bar moved purposefully, looking like a model from a surfing magazine with his sun-kissed skin, golden hair, and eyes the color of the bay. He wore a red short-sleeved Scotties t-shirt, which emphasized his impressive biceps and showed off his muscular chest, and I couldn't help but imagine the washboard abs that were surely under there as well. Shiver. When had Scotties hired a new bartender? How in the world had I not noticed this handsome man earlier? And how much of our conversation had he overheard? Suddenly, his gaze latched onto mine. Hey there. My cheeks heated. Hi. He swooped a wet cloth over the wooden bar. I'm Brody Mitchell. Olivia Lane. The intensity of his gaze warmed my belly and I dropped my toothpick, hoping I didn't have bits of olive stuck in my teeth. Brody? Piper wiggled her fingers at him. My Pinot Gris? Also, your phone number and the time you get off work. She pushed a pen and a white paper napkin toward him, then licked her bottom lip. I'm in a very celebratory mood tonight. My eyes grew wide. Subtle. What man could resist that line from a beautiful woman? As if on cue, he set a glass of wine in front of her, leaned down, then the corner of his mouth hitched up in a very sexy way. Sorry. I only have eyes for redheads. My tummy fluttered uncontrollably as I lifted my lashes to meet his gaze. He straightened, then winked at me. Get you another drink, lovely lady? I'm fine right now, I said, restraining myself from throwing my arms around this man. He just snubbed Piper Lewis for me. I wanted to kiss him. Just let me know if you need anything at all. He smiled, then walked away to serve an attractive couple who had sat down at the other end of the bar. Well, Piper said, as if that were a dirty word. She slipped her pen back in her purse, lifted her wine glass, and left the white napkin on the bar untouched. I'd better get back to my coworkers. Good luck with your new business, Olivia. Hope it works out. Say hello to your mom and dad for me. Take care, Piper. I spared the second olive in my glass with the end of the toothpick and sucked it into my mouth quickly, enjoying the sour hit. Then I checked my cell in case I'd missed a text from Wendy. Nothing. She wasn't late, though. I'd just arrived early. My conversation with Piper had made me anxious, especially since she'd mentioned my parents. When I was young, everyone, including me, thought I had the perfect home life. My parents were supportive, adored my friends, and seemed devoted to each other. Then a few months ago my mom reconnected with her high school boyfriend online and left my dad, claiming she wanted to be in love again. Apparently love only existed with a guy named Junior, who talked incessantly about his high school glory days as the quarterback for the Blue Moon Bay Sharks. My poor dad had the rug pulled out from under him. I could so relate to his situation. 2 months ago, I thought I'd met the man of my dreams. Well, I'd technically met Hunter Cartwright in elementary school before his family moved away, but back then he'd been a super shy kid who played with ants. Now, he'd turned into a major charmer and a total hottie. Hunter had returned to Blue Moon Bay from a high-powered Wall Street job to start his own boat-building business. He spent a whirlwind month wooing me with sails in the bay, waxing on about our future together, and he eventually swept me off my feet. Next thing I knew, Hunter dumped me to get back together with his ex-girlfriend. Guess he got over her being a selfish money-grubbing liar, his words, not mine. I'd been left stunned, losing tears and sleep over him until I bought my copy of Men, Who Needs Them? After I finished that inspiring book, I emailed the author, Greta Von Strand, thanking her for her wisdom and asking if she'd ever thought of holding a teaching retreat. I even not so subtly mentioned Blue Moon Bay would be the perfect locale for such a retreat and gave her a few ideas. She called me to brainstorm the ideas I had in mind. A week later, the Date Escape was born and I was hired as the event planner. My love life may have crashed and burned, but at least my career was on the rise. Woot! I drained the last of my glass, excited to catch up with Wendy and hear the details of her trip to Japan. I'd also ask if I could borrow her Mercedes for the next 2 weeks. Her wheels would give me the right image to impress Greta Von Strand, and that so would not happen if I showed up at the mansion in Chutney, my beloved faded blue sedan who kept breaking down on me. When you have your mechanic on speed dial, it's probably time to buy a new car. But it felt too hard to part with her when we had so many good memories together. I'd had Chutney for 11 years, since high school, which was back when my 4 best friends and I were still tight. After graduation, Wendy went away to college and didn't return until recently. Charlie married her high school sweetheart, who became a rock star and then cheated on her according to the play-by-play of her divorce in the tabloids. I hadn't seen or heard from her in 9 years. Megan and I were the only 2 of our posse who had stayed close. I missed our group and felt fortunate to have reconnected with Wendy after all these years. But it was Charlie who had dubbed my car Chutney after my high school boyfriend, and I'd had a little too much fun in my back seat and ended up knocking over our untouched Indian takeout dinner. Good times. But then we broke up and my poor car was stuck with a large Chutney stain. Charlie thought this was hilarious. She'd made me laugh by teasing me over and over. My mind shot to Greta's guest list for the women's retreat, which included Charlie Rockwell, ex-wife to rock star Rex Rockwell. Funny how things had come full circle. Fiddling with my glass stem, I brushed one of the long strands of my red hair behind my shoulder and stole a quick peek at Brody again. Too bad I'd chosen to stay away from men right now, per Greta's book. Was Charlie's goal to take a break from dating, too? Had she known I was hosting the Date Escape when she'd signed up? I had no idea what I'd say to Charlie when I saw her. What should one say to an old friend who got rich and famous, then divorced her rock star husband in an epic public scandal? That was a toughie. I couldn't blow this retreat, though. I'd never put my heart into my work like this before. If Greta didn't hire me to take on these retreats, that would prove Piper was right to doubt me, that I should forget my dreams and settle with a 9-to-5 desk job that at least paid well. Your friend left, came a husky voice filled with humor. I glanced up at Brody, the blue-eyed bartender, aka my hero, and smiled. I haven't seen you in here before. When did you start working at Scotty's? He stared at me a moment, then the corner of his mouth slowly curved upward as if he had a secret he wasn't going to share. Now that's a long and complicated story. I opened my mouth to ask him, no, beg him, to give me the lowdown behind that mysterious grin, then I remembered Greta's life-changing book, Men, Who Needs Them, and the fact that I should be focusing on myself right now, not flirting. So, I pushed my glass forward. I'd love another drink. What do you recommend for a woman who's off the market? His stance shifted a little. Engaged, huh? Well, not engaged. I waved a hand, feeling thankful I'd never gotten remotely close to engaged to Hunter, the weasel who preferred his lying ex to me. Without a man distracting me, I could now pour all my mental energy into building my business and become super successful. Well, according to Greta's book anyway. I'm just career-oriented at the moment. Brody made a face as he leaned against the bar. Bad breakup, huh? My stomach clenched, but I forced a shrug. It happens. That's rough. He paused as he studied me. Then he gave me a side glance and reached behind the bar. I have just the thing you need. Scotty's Blue Moon Breeze. I was about to ask him what came in that special, but he'd already turned away to fix my drink, allowing me the added bonus of observing his tight backside as he bent to retrieve something from under the bar. I needed to stop checking him out, but I couldn't tear my gaze away. For a moment, I contemplated what it might be like to date Brody Mitchell. Then my thoughts drifted to Hunter. When we'd bumped into each other at the fundraiser I'd put together through Olivia's occasions, he'd seemed like the perfect guy. Soon after we started dating, he talked about our future together and I believed him. When Chutney broke down, I picked up extra hours at the market to cover car repairs. While my attention diverted toward my financial problems and work, Hunter slipped out of my spell and returned to his ex-girlfriend. I felt like a fool, thinking we had something special. And the pain of being dumped had stung. Not something I cared to repeat. I needed to become like Greta, who was strong, successful, and would never let a man hurt her. Here you go, lovely lady. Brody set a tall glass, filled with a bright blue liquid over ice, in front of me. I hope this soothes your soul. Bottoms up. Before I could think of a witty response, he stepped away, attending to another patron's need for alcohol. I took a sip of my drink and gasped. Definitely strong, sweet, and tasted like something I couldn't place, maybe a blue raspberry snow cone with a kick. Oh yeah, the Blue Moon Breeze was delish. I drank a little more. Hey, girl. Sorry I'm late, Wendy said, suddenly materializing out of thin air. She slipped onto the bar stool beside me and hung her purse on the hook beneath the bar top. You're only late by 2 minutes, I said, glancing at my phone. Then my gaze unintentionally wandered back to Brody, who smiled at the couple he served. H.O.T. His head turned suddenly and our gazes locked. My cheeks heated and I whipped my head to Wendy, embarrassed that I'd been caught staring at him. Wendy smiled. Checking out the new bartender, huh? No, I lied, taking a gulp of my delicious drink. Glad to see you've gotten over Hunter while I've been away. She laughed, leaning over to give me a hug. I feel like I haven't seen you in forever. You were only in Japan for 3 weeks, I said, but I'd missed her too. She'd moved back to Blue Moon Bay when she inherited her grandma's quirky inn on the water, and it felt good to be reconnected with her again. I can't wait to hear all about the trip. Hang on. She held her hand up. I've been hearing about some interesting new developments with your business. Who told you? I raised my brows, figuring it had to be Megan, since Wendy had lost touch with Charlie as well. And what exactly did you hear? I see you've been joined by a new friend. Brody's smooth voice came out of nowhere, wrapping around my shoulders like a silk scarf. Ignoring the butterflies in my belly, I glanced up to find deep blue eyes peering back at me. Yes, this is Wendy. I gestured toward her, noticing that he gave her a polite smile but then promptly turned his gaze back to me. Wendy, this is Brody Mitchell, who recently started working here for complicated reasons. He chuckled, crinkles forming on either side of his eyes. Truer words have never been spoken. Nice to meet you. She glanced from Brody to me, then back to him again. I have the feeling I'm missing part of an earlier conversation. He opened his mouth to answer. It's a long story, I cut him off, pretending I wasn't dying to know what his story was. I think it's best we just leave it at that. Wendy gave me an odd look. Okay. Olivia's a smart woman, he said, the corners of his mouth twitching before he turned to Wendy. What can I get you to drink? She raised her shoulder. I'll have whatever she's having. He nodded, giving me a quick smirk. Blue moon breeze coming right up. As soon as he turned away, she leaned toward me and whispered, You're flirting with the bartender, which I find odd since Megan says you've rented a mansion on the bluffs to bond with a group of man-hating women. SHH. I flared my eyes because she needed to keep her voice down with Brody still in the vicinity. No one hates men. It's a professional women's retreat. Are you doing this retreat because of what happened with Hunter? You can't let one bad breakup take you out of the game. She gave me a look then glanced at Brody who was working the shaker like nobody's business. Or, did this guy ask you out? My stomach fluttered at the thought. No and no. She nudged her shoulder against mine. What's going on then? Keep your voice down, I said, glancing over at Brody again to make sure he hadn't overheard us. As if on cue, he returned and set down Wendy's blue drink. Giving me a quick smile, he moved down the bar to help another patron. Once he seemed out of earshot, I turned to Wendy. I did rent a mansion on the bluffs, because I'm running an event there for Greta Von Strand. The author? Wendy's jaw dropped open as she stared at me. Greta Von Strand has been on every major talk show since her book hit the bestseller lists. Even I have a digital copy of her book on my e-reader. Not that I've read it. I keep the hardback on my nightstand as a guide, I said, leaving out the fact that I also had digital copies on my e-reader and phone. Greta hired me to run a 2-week retreat we're calling the Date Escape, a luxury women's retreat that's basically men, who needs them, come to life. 8 women paid a premium to attend and I hired Janine to help me out. Wendy choked on her sip and put a hand to her chest. My former assistant, Janine? Who just became a realtor. How can you afford that? Greta's paying me well and Janine really needed the extra money since she's still building up clients. I took a sip of my drink and stole a quick glance at Brody who was pouring beer from the tap. The muscles in his arms were well defined. I imagined running my hands over them. Mind out of the gutter, Olivia. My single lady's drink was so not working. Anyway, the retreat's all about bonding in sisterhood and having fun as a fabulous single woman. Janine and I are working the event, but we're both looking forward to the retreat on a personal level, too. She took a long swig from her glass. That's generous that you've offered Janine a job, but you know you need that money. What if Chutney breaks down again? I'd be totally hosed. Sigh. Women need to stick together. That's even in Greta's book. I can't believe you corrupted my assistant, she said under her breath. Former assistant. And being strong, independent women doesn't make us man-haters. Greta's book teaches about empowerment. About how you don't need a man to be a complete person. She gave a wry smile, then touched my hand. Oh, is that why you can't keep your eyes off the bartender? You think he's hot. Admit it. I swatted her hand. Whether or not he's hot is irrelevant. If this retreat goes well, my business will take off. Greta has so many connections that I'd be flush with clients forever. And then I could finally stop working at the market, I said, doing a little dance in my seat then holding my hand up for a high five. This is a big step for me. I've been scared to move forward with my life, afraid I'd fail, but now I have a real chance at success. In all seriousness, I'm proud of you. She smacked my hand. Now tell me more about this retreat. Do you chant around the fire and burn gifts your ex-boyfriends gave you? You're hilarious, I said, but couldn't help laughing. The retreat will mimic the sections of Greta's book. 1. Focus on our independence from men. 2. Focus on ourselves. And 3. Focus on friendships. In addition to Greta's lectures, I've planned fun activities to go with our lessons. We're going to a day spa, chartering a boat to go fishing, going horseback riding on a ranch, and learning to change a tire on a car. Should be incredible. Wendy wrinkled her nose. I'd be down for the day spa. But fishing and mechanic work? I'd rather hire out. I think all of the activities are great, I said, defensively. The truth was that catching a fish or changing a tire didn't thrill me. But how independent would I look to admit that? Not so much. Greta wants all of her guests to learn to be self-sufficient. Just because it's nice to have a man in your life, that doesn't mean you have to rely on one. If you say so, Wendy said drily. Now should we get something to eat? Sure, I said, watching her wave Brody over. I sighed because the second he came near I'd want to start talking to him. I lowered my head and stared at the floating ice cubes, reminding myself to concentrate on only my business right now. Hey, what can I do for you ladies? My head snapped up as he stopped in front of us. Could we get some menus? Wendy asked. Brody pulled 2 leather-bound menus from beneath the counter and set them on the bar. Then she tossed me a smirk. I'll be right back. Just need to run to the ladies' room. I flinched as she disappeared, then glanced up to see Brody's ocean blue eyes boring into mine. I gave him a wry grin and shrugged. She has an ironic sense of timing. I think she's perceptive, he said. How so? He leaned down, resting his forearms against the bar so we were eye level. Well, the way I see it, she's giving us a little alone time together. His gaze held an intensity that made my heart pound against my ribs. You know, it's really too bad you're focusing on your career right now. I raised an eyebrow. Oh, really? Most people applaud my focus. Well, I mean, if you weren't so focused on your career, I'd be asking you out, he said, the corner of his mouth hitching up on one side. My stomach flooded with butterflies. I managed to return his smile. Oh. Yeah, well, thank you. Truth is, if you asked me out, I'd be tempted to accept. But I need to concentrate on building my business right now. Nothing I can do to change your mind? Keep staring at me with those amazing blue eyes of yours, I thought, then mentally kicked myself. But I was tempted to say yes. So very tempted. Hunter had done me wrong, but that didn't mean other men would, too. Unfortunately, I needed to learn from Greta how to be on my own 2 feet before I opened myself up for another possible heartbreak. So, I shook my head. No, sorry. Maybe I'll see you around the bar here from time to time? Probably not, I said, reluctantly, still feeling tempted. My loss then. He gave me another smile, but this one had lost the light that had been in his eyes. I tried to ignore the pang in my belly, and was thankful when Wendy slid back into the seat beside me. She glanced from me to Brody's retreating figure. What did I miss? She asked. The question should have been, what was I missing by refusing to date Brody? Well. Just bad timing, I supposed. I gave my friend an overly bright smile. Nothing. Now, let's order some food. And you can tell me all about your trip to Japan. Chapter 2. Wendy's white Mercedes SUV that she'd been gracious enough to loan me drove like a dream. Such a contrast to my dear Chutney. The thought reminded me of Charlie, and a mix of nostalgia and nerves flooded me. I had to wonder what it would be like when I saw her again. Would she be sweet and recall all of our childhood memories, or would she be stuck up? I mean, she'd married the world's sexiest rock star, and I just stayed around in Blue Moon Bay, working my tail off. As I pulled to a stop in front of the massive Spanish colonial mansion that overlooked Blue Moon Bay, I killed the engine and the thoughts of Charlie. Time to focus on creating my career. I sent a plea to the universe to help me nail this retreat. If I could impress Greta, then I'd be more than just a woman who smelled like fish and got dumped by the perfect man. More than the butt of all of Piper Lewis's jokes. With determination to make this event perfect, I grabbed my folder with the retreat's itineraries and guest information. My stomach roiled, but I reminded myself I'd done a full rehearsal yesterday. I'd even practiced my greeting for when the 8 women arrived. Deep breaths, Olivia. The mansion's arched wooden front door opened as I stepped out of the car. Janine hurried over to me, wearing a huge smile. Her blonde hair was pulled neatly back into a bun and she wore a red business suit with a white silk blouse. Very professional. She may be costing more than I could afford, but a little tension eased out of me, knowing she had my back for the next 2 weeks. Hi, Janine. I'm glad you're here right on time, I said. Hi, Olivia, she said, her voice high-pitched and enthusiastic. I'm so excited about this retreat. I arrived early and made sure everything was spotless. Check. She made a mark in the air with her finger. A woman after my own heart, I said, thinking she'd love my triple check method. I'd never had an assistant before, so I had no idea how to treat an employee. I gave her a handshake and received an awkward look in return. Should I have given her a hug? I rubbed my sweaty palms against the front of my skirt, hoping she didn't notice how insanely nervous I felt. Then I hurried to the trunk to retrieve my luggage. Greta is a best-selling author and she told me she's accustomed to top quality. She expects nothing less for our guests. I lugged the wheeled bag to the ground and pulled out the handle. I have a feeling she's going to be tough to please, but if we work together we shouldn't have any problems. Don't worry. Janine grabbed one of my suitcases and rolled the canvas bag up the walkway. I've dealt with many high-maintenance clients in the real estate world. I'm sure Wendy's told you I had a meltdown once. Okay, twice. She held a hand up, pausing for a moment before she started walking again. But I've been working with my psychologist on maintaining my calm, so it's not going to happen again. My eyes widened and I suddenly remembered Wendy's odd reaction when I told her Janine was going to be my assistant. Wendy never mentioned anything. Her mouth puckered as if she'd eaten a sour lemon. Oh, never mind then. Okay, the pressure in my chest hitched, but there was no time for distress when the guests would be here shortly. I just had to hope Janine's shrink had nipped her freak-out problem in the bud. With shaky hands, I set the folder on the entryway table and shrugged out of my crop leather jacket. I inhaled deeply, checking myself in the mirror above the antique table. The peacock blue top I wore made my blue eyes stand out, and my long red hair rested over one shoulder. I'd hated my hair until a friend of mine from the market went to beauty school. She charged me practically nothing to color my hair a fiery red with gold highlights, and she'd also taught me how to use a straightener. Under my critical stare, I knew I looked professional. I had to hope Greta agreed. "You look fantastic," Janine said. "Thanks." I swiveled to face her, feeling slightly more secure. But in the back of my head, I could still hear Piper Lewis's words, "Don't you want a more promising career than the market?" My spine straightened. "When the guests arrive, we'll show them to their rooms. Greta gets the master bedroom suite, and I've assigned a pair of women to share each of the guest rooms on the upper level." "Perfect." She followed me toward the kitchen. Sharing a room will foster bonding, which is one main focus of the retreat. She placed her hand on my forearm. "I read your itinerary many times last night and practically have it memorized." "Wonderful." We stepped into the kitchen and I triple-checked everything. The island had already been arranged with the afternoon's refreshments. We had the meals catered, and the refrigerator stocked with snacks and such. After a quick perusal of the spread, I breathed a sigh of relief and stared out the window to the empty shoreline. "I'll be in the room down the hall. You'll have the one next to mine." Won't we be sharing a room?" Janine asked, catching me off guard. She sounded so keen to be participating in this whole event. That way we'd receive the full effect of the retreat in addition to working, just like you mentioned on the phone. "Oh, we can. I'd been looking forward to having some time to myself, since being on call 24 hours a day for the next 2 weeks felt daunting." Plus, Janine's high energy was already wearing me out. Her brown eyes rounded and I would have felt bad saying no. "Yes, let's definitely share a room. The one at the end of the hall has 2 double beds. Let's put our bags in there so they're out of the way when Greta arrives." "I'll take your suitcase." Janine clapped her hands, then snatched away my bag before I could say anything. I watched as she disappeared down the hall. She seemed like a really sweet woman, but her previous word kept circling my brain: meltdown. I couldn't afford a meltdown from anyone. I checked my cell. No messages from Greta or any of the guests. That was good since they'd be arriving at any moment. When Janine came back to the kitchen, I gestured to the island. "So, the first thing we'll offer the ladies once they arrive is a light snack and a mango mimosa." Greta ordered the mimosas specifically, so they must be her favorite. "After everyone unpacks, we'll have a barbecue on the back terrace, then a volleyball match down on the private beach. We'll make a bonfire once the sun goes down." "Sounds good." "This sounds a lot like summer camp," Janine said, then glanced around at the high ceilings and expensive furnishings. She laughed. "But slightly more elegant." I nodded, thinking how ironic it was that I was flat broke yet staying in a mansion and talking to my assistant. Suddenly there was a high-pitched squeal of tires outside the front door. "Someone's here. Are you ready?" Janine nodded, her eyes slightly wide as she followed me to the front door. My chest tightened and I tried not to think about the possibility of working my entire life at the market if I blew this retreat. No, I couldn't think that way. I was about to meet Greta Von Strand, author of Men, Who Needs Them, and the woman I most wanted to be like. I walked outside in time to see Greta hop out of a shiny red Porsche convertible. She slipped her large black sunglasses off and then pushed them up, resting them on top of her head. Her dark hair fell in a bob, framing her delicate face. She couldn't be more than 5'3", but she radiated power and confidence. "Welcome, Greta," I said, feeling in awe just being in her presence. "Olivia Lane." She used a tone as if we were the best of friends. "So wonderful to see you, darling." She planted a kiss on both of my cheeks, then pulled back and smiled radiantly. "I assume everything is set for the lady's arrival?" "Absolutely," I promised, placing a hand over my heart, which pounded against my ribs. "This is Janine, my assistant. She'll show you to your suite. It has a magnificent view of Blue Moon Bay." "Excellent." Greta nodded to Janine, then opened the trunk of her convertible, which was under the front hood. She removed several designer bags, and Janine immediately grabbed one for her. "I'll freshen up before the guests arrive." Greta and Janine disappeared into the house just as a long white limo pulled into the circular driveway. Excitement fluttered in my stomach and I plastered a smile on my face. It was now or never. Everything had to go perfectly. Olivia's occasions or bust. "Welcome," I trilled as the first guest stepped out of the limo, wearing designer jeans and a flashy green sweater. "I'm Olivia Lane. Hope your flight went well." "Hi, Olivia." The woman stepped out of the limo and took my hand gently. "I'm Sylvie Myers, and I'm from Blue Moon Bay actually." "Of course," I said, wanting to kick myself for not remembering that a few of our guests were locals. "Your hostess, Greta Von Strand, is waiting for you inside. We're going to have a fabulous 2 weeks." Several of the women greeted me or asked me questions, and I was so distracted, not to mention nervous, that I almost missed the last person to climb out of the limo. I caught sight of her out of the corner of my eye, and I did a double take. Charlie Rockwell, aka Charlie Kelly and formerly my best friend. I gaped at her, completely forgetting my position. When she caught sight of me, she gaped back at me. She had the same sleek black hair and porcelain skin she had back in high school, but her almond brown eyes no longer sparkled. Instead, they were tinged with red, and she had dark circles underneath. Even so, she was still the most beautiful woman around. She radiated a presence even Greta couldn't match. We hadn't spoken since the summer after high school, 9 years ago, when she'd moved to Southern California to start college with her boyfriend at her side. I had no idea how much of what I read about her in the tabloids was true, but she looked exhausted. I wanted to give her a hug, tell her I still loved her and that I wanted to kick her ex in the booty for hurting her. Instead, I held my hand out lamely. "Welcome, Ms. Rockwell. So glad you could join us with your presence." "What the?" My face heated and there were no words to describe how stupid I felt about the garbled words that had spewed from my mouth. Charlie used to sleep at my house, braid my hair, and she'd even named my car. So why was I acting like a starstruck bubblehead? Embarrassment hit me like a beachside sandstorm. My eyes pinched. Something flickered across Charlie's features, but her eyes brightened momentarily as if she were trying to hold in laughter. The light in her eyes quickly faded, though, and she shook my hand. "That's very professional of you, Olivia." "You're welcome," I said, wanting to stick my head in a big, dark hole. Somehow, I managed to force the corners of my mouth in the upward direction and I hoped that passed for a polite smile. "May I show you inside?" She tilted her head slightly, then nodded. "Sure thing." As we stepped into the house, I wanted to apologize for being such a moron and ask Charlie to forgive my lameness. When I'd read she'd moved back to Blue Moon Bay, I'd meant to call her, to say how sorry I was about her divorce. But I hadn't. I'd felt awkward initiating the first move since she was a celebrity, whereas I worked in the seafood department at the market. Once Charlie joined the group, I excused myself to help Janine bring the mimosas and snacks to the living room. Greta was seated on a leather chair chatting with Sylvie, and I approached her first. "A mango mimosa," Just like you requested. Rather than smiling back at me, her mouth pinched tightly, and she shook her head. Raspberry sounds better. Thanks, darling. I felt a rush of panic, but kept my expression even as my mind raced to what I'd stocked in the kitchen. Frozen blueberries, strawberries, and, yes, raspberries, thank goodness. I'll fix that for you right away, Greta. I turned to Sylvie, feeling 10 kinds of stupid for displeasing Greta, even though I'd done exactly what she'd asked. Man, my self-esteem needed a boost. Would you like raspberry? I'd love a mango, she said, winking at me as she accepted the flute. I felt a rush of warmth, as if Sylvie's wink said she knew I wasn't a bonehead. I headed back to the kitchen. As I whipped together a raspberry mimosa, I found myself wondering if Greta was testing me. If so, then I had to meet each challenge with determined calm. I had to impress her no matter what, so I could become the premier event planner of Blue Moon Bay, and show Piper she'd been wrong about me. When I returned to the living room and handed Greta her drink, she asked me to tell the guests about the evening's activities. I smiled and turned to the ladies, who were chatting and getting to know each other. Welcome, everyone, I called out, getting everyone's attention. Why don't you all relax and unpack, then we'll have a barbecue out on the terrace. After dinner, we'll have a volleyball match on the beach. A tall, slender woman named Amy raised her hand. Would it be all right if we just lounged on the beach right now? I could really use some sun after being in an airplane all day. I was about to answer when Greta interjected. Of course you can. That's why we have a private beach. She paused and looked at me pointedly. Make an effort to bond with each other, ladies. Section 3, Focus on Friendships. An independent woman includes a healthy assortment of gal pals who have her back. So relax and have fun. Olivia's promised we won't see any men for the next 2 weeks. Not even a gardener. My head swiveled in her direction. When had I made that promise? Whatever. Not like avoiding men should be a problem when we'd mostly be at the mansion. Plus, the beach was privately owned by the HOA. I'd checked only half an hour before. There hadn't been a soul in sight. Shall we, ladies? I gestured toward the French doors that led outdoors. With everyone following me, I led them out to the terrace that overlooked the private beach and the bay. I gazed out at the sparkling ocean, breathed in the fresh air, felt the sun's heat pulse against my cheeks, and allowed myself to relax into the retreat. The sounds of raucous laughter wafted up to the terrace. My heart rate kicked up a step as I peered down at the beach. My mouth fell open. Our private volleyball court on the sand was currently occupied by a group of men, all of them bare-chested. Oh, no! It was like the freaking volleyball scene from Top Gun down there. Where had they come from? Before I could even process the shocked look on Greta's face, Janine appeared suddenly at my side, and my eyes zeroed in on the man serving the ball. He had blonde hair and the chiseled physique of a Greek statue. His height gave him a distinct advantage in the game. And even though all those things seemed familiar to me, it wasn't until he called out to a guy who was sitting on a lounge chair and sipping a blue drink, bottoms up, that I knew for sure it was him. Invading my women's retreat was the hot bartender from Scotty's, Brody Mitchell. Janine, please make me one of those mimosas, I murmured, trying to contain my meltdown. Hold the mango. Chapter 3. The women at the retreat didn't seem upset in the least at seeing shirtless muscular men playing volleyball on the beach below, but Greta's face had turned bright red beneath her carefully applied makeup. My mind reeled on how to fix this problem fast. If I didn't, my dreams of becoming a strong, successful woman like Greta would go up in flames. How could this happen? Greta whispered near my ear. Her voice was tight as she gestured to the athletic men who unknowingly might be the catalyst of my professional demise. This beach is private property. I leaned close to her so the others wouldn't hear. Technically, the beach belongs to all of the homes along the bluffs. The guys must be owners, or friends of one of the homeowners. As if to prove my words, one team of guys cheered, apparently having won the game, then as a group, they jogged toward a set of stairs that led up to the house right next door. Great. No chance they could have been visiting someone down the corner? And out of sight? Greta whipped her head around and glared at me with narrowed eyes. The whole premise of this retreat is to bond with women, Olivia. You knew that when I hired you. I don't want these men around for the next 2 weeks. Do you hear me? Did she really think I had the power to kick people out of their houses? What kind of magic power did she think I possessed? I had to calm her down quickly though. If she were a cartoon character, there would seriously be steam blowing out her ears right now. I touched her arm, using a soothing tone. I understand your concern, Greta. But I'm not sure I can legally make them leave. Just fix this, she said, her tone frostier than the proverbial snowman. Gulp. Let me see what I can do, I said, as my career as a premier event planner began to evaporate before my eyes. I found Janine and asked her to take the guests down to the beach while I go next door to somehow convince these men to evict themselves for the next 2 weeks. Nothing like insulting your neighbors when they're hosting a party. With my head held high, I trudged across the manicured lawn alongside the house, my heels sinking into the soft earth. Then I let myself through the gate and hurried to the neighbor's house, trying to think of a polite way to ask them to take a hike. Nothing was coming to mind. I rang the bell, shifting from foot to foot, trying to decide how I could possibly remedy the situation. Greta was being more than a little unreasonable, but unless I wanted the scent of seafood on my skin for the next 20 years, making her wishes come true was my only option. The door swung open, and a flicker of surprise registered across Brody Mitchell's handsome features. He recovered quickly, crossing his arms over his still bare muscular chest. Oh, my. He looked good as he opened his mouth. I'm pretty sure stalking is illegal in the state of California. If you wanted to go out with me this badly, you should have just said yes in the first place. I rolled my eyes. You have an ego the size of this house. Instead of being insulted, the corner of his mouth tipped up in a very sexy way. I've been told that a time or two. He leaned against the door jamb, giving me a much closer view of his toned chest and ripped abs. Oh, hotness. But, then again, what am I supposed to think when a lovely lady like yourself shows up at my door? He asked, using an innocent tone. My belly fluttered uncontrollably. I had to remind myself I was here for work, not to flirt with the hot guy next door. This is your house? He nodded. Surprised a bartender owns a home like this? I hope that's not snobbery I hear. I cleared my throat. This isn't a social call, Brody. My client is hosting a women's retreat next door and she'd really appreciate it if you and your friends could keep any intrusions minimal to non-existent. His right brow lifted, and he gave me a sexy side glance. Aren't you even going to say it's nice to see me again? Oh, it was nice all right. Nice and distracting. Just like I read about in Greta's book. One look at an attractive guy and most women forget to be their own person with their own goals. Then the guy moves on to someone else, breaking her heart in two. Well, that sure wasn't going to be me this time. That sexy look may work on other women, but I'm completely focused on my work and will not be distracted, I said, poking my finger at him and accidentally touching his hard chest. Oops. His smile merely increased. You think I'm sexy. I knew it. No, I had said he was sexy, but it's not like I'd meant it as a compliment. This guy was driving me nuts. Or my body's high school crush response to his sexy bod, sweet eyes, and genuine smile was driving me nuts. Either way, I needed to focus. Look, I'm in a real bind here, and I don't have time for games. I promised my boss there would be no men around for our 2-week retreat to distract the women, and here you are walking around without a shirt on. Can you and your friends please just try to stay covered? And maybe in the house if it's not too much trouble? Otherwise, I'm going to get fired. His face sobered and he ran a hand through his golden hair. I'm sorry if our being here is making a problem for you. As much as I'd like to make you happy, I can't promise what these guys will or won't do over the next 2 weeks while we're here. It's nice to see you again, though. That dinner invitation is still open if you change your mind. An electric jolt hit my belly. What do you mean by the next 2 weeks? We'll be here 2 weeks. He moved toward me, put his hand on my shoulder, and leaned toward my ear. I guess you could say we're having a retreat of our own. A bunch of co-workers hanging out at the beach together. We don't mind having women staying next door, though, he said, patting my shoulder. My head swam, and I didn't like the electric tingles that shot through my shoulder from his gentle touch. The fact remained that this gorgeous, arrogant guy was going to get me fired. Just so we're clear, I have zero interest in having dinner with you. If we run into each other again, which I really hope doesn't happen, please stop asking me out. It's never going to happen. He chuckled. You seem a little tense. How about a walk down on the beach with me? I rolled my eyes. Is everything a joke to you? Obviously, I'm not going to the beach or anywhere with you. If Greta saw us together, I sighed and pinched the bridge of my nose. Are you really here for 2 weeks? Or were you just trying to get a rise out of me? His face sobered, and all the humor that had been there deepened into a soft sadness. Yes, I was serious. We're down from San Felipe. We lost one of our own last year, and we're here to get away together. My uncle offered us his beach house. That's all. I'm sorry, I said, feeling a rush of sympathy for him, and I felt bad for freaking out. It was sad that they'd lost one of their bartenders, and it sounded like they were really close. If he was from San Felipe, though, why had he been tending bar down at Scotty's? The question danced in my brain, taunting me. I didn't want to ask, but I couldn't keep my curiosity on a leash any longer. What's the long story behind Scotty's? Why were you bartending there? His slow grin again reappeared, one corner of his mouth hitching up higher than the other. I'll tell you, if you take a walk on the beach with me. That's blackmail, I said, tempted to say yes. He leaned toward me, so close I could feel his breath against my cheek. No, blackmail is when you use something against someone. You'd win on both counts if you come on that stroll. Ugh, he was so infuriating. And I hated how badly I wanted to go with him. So, I took a meaningful step back. You know what? I don't have time for this. I have a business to run, and now I have to work extra hard to make my boss happy, thanks to you being here next door. He straightened, gripping the door with his hand. Sorry for the inconvenience, lovely lady. Maybe we'll run into each other again under better circumstances. Goodbye, Brody. I spun on my heel, striding away as fast as I could, fuming at his nerve. Why did he keep asking me to spend time with him? Didn't he understand the word no? How could I have let my curiosity get the best of me? How embarrassing. Plus, his refusal to tell me made me want to know his story now more than ever. So pathetic. I replayed our conversation in my head, wondering if there had been anything more I could have done to keep them away for Greta's sake. As I strode back toward the mansion with what I hoped looked like a purposeful stride, I rounded the corner and stopped short. Across the lawn, one of the women from our retreat, Amy, was chatting with a shirtless guy I recognized from the volleyball match. The way she was flipping her hair and swatting his arm playfully let me know that they weren't discussing men. Who needs them? Panic flooded through me. I swung my gaze around wildly and checked to see if Greta was observing this dalliance. Thankfully, she was nowhere in sight. I needed to get Amy back to the scheduled activity pronto, before Greta caught Amy flirting. Amy? Amy, darling? Greta's voice emanated from the house. The click-click-click of her stilettos echoed on the tiled flooring from inside, growing louder. Olivia, have you seen Amy? I cringed and hustled to break up the couple. How would I keep the women separated from the guys next door for the next 2 weeks? Of equal importance, how would I keep my thoughts from drifting to the sexy bartender I shouldn't be thinking about? Chapter 4. I could hear the waves through the open window before I even opened my eyes. The cool morning air was heavy with the briny, salty scent of the sea. In my foggy haze, still cozy and warm, wrapped in the quilt on my bed, I felt the most delicious tingling in my limbs as I replayed the dream I'd just had. I was strolling down the beach with the most gorgeous man I'd ever seen. He stood tall and broad-shouldered with sun-kissed skin, golden hair, and twinkling blue eyes, the quintessential California surfer hottie. Our hands were intertwined as we walked the line between the sand and the surf. I could actually feel the misty spray of the ocean as cold waves tumbled over our bare feet. The corner of the man's mouth hitched up in a mischievous way I couldn't resist, so I gazed up at him and asked, "What's the real reason you were tending bar at Scotty's?" "I knew you'd still want to know the answer, lovely lady." He caught me around the waist and lifted me up, swinging me in a circle. Then he set me down and laughed. "I'll only tell you if you give me a kiss." My heart thudded in my chest and I zeroed in on Brody's confident expression, as if he knew just how badly I wanted to take him up on his offer. Oh, no. I was dreaming about Brody Mitchell. Even in my dreamy haze, his grin rose as he leaned toward me. I jolted upright in bed. I gasped, pressing my hands over my mouth. I peered over at Janine's bed only 4 feet away, relieved to see that she still slept soundly. How could I dream about the sexy bartender next door while I was attending an independent women's retreat led by my role model? Hello, hypocrite subconscious? Dream about Olivia's occasions appearing on every morning news show, or something equally awesome. Sinking back into bed, I lay my hand across my forehead. I felt a heated flush all over from my dream. That sexy grin of his got me every time. Ugh. I had to get my head back in the game. Greta would know if I wasn't 100% on board with her and the date escape retreat. I worried she had a sixth sense about that sort of thing. Admittedly, Brody Mitchell was hot. And okay, his grin did amazing things to my belly. But I did not need to lose myself in another man who would just let me down. Was that what Greta Von Strand would do? No way. I needed to focus on what I really wanted for me as a successful woman, to build my business into something that would make me proud. Greta was my ticket to that goal, so I had to make the next 2 weeks run as smoothly and seamlessly as possible. I needed to anticipate Greta's every move and meet her every demand. My mind drifted to Brody again, and how he'd leaned close to me while standing in his doorway. I groaned and pulled the covers up tight against my neck. How had a mere mortal looked that amazing with his shirt off? In my dream, I'd run my hands over those taut muscles and they'd felt warm and firm under my fingertips, too. Shiver. What would it hurt to take one innocent walk along the beach with him? I squeezed my eyes shut, shaking my head against my pillow. I couldn't keep doing this to myself. The logical part of my brain told me to block all thoughts of Brody, but my traitorous subconscious just couldn't let him go. With another moan, I swung my legs out of the bed and headed for the bathroom. I needed a cold shower, though I doubted that could erase the heat caused by that hottie next door. An hour later, I was downstairs in the dining room ready to greet the women and discuss the itinerary for the next 2 weeks. Greta wasn't anywhere to be seen. The ladies began arriving in pairs moments later. Amy bounced into the room, and I thought again of how she'd flirted with that guy next door. I'd reminded her that this retreat was about being independent of men, which obviously didn't include flirting with them, and I just hoped she stayed away from Brody's work buddy. Amy had agreed, but she'd rolled her eyes at the same time. Not exactly a promising response. Amy helped herself to scrambled eggs and a carrot cake muffin from the spread on the sideboard, then gave me a peppy smile. Are all those guys next door supposed to be a challenge for us or something? They sure are hunky. It's like a house full of male models. I tapped my cheek at the concept. Charlie strode into the dining room right as Amy had asked the question. With those almond brown eyes, she met my gaze and we shared a secret smile that reminded me of our friendship in high school. I shook my head. The guys are on some kind of coworker getaway. We should pretend they aren't there and focus on ourselves. If only my subconscious could follow my own advice. Charlie lifted a plate, reached for an oatmeal muffin, then glanced over me. Greta left late last night, and I haven't seen her since. I wanted to talk to her, though. Any idea where she is? I choked on my coffee and covered my mouth. I'm sure she'll be along soon, I said, stamping down the panic I felt. Greta had left? Why? I hoped she hadn't gone off to find my replacement. She's a busy woman and must have had business to attend to, or something. With a sinking feeling in the pit of my stomach, I excused myself and hurried to the kitchen where I whipped out my phone and texted Greta, "A guest is asking for you. Will you be here soon?" I hit send, then stared at the screen, willing her reply to come quickly. No such luck. Panic rose inside me and my pulse sped. I thought of a line from Men Who Needs Them: a confident woman maintains control in every situation. When Greta returned, she'd see my itinerary for the retreat, and my organizational skills would convince her that I was the right person to host these retreats. Today would run so smoothly she'd have no choice but to sing my praises to everyone she knew. Now, all I had to do was convince the women to participate in every activity and keep the men next door as far away from my guests as possible. How hard could that be? I gulped the rest of my coffee. After everyone finished breakfast, I invited them into the living room so we could talk about the itinerary. A woman named Erin raised her hand. Her auburn curls were up in a messy bun, and she wore rimless glasses. Finally, someone who looked serious about this retreat. I threw her an appreciative look. Yes, Erin? She twirled a loose curl around her finger. I was thinking we should be good neighbors and invite the guys next door over for a cookout or something. They seemed really friendly. I silently counted to 10, feeling thankful Greta hadn't been here to hear Erin's suggestion. But where was Greta? I'd texted her 3 times. What if she was picking up my replacement from the airport? Piper Lewis would have a field day after I'd bragged about this retreat. I sucked in a deep breath. Thanks for the suggestion, Erin. But we won't have time for cookouts with the neighbors. We'll be too busy focusing on ourselves and each other. Greta and I have planned a fun, action-packed 2 weeks for all of you. There will be readings and discussion from Men Who Needs Them, journaling our thoughts, yoga in the exercise room, and every few days we'll head out for an amazing adventure. Today, we're going deep-sea fishing. Over the next 2 weeks, we'll also be visiting a day spa, learning to change the tire on our car, horseback riding, and making a bonfire on the beach. Just as I finished speaking, I heard the front door slam shut. Greta. Janine gave me a look, then scampered out of the room, wearing a look of distress. Maybe she realized if I got canned, she likely would too. An exotic-looking woman with jet-black hair, named Isabel, raised her hand. Yes, Isabel? I infused as much enthusiasm into my voice as I could, and hoped Greta could hear how I totally had things under control in here. She hugged a hardback copy of Greta's book to her chest. You said no to the cookout, but could we invite the guys next door to do some of the activities with us? Now that would be a fun adventure. I flinched, knowing Greta must have heard Isabel's question. That's not what the date escape is about, remember? We're here for 3 things: 1, to focus on our independence from men; 2, to focus on ourselves. Remember, you'll be journaling about your goals for things like career and health, or life in general, and 3, we're here to focus on friendships with each other, with other women, not with men. A few of the women nodded, but Amy, Erin, and Isabel looked crestfallen. You each signed up for the date escape for a personal reason, and today is the first day to focus on the new you. By the end of this retreat, you'll feel stronger and more confident, like the independent woman you are. I'd used my best motivational tone, and it may just have worked. All right, ladies. It's time to gather your things for our day on the boat. We leave for our fishing expedition in exactly 2 hours. As the women left to get ready, Greta stood in the back of the room, crooking her finger at me. Olivia, come here please. I need to talk to you for a moment. My stomach churned and I swallowed hard, determined to put on a brave face. I forced a smile, and when I got close to her, I said, well, I think the morning went very well. The ladies will enjoy the boat excursion, for sure. Greta waved a hand dismissively, and her facial muscles went tight, the vein on her temple throbbing. I've been researching the house next door, and it belongs to Scotty Mitchell. He owns Scotty's seafood restaurant in town. Do you know the place? My bottom lip nearly dropped to the floor as my brain fought to recall what Brody had said about the owner of the house. She made a face at my unintelligible response, then stepped closer. You can't know this, but Scotty Mitchell was the last man to break my heart. The demise of our relationship inspired my mega bestseller, Men, Who Needs Them? Apparently he loaned his mansion to his nephew for the next 2 weeks. It's like he's still out to torture me. Scotty Mitchell had broken Greta's heart. That's, not good, I said, remembering that Brody had said his uncle let him use his house for their getaway. So Scotty was Brody's uncle? Oh, great. Greta placed her manicured hand on my arm. You've never met this nephew before, right? Because if you had met him before and had anything to do with this, then I'd have to fire you immediately. Every nerve in my body froze, and I drew in a nervous breath. Lie or not lie? Before I could weigh the options, my mouth opened and words came out. I understand completely, Greta. We women need to stick together. Chapter 9, Backup Buddies, and if I'd known about the Scotty Mitchell or his nephew, I'd have come to you straight away. Not a total lie since I didn't know Brody, just a little harmless flirting with him in the bar was all. Good, I'm glad we're on the same page. Her eyes narrowed, sending lasers at me. Now, I need to know. What do you plan to do about the situation? As Greta stared at me, the churning in my stomach intensified and I thought I might hurl. There was no way I could have anticipated a harmless little flirtation at a restaurant bar might ruin my career before it even had a chance to take off. Pressure built up inside me and my temples throbbed. Before thinking it through, I blurted the first thing that came to mind. Actually, I think having the men next door will be a good thing for our retreat. What? What are you saying? Greta spluttered. I started pacing, thinking, then held my palm up. Hear me out. Any woman can be independent on her own, right? That's a no-brainer. What will prove our independence from men is if we can resist temptation. The guys next door will be lame ducks against the strength of the date escape women. We'll make them rue the day Scotty Mitchell broke your heart. My stomach clenched. What in the world was I talking about? There was no way Greta would buy any of this. My beloved business was moments away from destruction. Greta's face contorted in anger, then in frustration, but then, suddenly, her eyes lit up. Of course, that's brilliant. You're absolutely right. We will prove our strength and independence by resisting temptation. The men need to be at all of our outings. She smiled sweetly at me, then patted my shoulder. Set it up, darling. With that, Greta turned and strode away. I stood rooted in place, jaw practically unhinged, gaping after her. A cool breeze blew my bangs into my eyes and I brushed them away, turning to stare at the neighbor's mansion. What had I just done? Sure, I'd saved my job. Well, it seemed secure for the moment, anyway. You never knew with Greta's mood swings. But I had to go crawling back to Brody Mitchell after the cold way I'd acted toward him. Ugh. There was no way around interacting with him now. I'd do everything in my power to become a strong, independent woman, even if that meant asking the hot guy next door, who I'd rejected multiple times, for a favor. Chapter 5. I crossed the lawn toward the Mitchell mansion next door, and my stomach bubbled with worry. After the way I'd treated Brody, there was little to no chance that he and his buddies would agree to come to our outings unless I thought of some humiliating way to redeem myself. Why had I opened my big mouth to Greta about having the men join us? By the time I got to Brody's front door, I'd managed to convince myself I'd been in the right before. If Brody had told me he was Scotty's nephew to begin with, instead of acting all sexy and mysterious, then I wouldn't be in this mess. Resolved, I pressed hard on the doorbell, determined to stay professional and make things right with Greta. Unfortunately, no one answered the door. I rang the bell again to no avail. I heaved a sigh of frustration, then scooted around the house to see if Brody might be on their deck. Nope, this too was deserted. Short of breaking into the house, I wasn't sure what to do. We were leaving to go out on the boat in an hour. I was ready to scream in frustration when I heard shouts and whoops from down on the beach. I hurried toward the stairs and looked down to the beach to see a group of men surfing. Some shirtless. Some upright. Some paddling. Some with short-sleeved wetsuits. Biceps bulging with each and every stroke. I knew we were at the beach, but did we have to see so much bare-muscled skin? Sigh. Leaning on the rough wood railing, I squinted down at the beach trying to spot Brody. I contemplated asking one of the other guys for the favor, but Brody seemed to be their leader since it was his uncle's house and all. With each step I took down the stairs, I felt a distinct quiver in my stomach roiling like the pounding surf. I couldn't deny I felt excitement at seeing Brody again. Whatever. Not like it was a crime to be attracted to a hot guy. I certainly wasn't going to act on my annoying feelings. When I got to the last step, I slipped off my heels before plunging my feet into the cold sand. The second the granules rubbed against my feet, I sighed with delight at the familiar feel. I'd always loved my small town of Blue Moon Bay. When was the last time I'd come to the beach just to enjoy the sand and the waves? To hang with friends? I honestly couldn't remember. Just as I was about to wonder if Brody was even down on the beach, I recognized him lying face down on his board in the water. Droplets of water glinted off his arms as he paddled hard, a large wave creeping up behind him. Seconds later, he popped up on his surfboard, catching the wave. He remained comfortably balanced like surfing was no big thing, whereas I would have fallen off backward for sure. I strolled closer, watching, almost mesmerized by his skill. His hair was slicked back from his face, and his expression held a look of pure joy. The black wetsuit he wore clung to his muscled chest and powerful thighs. When he dropped off his board into shallow water, he then lifted his board with one hand, tucking the multicolored board under his arm. Ocean water rained down around him, making him look like a commercial sunscreen model. If he were the ad, I'd so buy that sunscreen in bulk. He caught sight of me just as he stuck his board in the sand, and he pulled a faux shocked expression before giving way to a big grin. I forced my grin to look professional, but my cheek muscles crimped regardless. Then he jogged over to me. Oh. What did I do wrong now? Not allowed to surf on my vacation, right? He pushed his hand through his slick hair. I cringed, thinking of our last exchange. But now things were different. This time Greta wanted me here, on business, and talking with Brody wasn't going to get me fired. Quite the opposite, actually. Forcing an embarrassed laugh, I kicked a clump of sand. I guess I did come across as pretty bossy yesterday. I'm really sorry about that. I've been under a lot of stress with work, which isn't your problem. Obviously. Again, I apologize. Apology accepted, he said, then he peeled the top of the wetsuit down, exposing his glistening chest muscles. My mouth went dry, and I gaped. He caught my expression, and his grin widened. Can you hand me that towel over there? I grabbed the towel in question, and proceeded to watch him dry himself off. Never before had I envied a terry towel, but oh, to be that fabric. In an attempt to get myself back on a more cordial track with him, I asked, "How long have you been surfing?" He ran the towel across his face, squinting over at me. Since I was 5, more or less. Once I could swim, my uncle taught me to surf. How about you? Do you surf? Huh? Me? Oh, no. No, I don't. I gazed out at the waves curling into the beach, and felt such longing and terror that it made me gasp. But I'd love to learn sometime. You could probably convince me to teach you, he offered. Oh, really? I murmured, imagining all the fun ways I could convince him. He was such a flirt, and obviously must be like that with all the ladies. Good thing I preferred more stable, serious men, otherwise I could get into trouble if I weren't careful. We stood on the beach staring at each other for far too long. Long enough, in fact, that one of Brody's friends let out a wolf whistle, startling me back to reality. Oh, right. I'd come here to do a job for Greta, and I needed to keep focused. I licked my lips, feeling nervous. Listen, I have something I need to ask you. Sure, he replied, slinging his towel over one shoulder. I'm all ears, but I need to wash the salt off my board. Why don't you come with me? I nodded, watching the way his muscles rippled as he picked up his board again. Greta would have my head on a platter if she knew what was going through my brain at that moment. Touching him. Inhaling his salty scent with my mouth tasting those droplets meandering down his neck. I pursed my lips to release a cleansing breath. Trying to keep my mind focused on work, I followed Brody to a small Spanish colonial-style building at the base of the cliff, with a tiled patio and outdoor shower. I peeked through the windows on the French doors. Gourmet kitchen. Plush living area, with large flat-screen televisions mounted, and probably much more. Amazing how well some people lived, while I was merely getting by paycheck to paycheck. I'd heard Scotty's seafood restaurant, here in Blue Moon Bay, was one of a dozen restaurants he owned, and it looked like those businesses profited very well. Wow, I said, leaning against the wall. A shower for your board. Swanky. Brody chuckled, and I turned away to cover the rush of heat that flared across my skin. Obviously wealthier communities had upscale amenities. The fact that I'd noticed and commented on it made me feel way out of my element. But that didn't stop me from my task. I want to talk to you. Ask you, well. It's okay. He flipped on the shower, the water smacking against his board. Worst I do is say no. Oh, right. I cleared my throat, clasped my hands together, thought about how I'd rejected him, but stepped toward him anyway. I'm here to offer you the opportunity of a lifetime. His breath whooshed out. With a lead-up like that, this is sure to be good, he said, smiling as he turned his board over to wash off the backside. I noticed a small dimple on his right cheek that made him look way too adorable. I'd like to invite you and all your buddies to join us on a fishing expedition today. We also have some great other activities planned. All expenses paid. Planned activities? His smile faded, and the shower handle squeaked as he turned it off. Sorry, no. We're not up for expeditions. Just here to hang with each other. My stomach tightened. Oh, come on, I said, forcing my smile to stay in place as I gestured toward the bay. 8 single women on a boat, and some kind of fish dinner if we catch anything. How can you guys pass that up? His dark brows came together. Some of the guys are married, and nobody's here to hook up with anyone. Tell that to his friend who'd been flirting with Amy. Of course not, I said, recovering quickly. But then the thought popped into my head that it didn't matter if guys were single or not. This isn't a matchmaking thing. It's a friendship bonding thing. We'd love some more people around the party. Totally harmless. Plus, you claim to want to spend time with me. How can you pass up an incentive like that? His grin returned. Now who's got the ego? What makes you think I'm still interested? My face heated profusely. Well, I mean, if the other guys are okay with joining you, we'll tag along on some of your stuff. He set his board down and moved closer to me. I'll talk to them for you. My head spun from the surprise victory. Also, he just stepped close enough that his thigh brushed mine, which both thrilled and infuriated me. I swallowed. Then, it's decided. He nodded, his blue eyes darkening. Now how about having dinner with me? My belly danced. Even though he was clearly just looking for a good time, I wanted to say yes. Greta's book flashed through my mind, though, reminding me I was an independent woman capable of resisting temptation and succeeding on my own. Still, I didn't want to turn him down outright after he just helped me out. Not yet, I said, with what I hoped was a coy smile. But we'll see, I added, then caught someone out the corner of my eye coming toward us from the bottom of their stairs. An athletic blonde in a bikini jogged up to us, and I worried she'd lose her top in the process. Her gaze flicked over me once, then she turned all of her focus on Brody. Snacks are ready up at the house. You hungry, handsome? I watched Brody's gaze snap to mine. He opened his mouth. Please be at our dock by 11:30, I said, as irritation rolled through me. I knew he was just looking for a good time, but I hadn't realized that he already had a woman staying with him. Thank goodness I hadn't accepted his date invitation. Greta and I appreciate your cooperation. With a slight smile directed at the other woman, I turned and hurried back up the stairs, fighting every step of the way not to look back and see Brody and his beautiful blonde. Athletic and perfect, she reminded me of Hunter's ex, who he'd dumped me for. It shouldn't have bothered me that Brody was dating someone, since it's not like we were together. But for some strange reason him having fun with another woman stung. Chapter 6. Greta and I had already assembled our retreat guests at the dock when a bunch of guys from Brody's house arrived, along with Brody himself. Amy and Aaron looked elated, whereas a couple of the other women gave me questioning looks. Charlie crossed her arms over her chest and stepped back so far I thought she might fall off the dock into the water. Janine sidled up close to me. "What gives?" she whispered. "Temptation teasers," I replied, watching her confused expression turn to one of understanding. "Women need to be strong and independent even with men around." "Hot men," Janine corrected, nudging me with her elbow. Brody introduced his friends, and Erin immediately took an interest in a guy named Jasper, who regaled her with tales of his previous fishing expeditions. I nearly fell asleep standing up. Snooze. Brody and I stood next to each other in silence as we watched the captain go over some papers with Greta. Apparently, she had some safety concerns, which I understood having had a near-drowning accident once myself. Brody turned to me. "Are you looking forward to fishing?" I shook my head slightly. "Not really," I admitted. "I've never been before. But I generally prefer ordering my fish off a menu." He chuckled. "Don't worry. You'll be great at this. I'll teach you everything I know." Yeah, he probably said that to Ms. Blonde Bikini as well. I refused to respond to his flirtations anymore, and instead checked over the boat. The boat was large, blue and white, and looked more like a yacht than a fishing boat. It was named Miss Independent in elegant cursive letters. The captain and Greta returned, and he chuckled when Isabel asked him why he named his boat that. He pulled down the bill of his hat and said, "I bought this boat for my daughter when she got married. I just wanted to remind her that she'd always be her own person. She lets me borrow it for group excursions like the one today." "This is luxe," Isabel said as the captain showed us the plush lounge below deck. "Can I just stay down here the whole time?" "I'm torn," a woman named Sophia said. "I love below deck, but I want to work on my tan, and today is perfectly sunny. Which should I do?" "Ladies, we're all going to learn how to fish." I gave them my best cruise director smile, and a few of them wrinkled their noses at me. Being independent means that we don't have to depend on anyone for our food. We'll learn some necessary skills today. "I'm a vegetarian," a woman named Gretchen said. "Can I just practice catch and release?" I remembered Gretchen's preference from when she signed up. You do whatever makes you comfortable, and there are vegetarian snacks provided in the lounge below. "I'm definitely up for becoming more independent," Charlie said, gazing around the boat. When she caught my eye, I gave her a grateful smile, and she nodded. "I'm with you, Charlie," said Sylvie, Charlie's roommate. She stepped up next to Charlie and tinkered with a fishing pole. "It's fun," Meredith said, tucking her arm through Gretchen's. "Just wait until you get your first catch. You'll feel like you're on top of the world." "I doubt that," Sophia said sulkily. I was inclined to agree with her. Catching a fish just didn't do anything for me, but if Greta thought angling was the way to becoming more independent, she would know. "Let's go," I said, as the captain welcomed us onto the deck. The captain shook hands with Brody, whose friends started helping the captain unload the gear and set up. Meredith had already started baiting her hook. She had the suntanned look of someone who spent a lot of time outdoors. We hadn't gotten the chance to talk much yet, but I got the impression she was already pretty self-sufficient. I wondered about each individual's motivation for coming on this retreat. In addition to advancing my business, I couldn't wait to become confident and independent like Greta. This was my opportunity to impress her, not only with my superior organizational skills, but with my commitment to following her life philosophy of being independent. To do that, I was going to learn to fish. Bleck. "Okay, everyone, the captain is going to explain the kind of fishing we'll be doing today," I called, clapping my hands together to focus the attention of the group. The captain gave me a quick nod. "We're going to be trolling today." "What?" Sylvie moaned. I thought we'd be deep-sea fishing. The captain chuckled. Trolling is more fun. You'll want to keep your bait near the top of the water. I'll keep the boat going in a slow, straight line. When you feel a bite, I'll stop the boat and we'll work to land the fish. You're going to have to fight them to reel them in, but that's part of the excitement. He pumped his fuzzy brows. Erin gave a fist pump and turned to the guy closest to her. They exchanged a high five, but then Erin turned her attention back to her bait and line. I glanced at Greta and saw the approving smile on her face. Even Erin was resisting temptation. Looking good, ladies, Greta called, tightening the belt of her navy and white striped sweater. I picked up a fishing pole and eyed the tackle box set on the deck with narrowed eyes. What was I supposed to do with that? You have to open the lid first. Brody appeared beside me suddenly and put his hand on my lower back. I jumped at his touch. Please don't let Greta see you do that. He glanced over his shoulder and grinned. That's right. You're here to prove that you can do everything without men, even though you invited us here today. It's not exactly like that, I said. We're here to prove we're strong enough to resist handsome men as we direct our own paths in life. You think I'm handsome, huh? He asked, grinning. You're impossible, and I'm already an independent woman. Just trying to build up my business, I said, bending down to open the tackle box. The smell of raw fish hit me like a wave, a surprisingly fishier scent than at the seafood department at the market. I gagged. Straightening quickly, my eyes watering, I breathed through my mouth, hoping that I wouldn't hurl. Would you like some help? He asked, pressing his hand against the small of my back, then quickly removing it like I was on fire. Don't worry, I checked, and Greta's not watching. I'll grab a sardine for you. I choked out a laugh. Great. Ugh, it smells awful. Hand me your hook. He lifted my hand. Now, just to be clear, I have to touch your hand while I'm teaching you to bait your hook, but I don't like it. I'm an independent man, you know. I giggled. I couldn't help myself. He had a decent sense of humor. Before I cast my line over the side of the boat, I glanced over my shoulder and caught Greta looking my way. Instantly, panic washed over me. I hoped she didn't think I was enjoying being around Brody, because I so wasn't. Much. The boat cruised along slowly, and I watched my line bob in the water. I felt hypnotized, and my work obligations were soon adrift. Brody stood beside me and his arm brushed mine, sending shimmers of temptation down my arm. Were he and the blonde dating? Not that it was any of my business. She had called him handsome, though. Could I just let myself enjoy the moment? Suddenly there was a whoop, and Sylvie shouted, I got one. We all turned to watch her and the boat slowed. She reeled and tugged. Finally, she pulled a large floundering fish over the edge of the boat, and the squirming fish dropped to the deck. As she knelt down beside what looked like salmon, several of the other women offered congratulatory praise. Greta looked as if she had swallowed something sour. I need some refreshments, she announced, just as I caught a glimpse of Amy descending the stairs to the lounge hand in hand with one of Brody's buddies. I gasped on the bait-filled air I was breathing. We can't let Greta go down there. I grabbed Brody's arm and squeezed. If she does, she'll see Amy down there with your friend, and I'll lose my job for sure. On it, Brody said, grabbing my fishing line and hooking both of ours on the side of the boat. Go break them up. I watched as he made a beeline for Greta. Even though I couldn't hear what he was saying, I saw her toss her head back and laugh. Man, he was good. I couldn't help wondering what he'd said as I hurried down the stairs to the lounge. Amy was lip-locked with that same guy she'd been flirting with yesterday. The second they heard my footfalls, they leapt apart like guilty teenagers. "I was just showing Pete where the restroom was," Amy offered lamely. "I'm totally into this whole catch-your-own-fish thing. I swear." I held up my index finger and rolled it in the direction of the stairs. "Maybe you should let Pete get back to his business, and you should head back to your line on the deck." With that crisis averted, I was relieved. I returned to my fishing pole. Brody joined me a few minutes later. "Your boss is sweet as pie. No idea what you're so worried about," he said, wearing a grin. "Well, thanks for your help." I smiled gratefully, then we lapsed into silence as we watched our lines bob and float, twisting in the gentle wake of the boat. Over the next few hours, several more people caught fish, mostly salmon, but I was still unclear as to the appeal of hauling a fish out of the water until there was a tug at my line. "I got something." I gulped. With my arms burning from fighting what pulled at my line, my arms began to shake and my muscles hurt. I didn't dare give up while Greta watched. I couldn't fail at proving I was strong and capable, but the fish was winning. Brody's body pressed against me from behind, and he wrapped his arms around my waist. "You don't have to do this alone." My throat hitched. Having support infused a wave of heat inside my chest. We pulled together. Suddenly there was a slippery fish thrashing in my hands. Brody helped unhook the fish, and as he held it out to me I felt a swell of hope and pride. I had caught that. Wow. A rush of adrenaline rolled through me, along with something else, appreciation for Brody. "Congratulations." His hand was on the small of my back again, as he reached down to pick up the fish by his gills. "I'll put this beauty in the cooler for you." "No, wait," I gazed out at the ocean water, then turned back to Brody. "Let's throw it back in the water." "Is that okay?" He shrugged and held my gaze for a few moments. "Whatever makes you happy, lovely lady. Be free, fishy." I leaned over the railing, watching the fish fall into the blue water, then it swam away. It was good to know I could catch a fish, but also that I could choose to let him go. By the time we got back to the dock, the smile on Greta's face could have powered the electricity in several counties. "Well done," she said to me as we disembarked. The ladies seemed engaged in their personal activity, while also resisting temptation. The perfect day. As we all parted ways, Brody thanked me for the boat excursion, and I thanked him for helping bait my fish and then letting my catch go without protest at losing a good meal. Then I let my gaze linger on his retreating form, still able to feel his hand against my lower back, his arms around my waist, and his body pressed against mine. Was Brody dating Ms. Blonde Bikini? I told myself I didn't care. That liking him would only lead to something disastrous, not only to my job, but to my heart as well. Chapter 7. The next day, I stood on the mansion's front doorstep and clapped my hands. All 8 women looked up at me expectantly. The stretch limo idled in the driveway behind them, waiting to take us to our next event. Despite the sheer blue-skied, sun-dappled perfection of the day, I broke out in a cold sweat at the shouts of excitement coming from our next-door neighbors. After the near disaster of the fishing trip, which thankfully had been averted, I was glad this morning's activity would be solo. Now I had time to prepare myself before seeing Brody at the next group event. I pegged each woman with my gaze and held up my finger. As you know, phase 1 of Greta's brilliant plan to become an independent woman is to love yourself, I said, using my cheerleader voice. Greta stood next to me, wearing a gold silk top with beige leggings, as we addressed the group. "So, today we're applying the principle from Chapter 5, Pamper Yourself, You're Worth It, by going to the Blue Moon Day Spa." Murmured approvals ensued, making me smile, and I earned a pat on the shoulder from Greta. "Score! Please take a seat in the limo, and we'll be on our way." I exhaled after the last person climbed in, then I slid into the plush leather seat next to Greta, and my stomach growled. I'd been so busy all morning I hadn't eaten breakfast. So, I opened my purse, grateful that I always carried an emergency granola bar with me. I'd also packed my hardback copy of Men, Who Needs Them? I was in sore need of a reread. Just this morning I'd woken up from a hot and heavy, delicious dream about Brody. Again. Are you feeling all right? Greta asked. You seem flushed, darling. I'm fine. I forced a grin. Just excited about the pampering. Duh. I sounded like I was going to receive a diaper change. What was wrong with me? I never swooned over a guy like this. Not even Hunter. Truthfully, I'd been taking things slow with Hunter until he'd started talking about our future and a lovely little cottage with a view of the bay and a white picket fence to boot. Then he'd pulled the rug out from under me, deleting that nice little scenario, just because I'd had to focus hard on work. Thank goodness I was single again and didn't need to worry about a male distraction. Only here I was stressing. If only I could stop those hot dreams about Brody. Look! Amy exclaimed. There's the castle. Blue Moon Day Spa sat just on the edge of downtown, so the ride was relatively short. The spa was housed in a castle previously owned by a successful local vintner, who eventually moved to the Bluffs and passed the castle on to his daughter. She opened the spa. Local stone was cut to adorn the front of the building, which had a Gothic appearance. The turrets had small blue flags waving in the breeze emblazoned with the spa's logo. I exhaled at the thought of finding something in my life so solid, like event planner of the date escape, all around the world, if Greta found me worthy. The ladies gazed up at the front of the castle with a mixture of widened eyes and new sounds. Some even bounced on their leather seats. All seemed giddy at the sight, except for Charlie and Sylvie, who were locals and had obviously seen the castle many times. My heart tugged as I studied the look of boredom on Charlie's face. Or maybe she was just sad. It was hard to tell. I missed my old friend, whom I could read like a book. This woman was nothing like the spirited girl I knew in high school, who had such a flair for life. But where had that flair gone? Had she lost her zest completely as a result of an ugly breakup? Or was that joy sitting under the surface waiting for someone to coax the happy girl I remembered to laugh and live once again? Here we are, I sang, forcing all other thoughts from my head. Janine and I were participating in every event per Greta's insistence. Being an event planner was about knowing what my client wanted and implementing that, but more and more I was finding the lines between my job as retreat coordinator and participant blurred. The women chatted as we went inside to check in, and from watching the subtle touches and laughter, most seemed like they were fast becoming friends. Before we'd left, each woman had selected her various activities for the day, and each of us had a bonding partner. I made sure they were all settled before I headed for my first activity of the day, a 1-hour foot massage and hot tea soak. Settling back in the chair, I sighed with contentment and Charlie sat beside me. When I drew her name to be my partner for the day, I felt a thrill of excitement at the thought of spending time with my old friend. Maybe I wouldn't even put my foot in my mouth this time. I still couldn't believe I'd called her Ms. Rockwell. Oh, embarrassment. Unfortunately, Charlie wore a grimace on her face that didn't exactly scream, "Let's chat." I exhaled sharply and tried to focus on relaxing. But every time the massage therapist touched a pressure point on my foot, I jumped instead of easing back into the cushy chair. I glanced at Charlie, who had her eyes closed. Maybe I should just talk to her and break through my jitters. But what if she didn't want to be friends with me again? Did I really want to risk knowing the truth of how she felt about me? Then, I remembered a line from Chapter 2 in Greta's book, "A Confident Woman Isn't Afraid of Rejection." I took a cleansing breath. So, Charlie, I said, feeling grateful I'd addressed her by her first name like a normal person. Where are you living these days? Charlie's gaze darted to the two massage therapists working on our feet. Just around, you know, she replied, giving me an unreadable look. Great. That's just great, I said, feeling stupid because she hadn't even told me where she lived. What was so great? Lame, lame, lame. So, do you talk to anyone from high school anymore? I asked, trying a different tactic. She shook her head slowly. Not really, you? Just Megan, I replied, automatically. Wendy too, actually. She moved back to town when her grandma passed away and left her the inn, so we reconnected. She was supposed to sell the inn, but then she met this guy and found a way around the terms of the will. I paused, closing my eyes. Was I babbling or what? Anyway, she and her brother kept the inn, and the details all worked out. Plus, her boyfriend, Max, is pretty amazing. One of those too good to be true men. She flinched. I'm happy for her. Her face looked pained, and I could only wonder what had possessed me to wax on about an amazing man when Charlie had been cheated on and publicly dumped by a rock star. I dropped back into silence, knowing that keeping quiet had to be better than anything that could come out of my mouth. Besides, if I wanted to relax, and if I wanted Charlie to relax, the only way to accomplish that was to be quiet. As if on cue, my cell phone buzzed in my purse. Startled, I sat up straight, grabbed my purse, and fumbled with the phone to turn off the ringer. Before I could, though, I saw my dad's name flash across the screen. He'd been having such a hard time since my mom left him for her old high school boyfriend that I couldn't let his call go to voicemail. The massage therapist gave me a scowl, but what was I to do? Glancing over at Charlie, I mumbled, "Sorry, I have to take this." "It's my dad." She just nodded, and leaned back with her eyes closed. Even though she appeared to be relaxing, she could hear every word I said. But my dad needed me more than ever now. "Hi, Daddy," I whispered as quietly as I could. I turned my chin toward my shoulder, attempting to be as hushed as possible. "I'm kind of busy right now. Is everything okay?" "Hi, Pumpkin," my dad's voice came through loud and clear. Again, my massage therapist glanced up, and I cringed. "Hi," I squeaked. "Can I call you back?" He cleared his throat. "Well, I hate to bother you, but I need your advice. Your mom said one of the reasons she left was because I never brought her flowers. So, I showed up at her new place this morning with an autumn bouquet." "You brought her flowers?" I asked, but I didn't like where this was headed. Just the other day, my dad had told me he was beginning to accept the end of the marriage. Now he was bringing her gifts? Why? "Well, you know," he said, and I could picture him shrugging. "She's kind of right about me neglecting her. I can't remember the last time I brought her flowers. I just never thought about it, I guess." "So what happened?" I asked, wondering if she appreciated them. He heaved a loud sigh. "That guy was there," he spat the word out like it tasted bad. "She says they're just friends, but what was he doing at her house this early in the morning?" "Pumpkin, what should I do?" My heart ached and my throat tightened. "I don't know, Daddy. Can't you ask your counselor for advice?" "I don't go back to him until Friday," he said, his voice soft and defeated. "I just miss her. She always said I worked too much." Maybe I did. "You worked hard to pay the bills. That doesn't mean she should walk out on you," I offered, wishing this whole nightmare had never happened. "Go do something nice for yourself, something that will take your mind off her for a few hours." I love you, Daddy. We got off the phone, and there was nothing I could do to relax after that point. My stomach twisted into a hard knot, and tears clogged my throat. My distress must have been apparent on my face because when I glanced over at Charlie again, she gave me a sympathetic look. Are you okay? Is everything okay with your parents? She asked. Charlie had hung out at my house for years and used to love my parents. Not good, I said, shaking my head and swiping at my eyes. My mom left my dad, and she's been hanging out with her old high school boyfriend. My parents will probably get divorced. They always seemed so happy. One always has to question perfection, she said at last. I just can't believe that my mom would do this to my dad, I said. She pumped her shoulders. Sometimes, people surprise you, she said. And not in a good way. It seemed obvious she was also talking about her ex-husband and how he had cheated on her. My heart clutched in my chest. I couldn't imagine how hard that must have been for her, and I wanted to say something to comfort her, but what? Just as I opened my mouth, I heard the soft chime of a bell signaling the end of our session. Charlie stood, cinching her robe around her waist. Before she left, I caught the look of despair on her face. Clearly I had upset her and ruined her relaxing day. My heart sank into my stomach as I realized I was failing miserably at this job. I was in charge of making everyone happy, and yet Charlie looked more miserable than when she arrived. I was letting my real life intrude on the retreat experience, which was probably something I shouldn't have been doing. Glancing down at my purse lying open beside me, I caught sight of my unopened men, who needs them, and sighed. Would I ever actually understand how to be a happy, confident woman like Greta? I was starting to have my doubts. Or maybe there was an element I was missing, something that could never come from a book. Chapter 8. Grateful for a moment to myself the next evening, I breathed in the cold air that blew off the bay, and tightened my jacket around me. Standing at the shore, I rocked back on my heels, gazing up at the bluff rising toward the amber sky. I loved the way the sheer rock face stretched up vertically to hold the expansive mansions across the top. Soon the women and their guests from next door would arrive for our next event, so I reveled in the solitude while I could. Although I'd accidentally made Charlie miserable at the day spa yesterday when we were supposed to be bonding merrily, I tried to shake off the general heaviness in my shoulders from the failure of that event. My focus had to be on moving the retreat forward, letting go of what had happened in the past. That was one of the premises of Greta's book that I desperately needed to embrace. I rubbed my eyes, finding the task of measuring up to Greta's standards harder and harder. Tonight's event was what Greta termed an independence challenge. She wanted us to prove to ourselves we could do things typically left to whiskers, as she put it. I got her meaning. She wanted the women to see that just because something was often viewed as a man's thing, that didn't mean women couldn't do it just as well or even better. Ironically, the fishing experience with Brody had been more satisfying with him sharing my moment. Our assignment tonight was to make bonfires on the beach using only flint and steel fire starters. We needed to gather our own twigs, small bits of straw, and driftwood to start our fires. The guys were welcome to help us build the larger stack of wood for the bonfire as long as we stayed in charge of the task. Once we succeeded in lighting our timbers, we'd then take a lighted stick from our fire and light the group's large stack of wood to create a massive bonfire, and then we'd roast marshmallows. Go us! Minutes later, I turned away from the ocean to see people trooping down the stairs of the two neighboring homes, heading down to the beach. I forced myself not to look for Brody, even though he told me he'd be here tonight. Would he come to the event with the blonde? We all gathered at the bottom of the stairs, and there was an air of excitement in the mix. Greta stepped forward, stopping beside me, then facing the group. She clasped her Angora-gloved hands together. Welcome, everyone. Tonight is going to be fun. Before we roast our delicious goodies with our guests, we're going to participate in the most elemental of all creation. We are going to bring forth fire. Good thing we have firefighters here to help us in case we mess up, Erin joked, and several of the other women hooted and exchanged high fives. My brows came together. What was she talking about? Were we inviting more guests that I didn't know about? Thoroughly confused, I kept my eyes trained on Greta. Olivia? Greta asked, enunciating all 4 syllables. She held a twinkle in her eyes, and she gave me a warm smile. Would you explain the exercise, darling? I had to fight to keep my jaw from dropping. She'd originally wanted to stay in charge of this event, but now she was letting me take over? That had to be a sign of approval, that she thought I was a confident, independent woman. Or, at least on my way to becoming one. Either way, my smile widened. I wanted to do a happy dance. Thank you, Greta. I nodded to her, held up the small item in my hand, but couldn't help wondering what Erin had meant about firefighters helping out. Janine will give each lady a flint and steel fire starter. This side is the flint, I said, pointing to the longer portion. And this is the steel. When you hit them together, it should send a spark, so be careful. Charlie's eyes were on me. Her face was blank, so hopefully she wasn't still upset that I'd brought her down yesterday by reminding her of her husband's betrayal. She came on this retreat to find something. Whatever that was, I wanted her to have it. I hoped she knew that. You'll want to find a small amount of kindling you can shape into a loose ball, I said, reciting what I'd learned in a book. I hadn't had time to try this out yet, but how hard could making fire be? Aim the flint at the ball, and hit the flint with the steel in a forward motion, away from your body. If you have any questions, be sure to ask for help. Good luck! The women fanned out across the beach, chatting with our male guests as they all searched for driftwood and fine bits of dried material. Brody's gaze caught mine, and he started toward me. My heart thudded in my chest, but I nodded to him, then dashed in the opposite direction to Janine. I needed to find out what was going on with the firefighters, before Greta figured out I'd been left out of the loop. Hey, Janine, I said, once I'd caught up with her. Hi, Olivia, Janine said, adjusting the red scarf around her neck. This should be fun, huh? If only it were a little warmer out tonight. BRRR. Yeah, it's cold. I laced my arm through hers, not giving a care about the weather. I checked over my shoulder to make sure Greta wasn't close enough to hear. Hey. Erin mentioned firefighters were coming tonight? Any idea what that's all about? Her brows came together, then she bent down to pick up a piece of wood, examined the small gray piece, then clutched it in her hand. I think it was just a joke about the guys. She's got the hots for Pete and has been beyond giddy since she found out he was a firefighter. The hero thing, you know. I tilted my head. Pete's not a bartender like the others? She placed the piece of wood under the crook of her arm, then frowned over at me. Bartender? Huh? I stared at her impatiently, then gestured to the various guys here with us tonight. You know, the group of bartenders who've been hanging out with us. They're here on a getaway since they lost one of their own. She threw me a weird look. Yeah, in a fire, because they're all firefighters. Sad, isn't it? A chill ran up my spine and my belly squeezed. Brody Mitchell was a firefighter? As if he knew I was talking about him, I could feel his eyes on me before I turned and met his gaze. At seeing him standing 20 feet away, a shiver raced down my spine, and I chastised myself for the joy-filled reaction when I should have just felt compassion. Why hadn't he told me he was a firefighter? Was he playing some kind of game with me, making me think he was a bartender when he wasn't? I didn't understand, but then I did. He was guarded. I knew what being guarded felt like, so I could totally relate. Yes, very sad, I said, wondering who had died, and if he and Brody had been close. Well, I'm going to go bring forth fire, I joked, through my confusion. I left Janine, so I could ponder my thoughts alone. Along the edge of the beach I found a clump of semi-dry driftwood that everyone else had overlooked. Dragging it back, I created a fire pit, pulled out the fire starter, dropped it in the sand, and just stared at it. I felt like such a chump thinking Brody and his friends were on a bartender retreat. Maybe he and Ms. Blonde Bikini laughed about how gullible I was. Or maybe they had bigger problems than I had, and they were keeping things from me in the same way I kept things from Greta. Across the circle of fire pits, someone cried out, and I saw Charlie staring at her hand in dismay. I shot to my feet to go help, but then saw one of the firefighters walk over and check out her hand. He pulled something out of his pocket, then began rubbing her palm. My eyes grew large at the small smile that appeared on her face. With Charlie okay, more than okay, considering that smile, I glanced all around me where the others were exclaiming in delight as they got their fires going. And yet, even as the leader, I still had no idea what to do with my fire starter. Ugh. No luck, huh, came a playful voice behind me. I glanced up to find Brody standing next to me, bending down with his hands on his thighs. I huffed. I'm sure I can figure it out on my own, I snapped, hoping he'd go away. It's okay to be disillusioned, Olivia. It's also okay to make a mistake and take time to figure things out. You don't have to get everything perfectly the first time around. I am just making sure the others are successful. How about I make sure you are? Brody said, dropping down on the sand beside me. He leaned back on his palms, giving me a look of encouragement. I'm sure you can do it, but I'm here if you need me. With my chin suddenly quivering, I bowed my head and picked up the flint and steel in my hand, then tossed them back in the sand. Who cared if I could start a fire without a match? I wasn't planning on having to survive in the wild anytime soon. I glanced down the beach at all the guys, firefighters, who were helping our group make the giant bonfire. You seem a little down, he said, his tone sounding like he might be forcing his voice to remain light when he was actually concerned. Everything all right? No, I said, wanting to ask him why he didn't mention he was a firefighter, and why he wouldn't straight out tell me why he'd been tending bar that night at Scotty's. But mostly, why he seemed to care about me when I'd given him little reason to care. I kept those thoughts to myself, though, and instead said the other thing that was bothering me. My parents might be getting divorced, I blurted, feeling a hot burn behind my eyes. My mom left my dad, and she's been hanging out with her old high school boyfriend. They reconnected online because I'd encouraged her to create the online account and go after her independence. It's my fault they separated. His warm hand landed on my knee. That's rough, Brody said softly. Then he dropped his hand and adjusted one of the rocks in the ring of my tiny fire pit. Do you really think you have the power to break up a married couple just by helping your mom open one account? I know you said I'm the one with the big ego. Power? I couldn't even land a fish or make a spark. Brody had a point. I had to suppress a smile. I see what you're saying, but it still makes me feel bad that I had anything to do with their separation. Mom said Dad only paid attention to his job, but that seems unfair. He was working to make money for the family, while she stayed home to raise me. Makes sense, he said, studying me intently with a look that said he understood my feelings and that he sympathized with my situation. The jerk. I wanted to stay mad at him for not telling me he was a firefighter, and for whatever was going on with Ms. Blonde Bikini, but with his hand back on my knee, he was making that very hard. Sigh. I shook my head and pulled my leg to the side, crossing them. My dad keeps trying to win her back, too. Yesterday he brought her flowers, but he ended up hurt because that guy was at my mom's house. I want to tell my dad not to bother, that it's too little too late. You know? His gaze softened and he tilted his head. Take it from me, better late than never in my book, he said, picking up a handful of sand and scattering it into the wind. Then his eyes clouded, and his voice thickened as he said, my mom left when I was a baby. I never even knew her. But in the unlikely event she ever came back, I suppose I'd have to give her a chance. Better to mend a fence, if your dad can do that. The breath flew out of me and my tummy felt like I'd been punched in the gut. His mom had deserted him? Our eyes locked, and I could see the deep hurt in his blue eyes. At least I had both of my parents. Neither of them was acting the way I wanted, but I knew they were there for me, that they'd always be there for me. I couldn't imagine what he must feel like to have been abandoned by the person who was supposed to take care of him. Impulsively, I put my hand over Brody's, and squeezed. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry about you losing your comrade, too. Thanks. He gave a slight tilt of his chin, as if to shrug it off. His hand remained still beneath mine, and his eyes skimmed my face as if memorizing my features in the darkening moonlight. Above us a seagull squawked, and moments later cheers went up from the bonfire where everyone else seemed to be. He bent his head in their direction, and grinned. Sounds like the party's getting started. I guess you should hurry up and get that fire going. I'm freezing over here. The grin on his face lightened the mood, but I could still see the lingering sadness, which made my heart squeeze. It also suddenly occurred to me that after all the jokes and games, he just shared something very personal with me. Sitting here at the date escape, I wasn't sure if that was a good or a bad thing. I picked up the flint and steel again and hit them together. Nothing happened. I struck them together again and again, but still nothing happened. Ugh. How did everyone else start a fire except for me? I asked in frustration. I think I might have a solution. He came up behind me and slipped his arms around my waist, clasping my hands with his own. Like this, he said, as he helped me light my fire. Voila, he said, as the spark flourished, and he placed his cheek against mine. Sometimes it just takes a little teamwork, he whispered. Tingles skittered down my belly, as his warm breath brushed my cheek. With his arms around me, I wanted to snuggle back into him, but instead remained perfectly still. Why didn't you tell me you're a firefighter? I asked. He inhaled slowly, then rubbed his nose against my jaw before answering. I didn't think you cared to know, he said, simply. And suddenly we were looking into each other's eyes, our mouths centimeters apart. Rising above the sound of the waves, I could hear the inhale and exhale of our breaths. Electricity danced between us, and I wondered if he was going to kiss me or if I was going to kiss him. I longed to tell him I'd wanted to know about him, but I was scared of having that rug pulled out from under me again. Instead, I stood silent, trapped behind fear. His blue eyes peered into mine, and we remained that way for several seconds until hysterical laughter drifted toward us, drawing our attention to the rest of the group. Brody raised his brows as if to ask if I wanted to join the bonfire, but in that moment, I just didn't care about work. So I shook my head. All I cared about was the way Brody's eyes crinkled as he smiled at me, and that I had the courage to smile back at him. Chapter 9. I gripped my bed sheets, buried my face into the pillow, and tried to hold on to the fading dream. I was still on the beach with Brody and we'd actually kissed, instead of eventually joining the group at the bonfire. In my hazy dream, our small fire burned low and he slipped his arm around me as he pressed his mouth to mine in the most perfect kiss I'd ever known. Then, I rested my head against his chest, listening to his heart beating steady and true. I sighed with contentment until the beating turned into vibrating. What the? Confused, my gaze latched onto Brody's, trying to hold him there and keep him with me, but the vibrating only got louder. Closer. Stronger. Suddenly, I shot up in bed, blinking sleepily in the soft, dim light of pre-dawn. I so wanted to slip back into my dream, but my phone kept buzzing on the nightstand beside me. I snatched the cell to avoid waking up Janine, who snuffled slightly in her sleep, turned over, then snored. Squinting down at the sudden brightness of my screen, my stomach fluttered as I saw a text from Brody: "Meet me at our spot on the beach in 10 minutes. Urgent." A burst of adrenaline rushed through me. Urgent? Was he hurt? Did he need me? What else could be so serious at 4:45 in the morning? My mind raced with the possibilities as I tapped my fingers over the keyboard and replied, "Coming." I jumped out of bed and pulled on a pair of sweats, leaving my hair in its messy bun. My stomach bubbled with worry as I rushed to the bathroom and quickly brushed my teeth. Since I was in a hurry, I decided to forego makeup and walked briskly to the back door. I stepped out into the cool morning air, zipping my hooded sweatshirt all the way to the top. The anticipation of seeing Brody overwhelmed me, and I couldn't imagine what was so important unless something was terribly wrong. It unnerved me that I was so worried, especially since it wasn't like me to get so hot and bothered over someone I barely knew. In the darkness, I made my way down the steps, glancing back up at the big, silent mansion, hoping no one would see me sneaking away. But in the moment, I didn't care. Brody needed me. I didn't want to admit that feeling needed felt good. Complete. I took one last look behind me, then I burst into a run. I arrived down on the beach, where the dark sky spread out over the water. I could make out the surf rolling onto the sand, the rocks silhouetted against the bluff, and a figure sitting on a blanket halfway down the beach. "Over here, lovely lady," he called out. With my heart pounding, I trudged through the stiff sand as fast as I could, then stopped in front of him. "What's the urgency? Are you okay?" I asked with a winded voice. He glanced down at the picnic basket and thermos, and then back up at me with a mischievous grin. "I couldn't sleep. I thought you might enjoy seeing the sunrise with me this morning." It took a moment for my brain to grind out this was a setup. My internal desperation and jitters turned into a fire Brody couldn't soon extinguish with his smooth voice. "Do you know what you did to me?" I was worried. I risked being seen by Greta, who by the way is adamant I set a good example. "So, there's no emergency?" "Forget Greta. What about what you want?" "The sunrise happens pretty quickly, so that can be construed as urgent," he said, tugging on my hand until I dropped down on the blanket next to him. He tucked a stray piece of hair behind my ear, his finger lingering against my skin. "Plus I wanted to see you again, which felt very urgent to me." I shivered, tingles racing down my neck from his touch and heat whirled inside my belly. "You nearly gave me a heart attack," I said, replaying his words about wanting to see me, and watch the sunrise together, over and over in my head. I gazed around the beach. "Wait a second. We're facing west." He grinned. "I'd hoped you wouldn't notice that. The bluffs are blocking our view of the mountains, otherwise that would have been a sight to see." Not that I'm complaining. A thrill ran through me. "So, what did you bring?" He poked around in the basket. "Leftover dinner rolls, grapes, and coffee. I'm afraid the guys don't stock the house too well." A sinking feeling dropped in the pit of my stomach. His mention of the guys at his house reminded me of Ms. Blonde Bikini. Definitely not a guy. Was she staying with them? She'd acted territorial when she'd called him handsome right in front of me. Were they a thing? If so, then what was he doing here with me? Last thing I wanted was to fall for another cheater. But there was only one way to find out. The fact that he'd invited me down here and admitted wanting to see me gave me a little courage. I opened my mouth to ask. "Br. Who's that?" he asked, squinting down the beach. I closed my mouth and followed his gaze, immediately recognizing the figure jogging slowly up the beach. Her sleek dark bob, white running outfit and hot pink phone case attached to her side made a nervous chill crawl up my spine and all the way into my scalp. "It's Greta." My voice shook and I looked around for a place to duck out of sight. My gaze landed on an outcropping of large rocks behind us. "Quick, we have to hide. If she catches me, I'm so fired. Run for the rocks." He gave me a strange look, then we crab-walked and ducked behind a large stand of rocks, abandoning our picnic breakfast on the blanket. "Shoot!" Peering out from our hiding place, I grabbed onto his arm and Greta continued to come closer. "Do you think she saw me? She must have seen me or she wouldn't be coming this way, right? She is totally going to kin me." Memories of fish scent circled my mind and I panicked. I couldn't work at the market forever. This was my big chance and I couldn't blow this opportunity. "I don't think she sees you." His voice was calm and he glanced down at where my hand clutched his arm like a lifeline. "I'm liking the whole hiding together thing, but what makes you think you'd lose your job over sitting on the beach?" I dropped down out of her view and leaned back against the rock. "It's not because I'm on the beach, but because I'm on the beach with you. This is a women's retreat where we focus on independence from men." He tucked his chin, letting out a confused sound. "But she sees us together all the time. You invite us on your retreats outings. That's different." I peeked over the rock, catching sight of Greta, who continued to approach our spot with haughty steps. This was so not good. I sucked in a breath, knowing Brody deserved an explanation for my bizarre behavior. "On the outings, we invite you guys along as temptation teasers." His brows shot up. "As what?" "Temptation teasers," I whispered, hoping that didn't sound as bad to his ears as it did to mine. "Having you guys around and nearly staying friends with you proves to Greta that we can resist the lure of a man and focus on our own independence." His brows furrowed. "When you invited me out on the boat, I thought you wanted to spend time with me. You're just using me as a tool in your women's retreat?" "No, yes." My head spun and to make matters worse, Greta came to a stop near the rocks. I cupped a hand over my mouth afraid she could hear my ragged breathing. She hadn't seemed to notice the picnic, though, and I felt grateful for the low light of the morning. I glanced over at Brody, who wore a hurt look and avoided my gaze. I couldn't speak or Greta would hear me, for sure. To prove I wasn't just using him for the retreat, I slipped my hand under his and laced our fingers together even though his fingers felt stiff. My heart raced as I waited for Greta's next move and for Brody's reaction. All was silent. Then, without warning, Brody's fingers tightened around mine. I let out the breath I'd been holding and peeked above the rock. Greta turned toward the rocks, as if she knew we were there, then her cell phone rang. She changed the tone to a female empowerment pop song that always got stuck in my head. I'd be trying to shake the melody for the rest of the day. If my ears survived the lecture, no doubt forming in Brody's mind. "Hello," she said, greeting the person on the other end. "Yes, I'm working up to the offer, but this situation takes time to build trust. I'm confident I can persuade her before the retreat is over, though." She paced in front of us, and I ducked down lower. "That's the best I can do, darling. I'll call you when I know more." With that, she hung up quickly. I couldn't help being annoyed she'd called the person darling. Yeah, I knew the name was a phony term of endearment, but hearing her use the nickname with someone else right in front of me stung a bit. I needed to grow a spine and put some distance between myself and this demanding woman, if only she weren't the ticket to my big dream. Brody's arm slipped around me and I could feel the heat from his body radiating toward mine, making me feel lightheaded. I held my breath until at long last Greta began jogging up the beach in the opposite direction. I stayed snuggled against Brody, even after she disappeared up the steps toward the mansion, and told myself that was just to be safe. "I think the coast is clear," I said, and we finally climbed out from behind the rocks. We sat back down on the picnic blanket. My stomach rumbled, so I picked up a dinner roll and took a bite. Brody groaned. "Temptation teasers? That's terrible." "I know," I said, relieved that he didn't look upset with me. But hosting an independent women's retreat with a group of hot firefighters next door wasn't exactly what Greta had in mind when she hired me. I had to think fast in order to save my job. "Haven't you ever had a tough situation at work?" "Once." His mouth curved upward as he poured coffee into a small cup, then handed the drink to me. "But I only had my prankster side to blame. When I was a rookie, I stuffed our captain's desk drawers full of bananas, which seemed harmless. Once they all ripened, he had a swarm of fruit flies infesting his office. Took me a while to earn my way back into his good graces." I couldn't help but laugh. "Yeah, that might not be the best impression to make." He shrugged, taking a sip of his coffee. "I washed the trucks for months, but no big deal. Our captain was a huge softie." "Was?" I repeated, a sense of dread coming over me. He cleared his throat. He passed away fighting a wildfire last year." "I'm so sorry." I scooted closer to Brody, placed my hand against his back, and the way his facial muscles tightened made my heart ache for him. "Is that why you're having this getaway together at your uncle's house?" "Yeah." He paused a moment, then glanced at me, his blue eyes storming with emotion. "His wife, his widow, asked me to spread his ashes out to sea. But I'm having a hard time letting go." He cleared his throat, then picked up a dinner roll and took a bite. After a few seconds, he swallowed. "So what do you think Greta was talking about back there?" Almost sounded like she had some secret plans going on. My throat had clogged from him opening up to me, but I took his cue to move from the subject of his captain. "Maybe she has another book in the works that's a spin-off from this retreat. Who knows? Honestly, she's so successful, I think she must work in her sleep. Probably eats at her computer, too," Brody said, smiling. "Could be." I smiled back at him. "She does jog with her cell phone." We both laughed, then he moved toward me, tucking a wisp of hair behind my ear. His gaze held mine and our connection felt like an invisible cord was pulling me toward him. "I should be heading back," I said, quickly, breaking the spell. "Not yet." His fingers trailed across my jaw, sending skitters of pin pricks along my skin. Then he pulled back, giving me the bit of distance I needed. "The sun isn't even up." Suddenly, the clouds parted, and over the top of the bluff the first rays of morning light burst across the sky. The sight took my breath away, and I instinctively reached for Brody's hand. As our fingers laced, I tried not to think about my job, or worry that Greta might catch us at any moment. Instead, all I focused on was the sound of the waves crashing against the shore behind me, and being here with Brody in the most beautiful setting I could imagine. Chapter 10. Early the next morning, I gathered all the women down on the beach for a bonding activity. Despite my career goals and my intense desire to impress Greta, I was torn over my growing feelings for Brody. My attraction to him had been a no-brainer due to his surfer good looks. Now that I was getting to know him, I'd learned he had this vulnerable sweet side, and my heart ached for that little boy who'd been deserted by his mom and the grown man who had lost his mentor. The sky was overcast today, with big dark clouds bunching up overhead as far as the eye could see. As a result, the bay had turned slate gray with choppy waves crashing against the beach. The ominous feel of the air made my skin prickle, and I became hesitant to bond with anyone. The other women stood huddled in small bunches, clothed in sweats and hoodies against the biting wind. Maybe they felt uneasy, too. Only Greta seemed cheerful this morning, with a big grin plastered on her perfectly painted face. She held her arms wide as she spoke. Backup buddies are essential in an independent woman's life. Friends give us support and remind us we should shine in everything we do. As Greta went on about the advantages of friendships, I shot Charlie a glance, thinking about what our friendship meant to me back in high school. She'd always been the life of the party, and there was never a dull moment with her. Weekends ended up being a bit crazy, because we never knew what ideas she'd have up her sleeve. I missed her excitement for life. One time, Wendy, Megan, and I had spent the night at Charlie's house, and she decided we must drive to LA at 1 a.m. so we could be the first in line for this hot new breakfast place that was all the rage with celebrities. We arrived at the restaurant in time, but after checking the menu, we'd only been able to afford orange juice and a plate of bacon to share. We'd made that food last for 2 full hours, which was totally worth it since we'd spotted 9 different celebrities. Only Charlie had enough courage to ask for autographs, though. The allure and glamour of celebrity status turned out to be Charlie's downfall. Due to her ex's music success, she had to live through a celebrity's reality with tabloids spilling every dirty detail of her crumbling marriage, exposing her pain to the world. Guilt washed through me that I hadn't been there for her. As Greta finished her speech, I decided to make sure Charlie and I were partners for the trust exercises. Olivia, Greta sang, enunciating all 4 syllables, as always. I know these ladies can't wait to see what you have planned for our day of friendship building. Thank you, Greta. I nodded to Greta, then pulled out my copy of Men, Who Needs Them? That I'd reread last night in bed. First, I'd like to read a passage from Greta's book. When women develop the deep bonds of friendship with other women, they're able to have the emotional connections they desire without relying on a man. My mind shifted to Brody, and I wondered why Greta felt we could depend on a woman but not a man. Weren't people individuals? So, how did trustworthiness hinge on gender? Realizing I'd paused, I glanced up at the ladies, and everyone was staring at me. Oops. I turned back to the page I'd been reading. The bonds of women are strengthened the most when they participate together in activities that build trust. Trust is the basis of any relationship. Psychologists agree that when trust is broken in a relationship, women have a hard time moving beyond the rift, and often the relationship ends. Because other women are more likely to understand the need for trust in relationships, the friendships that arise between women can create a sisterhood of security, love, and acceptance. Clearly, Greta had trust issues with someone in her life, maybe even Brody's uncle, Scotty Mitchell, but her words made so much sense. Building trust was the basis of a strong friendship, so that was the goal of our activity, to build trust, to bond, and to create lasting friendships. Today is all about trust, ladies, I said, glancing quickly at Greta for approval. When she nodded, a feeling of confidence wafted over me. We're going to partner up and lead one another through 3 different trust exercises. There might be a part of you that wants to resist. Trusting another person who you're just getting to know can be scary and counterintuitive, but that's why we're all here, right? We want to move past our insecurities, break down boundaries, and build lasting bonds. So, let's partner up. Choose the person closest to you, I instructed. I'd positioned myself beside Charlie before I made this announcement, but just as I turned toward her, Greta linked her arm through Charlie's. Looks like we'll be paired together, Greta sang. I had to admit that sing-song voice, which used to sound happy and confident, was starting to grate on my nerves. Recovering quickly, I saw that Janine didn't have a partner, so I stepped toward her. We need to show everyone what to do, I said, unable to keep the tension out of my voice. Anything you need, she said, wearing a concerned look. Janine and I positioned ourselves down the beach where everyone could see us. "Okay, ladies," I said, loudly while clapping my hands together to get everyone's attention. "For the first activity, we're going to do a trust fall. Taking turns, one person will close their eyes, arms over her chest. And their partner will catch them as they fall backward. Watch us." Quickly, I turned around, closed my eyes, and crossed my arms over my chest. Then I tried to let go of my inhibitions as I fell back, expecting Janine to catch me. Instead, my head knocked into something hard and I landed in the sand. I turned around to see that Janine had fallen back for me to catch her. I groaned. Struggling to my feet, I forced a laugh. "And that's exactly what you should not do," I said. "Make sure you are communicating while building trust." The others chuckled along with me and soon settled in trying the first activity. I turned to Janine, offered my hand, and helped her to her feet. She was still holding her head. "Do we have to try again?" she moaned. "Yes, we're the example for everyone," I said, feeling determined to build trust and master this event. This time, we decided I'd fall back first, and we were able to catch each other without further incident. I glanced over to see Greta catch Charlie, and I felt a flash of annoyance. "We have 2 more activities to get through." My gaze moved over to Charlie and Greta. The two of them were talking. Charlie was talking about something with a more upbeat expression than usual, and Greta laughed at whatever she'd said. As I wondered why Greta wanted to pair with Charlie, my cell phone buzzed in my pocket. "One sec, I told Janine, fishing my cell out to find a text from my dad, need your advice. What should I buy your mom for her birthday?" I stared down at the seemingly innocuous message, written all in caps, proving my father didn't understand text messaging very well. Feeling my chest tighten, I typed back a message and hit send. "Maybe you should take a break from getting her gifts since you're separated. If anything changes, you can always give her something extra for Christmas." Just as I was turning back to Janine, my phone pinged again. "You think we'll be back together by Christmas?" Tears of frustration blurred my eyes. Why couldn't he accept that things weren't going to work out? Things may have seemed perfect before, but she'd left him. Hadn't the trust in his relationship been broken irreparably? With my parents' impending divorce circling my brain, I stuck the phone back in my pocket. My voice cracked as I explained the second activity, a trust walk, where one partner is blindfolded and the other gives instructions on walking safely around the beach. As everyone began, I closed my eyes and listened to Janine's instructions. "Take 3 steps forward," she said. "Good, now take 1 step to the left." "No, I mean to the right." "Wait, I meant my right." "Go left." I surged left, tripped backward over something, and felt my feet fly high above my head. My back crashed against the cold sand, and pain ricocheted down both of my legs. I yanked off the blindfold and glanced at Janine, who had her index finger and thumb spread to make an L shape. "So sorry, I've never been good at directions," she said, helping me to my feet. "Maybe next time mention that before we start," I suggested, hoping I didn't have a huge bruise from the fall. Hearing laughter, I glanced over at Charlie and Greta, who seemed to have mastered the exercise perfectly. I had to admit they made a good team, but I wasn't sure why that bothered me so much. Greta's cell phone conversation on the beach rolled through my brain, and an odd feeling of apprehension swept over me. But I pushed that feeling out of my mind, deciding I was being paranoid. After everyone finished the second exercise, I called us into a group, so we could do the final activity. This is called the human knot. Grab a hand of a person across the circle. Do not cross your arms. Once we are all tangled, we will untangle ourselves. This will require us to talk to each other and listen well. Once we were set, Greta took charge, dismissing me as leader. She told the ladies where they should move, and my throat tightened because she didn't seem to trust me. Under her guidance, we got even more tangled. I thought about chiming in, but didn't want to upset Greta or make her more disappointed in me. Suddenly, Erin yelped. She turned toward Charlie. "You pinched me," she said. Charlie's brows came together. "No, I didn't." "Well, I quit," Erin snapped, yanking her hands out of the circle. "I don't trust Charlie." "Now, ladies," I said, my heart sinking. We were so blowing this trust exercise. "Let's work through this little road bump with good communication and then we'll all feel better." "Erin should apologize to Charlie," Greta interjected. "Accusations do not create trust and we should all remember that for future relationships." She glanced at her watch. "Maybe it's time we head back up to the house." Everyone stepped back from the circle, looking relieved, then they trudged up the beach toward the stairs. I just stared after them with a knot sitting in the pit of my stomach. This activity had failed miserably, and Greta would probably blame me for that even though the ladies seemed to enjoy the first 2 exercises in which I'd been in charge. "I'll get snacks ready." Janine touched my arm, then hurried toward the stairs. I stood rooted in that spot, unable to move, racking my brain to figure out how things went so wrong. Morning had only just begun and I already feared Greta might get rid of me. Seriously, could this day get any worse? Suddenly, I heard laughter coming from the shore. I turned toward the noise by the large rocks Brody and I had hidden behind. I recognized that deep husky laugh. Sure enough, I caught a glimpse of Brody. I raised my hand to wave, but his attention was glued to someone else, Ms. Blonde Bikini. She was fully clothed this time, looking perfect and dainty in jeans and a V-neck sweater. Their heads were bent together, her hand was on his forearm, and they were both laughing. After stumbling across the sand, I then sprinted back toward the house where all I wanted was to climb into bed and forget that bonding wasn't for me. Just when I had reached out, I fell, figuratively and literally. I couldn't trust Greta, or Janine, and under no circumstances could I ever trust Brody. Chapter 11. A luxury independent women's retreat should have been the perfect place to push a man from my mind. The major wrinkle? We'd invited Brody and his friends to join our event today as temptation teasers. Freaking temptation teasers. Why had I ever opened my big mouth about inviting the guys to hang with us? Talk about torture. To get through this day, pushing Brody out of my mind was the only possible option. As I put on a pair of jeans and my old cowboy boots, I told myself that horseback riding in the mountains would be the perfect way to clear my head, and it didn't matter that Brody, and his enticing grin, would be there. I buttoned up a fitted flannel shirt to complete my outfit, then fixed my long hair in a single French braid, securing it with a rubber band at the base of my neck. The stretch limo pulled up outside the mansion promptly at 9 in the morning to take us to the mountain ranch where we'd rented the horses. The guys would be meeting us there. I'd hoped to sit by Charlie in the limo. Greta seemed to have other ideas, though, and asked me to ride up in the front passenger seat with the driver so I could give him directions. Since the driver, and everyone else in the modern world, had GPS, I could only assume Greta was trying to get rid of me. Why, I had no clue, but to say my feelings were hurt would be an understatement. But I plastered on a wide smile and climbed in the front seat. The limo driver was a nice guy from San Jose, who apparently worked the second job in order to pay for his kids' college education. We chatted as the limo climbed up into the mountains, and I eventually admitted to him my insecurities over having never finished my bachelor's degree. At that time, I had no idea what I wanted to do for a living and couldn't pin down a major after my general education studies were complete at the local community college. The driver noted I seemed to be doing quite well. Little did he know my days as Blue Moon Bay's premier event planner were very likely numbered. Hello? I wasn't even allowed to sit with the group. So demoralizing. The guys were already waiting when we arrived at the ranch, and there was a sense of general enthusiasm from the ladies. I, on the other hand, had no idea how to make things right with Greta. Really, she was the one who'd blown that last trust exercise. Not me. Obviously, I couldn't tell my boss that had been her fault, though. The ranch owner, Lance, gathered everyone in a rough circle and introduced himself to the group. Then he waved his arm over his shoulder. "We've got your mounts right this way," he said. As I plodded toward the corral, Brody fell into step beside me, putting a hand on the small of my back. "Good morning," he said. "Morning," I said, hating how much I loved the feel of his touch. I quickened my pace until his hand fell to his side. He had a lot of nerve thinking we could keep on going the way we had been. I'd seen him cozying up with Ms. Blonde Bikini yesterday. And, sure, she hadn't been wearing a swimsuit the last time I saw her, but I still didn't know her name. More importantly, I didn't want to know her name. He gave me his sexy, lazy grin, making my belly dance. But I refused to fall for him. Thankfully, Brody and I were separated as the ranch hands helped us onto our horses. My horse turned out to be a large black gelding named Soot. There was a white star on his forehead, but the rest of him was dark as midnight. As I settled into the saddle, Brody rode up beside me. He winked at me. "Lovely lady, I'd say you were made to ride that horse." "Your horse isn't so bad either," I said. Too bad I couldn't say the same about its rider. I pulled the reins to the side, giving my horse a little squeeze with my heels so I could move away from Brody and find Charlie. Riding next to Charlie would serve two purposes: I could resurrect our friendship, and I could keep my distance from Brody. Before I could get over to Charlie, though, Lance led us onto the trail. I had no choice but to fall in the line. I spotted Charlie up ahead, riding beside the firefighter who had taken care of her hand at the Bring Forth Fire event. A small smile tugged at the corners of my mouth at seeing her look so happy. "Hey, lovely lady," came Brody's husky voice just behind me. "Got a question for you." Startled, I glanced over to see Brody beside me again. "Yeah? What is it?" His horse trotted up beside me so that we were even as we rode along. "Am I dressed appropriately as a temptation teaser?" he asked. "Huh?" I'd wanted to avoid looking at him, but I glanced over at him anyway. He had on a red checkered shirt tucked into his boot-cut and fitted jeans, and he wore a huge belt buckle embossed with a cow skull. His outfit was accented with a bolo tie and a black leather cowboy hat. In short, Brody looked like a hot cowboy. In fact, looking around, I realized that all the guys had dressed in a similar fashion. "Who dressed you guys, anyway?" "I guess you could say my grandma did." Brody tipped his hat at me, then the corners of his mouth curved upward. "My grandparents own this ranch." When I asked her what we should wear to set the mood as temptation teasers for Greta's event, Grandma told us to take our pick from their general store. Very funny about the temptation teasers. I tossed him an annoyed look at the same time my stomach twisted. My brows came together and I glanced over at him. "You didn't really tell your grandma about the temptation teasers, did you?" He took in my worried look, then shrugged. "I might have left that part out." "Good," I said, then released the breath I'd been holding. Despite my complicated feelings toward him, I didn't want his grandma thinking badly of me. Plus, I only came up with that term in a last-ditch attempt to save my job. "What's going on, Olivia?" he asked, his tone unusually sober. "You upset with me about something?" "No," I lied, but my voice cracked. I glanced over at him. But the confused look on his face made my stomach curl. Suddenly I couldn't hold the words in any longer. I saw you with that woman on the beach and I shook my head. Forget it. He turned in his saddle, his gaze intent. What woman? I heaved an exasperated sigh, then blurted, Ms. Blonde Bikini. My face heated immediately, and I couldn't believe I'd said her nickname aloud. I looked around to make sure nobody could hear, but we'd fallen behind everyone on the trail and the closest horses were 4 or 5 horse lengths ahead of us. Would you like some snacks, handsome? I asked, using my best imitation of her. That woman. Blonde Bikini, he repeated, wearing an amused look. Recognition dawned and he gave a laugh. You mean Taylor? Ugh, she even has a perfect name, I groaned. Everyone knew guys loved women's names that could also be used as a man's name. I was toast. There's no way I can compete with a girl like that. Trust me, I've tried to in the past and it ended badly. Taylor's my ex, he said, his expression turning serious. My chest squeezed all the way to my belly, and switching to a trot didn't help. I pulled the reins and he fell back into a walk. Ex? You brought your ex? Trust me, you've got nothing to worry about. She and I are still good friends. We've worked together for a long time. You mean she's a firefighter? I asked. Then, I watched him nod. This was getting worse by the minute. The woman saves people's lives? She's a hero. And I'm a woman who has to call the neighbors temptation teasers just so my boss doesn't kin me. He chuckled, but I couldn't see what was amusing. Finally, he said, Look, Taylor and I grew up together. She's more like my sister than anything else. We dated for a few months, but then it was over. She's here for the getaway. Not for me. Besides, I heard she's totally in love with someone, and I for one completely approve. I glanced over at Brody, his handsome face covered in shadows as we made our way through a grove of cypress trees. He'd said Taylor was at his house for the getaway and I needed to believe him. Like Charlie up ahead laughing with the other man, maybe I needed to put into practice what I was preaching and try to trust Brody. Sighing, I felt like a complete and total idiot. I'm sorry, Brody. I've been stressed with this whole retreat thing. I'm new to the event planning business. I mean, I've had some difficult clients, but nobody nearly as demanding as Greta. Plus, I've been trying to reconnect with Charlie, but nothing's working. His forehead wrinkled. Charlie is. She was my best friend back in high school. We haven't spoken in years, and I don't quite know how to deal with that. I squeezed the saddle horn with one hand and nodded toward her direction with my chin. Your buddy seems to be taking a liking to her. Wyatt's a good guy, Brody assured me, watching them ride up ahead together. Then he turned back to me. So what's the deal with you and Charlie? I chewed on the inside of my cheek before answering. We used to be really close. After we graduated from high school, she moved away and we lost touch. I've been hoping to reconnect with her, but I keep putting my foot in my mouth. I wanted to learn so much from this retreat. Instead, I feel like I'm barely keeping my head above water. He fell silent for a minute or two, wearing a contemplative expression. Finally, he said, sometimes situations like this can make you feel helpless. When I was a kid, I spent most days at my best friend Kevin's house. His mom, Carol, was almost like a real mom to me. One night I was sleeping over their house, and there was a fire. Kevin's dad was out of town and his mom made sure we both got out, along with Kevin's sister. But when she went back in to save their cat, the roof fell in on top of her. His voice thickened with emotion. She never made it out. I'm so sorry, I murmured. That's why I became a firefighter. It was the only way I could stop feeling helpless. He tipped the bill of his hat back and shrugged. Instead of focusing on what went wrong, I decided to do something I could make right. If that makes any sense. Maybe I needed to stop focusing on what went wrong and by my own standards do something right? It does. I fiddled with the reins in my hand and couldn't help but feel a swell of admiration for him. He didn't dwell on the fact that his mother had left him, but accepted the love that was given to him in life. In that moment, my heart squeezed, and I knew I really liked him. Deeply. She must have been a wonderful woman for you to honor her memory like that. She was the best, he said, the corners of his mouth turning up. Once, I brought up how my mom had left me, and she said, "People make mistakes. Forgive and move on, or you're gonna miss the good stuff." My mom never did come back, but I took Carol's advice and stopped being bitter. Never realized how that resentment affected me until I let it go. We rode in comfortable silence the rest of the way, then said goodbye to each other. In the limo, I rode in the front seat next to the driver on the way back to the mansion, and he asked about our ride. I told him the experience was lovely, and I meant it. Greta had scheduled a catered dinner on the beach for this evening, but for some reason she'd had Janine stay behind to confirm all the arrangements instead of me. I'd set everything up with Scotty's seafood restaurant weeks ago, but the switch felt like a slap in the face because she preferred to have Janine handle the setup for dinner. Greta didn't know I'd hired Scotty's, but I'd booked them weeks ago before I knew Greta's history with Scotty. I doubted she'd notice who had catered the food, anyway. Once we arrived home, I showered, then changed into a little black dress with a swirly skirt before heading down to the beach. At the top of the stairs, I saw Brody approaching, and my breath caught in my throat. He wore a white, collared shirt tucked into black pants, and his golden hair was swept back with a few strands falling over his forehead. He caught sight of me and whistled. "You look amazing, lovely lady." "Thanks," I said, feeling suddenly shy. I'd been in such a rush, I hadn't had time to use the hair straightener on my long red strands. I worried they hung in frizzy waves over my shoulders, but Brody didn't seem to notice a problem. Happy dance. We walked down the stairs together, and the scene that spread out along the bottom was nothing short of spectacular. The white luxury tent had little fairy lights strung around the perimeter. Through the open flap, I saw the table set with beautiful china and silvery cutlery. The guests stood around holding champagne flutes and making conversation filled with laughter. A chilly wind blew through the evening air, making me shiver. Brody slipped an arm around me, pulling me close to his warmth, and I didn't protest this time. We paused at the bottom of the stairs, and I lifted my lashes to look up at him. The corner of his mouth hitched up, then he leaned down, and I knew he was going to kiss me. Sudden shouts drew our attention and both of us pulled back at the same time. We stared at each other a moment, then slowly turned toward the shrieking. Greta stood outside the tent, hands on her hips, and her chin jutting up toward a tall handsome man who looked oddly familiar. "This is a terrible mistake. Huge. I would never have hired you, even if your restaurant were the last source of food on earth. I meant what I said when I left. I never want to see you again, and that includes right now." "I'm not exactly thrilled about seeing you either," the man responded, gesturing wildly with his hands. "You're the most unreasonable woman I've ever met. If I'd known you would be here, I surely wouldn't have come myself. Your organizer arranged to have my best service for this event, which is the only reason I came to supervise. I have her name here somewhere." Brody's arm dropped to his side. "That's my uncle, Scotty Mitchell. Is Scotty's Seafood catering the dinner here tonight?" My face drained of all feeling. "Oh, no." The arguing continued with each of them spouting back a comment more insulting than the one they'd received. The scene was like watching a tennis match with words and insults lobbing back and forth fairly evenly matched. I couldn't decide who was winning. Brody glanced over at me in confusion. Why is Greta upset with Scott? I hired them before the retreat. Before I knew, I pressed my hands over my face and moaned, before daring to look up at Brody. Scotty Mitchell broke Greta's heart, inspiring her to write her bestseller Men Who Needs Them. Since the two of them broke up, she's made millions with that book, convincing women they don't need a man. You're never going to believe this. Brody let out a low whistle, then put his hands on both of my shoulders. My uncle was dumped for no reason a few years ago, and he's never gotten over her. See how he's spewing anger at her right now? Know where all of that passion comes from. My uncle Scotty is still in love with Greta. My hand slowly rose to cover my mouth. I had no idea what to make of Brody's comments, but I knew I was in a lot of trouble. It appeared that Scotty Mitchell had just located his notes on who had booked his catering services, and he handed the paper to Greta. Then she read the sheet, looked up from the paper, and her gaze moved around slowly, then landed on me. Gulp. Chapter 12. I blinked awake as the sunlight streamed through the window, bathing me in a soft, warm glow that was in direct contrast to the state of my life. Every muscle in my body tightened and I longed to be unconscious again rather than face Greta's wrath. After last night's shouting match with Scotty, she disappeared. You'd think I'd be glad I hadn't been fired yet, but the waiting only intensified the jitters welling inside me. Brody had been a huge support last night, assisting me in making sure everyone was having a good time. A lot of the women showed surprising concern for Greta after her outburst with Scotty. I hadn't even noticed her making friends. Many of the ladies asked if they could help, but I told them the situation might be better if Greta had some space. Seemed like almost every decision I incorporated into this retreat twisted into a knot of mistakes. I hoped my suggestion to give Greta space didn't fuel her anger. Pulling my quilt up tightly around my neck, my mind drifted back to the horseback ride with Brody. I really admired the way he had taken such a hopeless situation in his life and turned his loss into something so positive. Not only had he never known his own mother, but he'd lost the woman who had become a second mom to him. I wanted to be that kind of person, who could make something positive out of something that seemed hopeless. With that in mind, I sat up in bed and whipped the covers off of me. Why waste any more time worrying about my friendship with Charlie? It was time to take action and talk to her and not let anything stop me this time. I pulled on a pair of sweats, then I scurried to the dining room where we kept the breakfast spread. On the sideboard were china plates, sterling silver cutlery, crystal goblets, and a lavish array of breakfast foods. A grand chandelier hung from the ceiling above the dining table. Each time I walked in, I gazed out the bank of windows taking in the spectacular view of Blue Moon Bay below, which sparkled as if infused with glittering diamonds. I helped myself to a plate, happy to see Charlie sitting at the far end of the table, eating a bagel with smoked salmon, capers, and cream cheese. She was sipping a mimosa when I came over, and she glanced up and gave me a brief smile. I took that as an encouraging sign, and set down my plate. Suddenly, I was starving, and couldn't wait to devour my eggs, bacon, and toast. Inhaling deeply, I asked, "Mind if I sit with you?" "Not at all." She gestured to the many empty chairs around her. Only a couple of the ladies were up yet, and they had taken their plates out on the terrace. Glancing down at my plate, I wrinkled my nose. I'll be hitting the gym when this retreat's over. I can't believe how much I've been eating. It's got to be stress. I've always eaten my feelings when I'm stressed. Do you remember in high school how I used to keep a stash of donut holes in my locker? I won't fit into any of my clothes after these 2 weeks are over. She glanced up again with a bemused smile on her face. You look great, Olivia. I wouldn't worry too much about a few pounds. Encouraged by her support, I plunged ahead, taking another bite. Charlie, listen, I acted like a complete bonehead when I met you outside the limo on our first day. After all that's happened over the years, I was just nervous at seeing you again. Her gaze fell to her plate and the corners of her mouth turned downward. You mean because Rex made me famous? Or should I say infamous? Partly, I admitted, feeling sublimely lame. I took a deep breath, deciding to be completely honest. You know that day we were doing the friendship activity with the trust exercises? I realized how much I miss you. We were best friends in high school. I regret we lost touch. Her almond brown eyes widened. I feel the same way. Really? Adrenaline rushed through me. I wasn't even there for you when you were going through your divorce. Megan, Wendy, and I talked about calling you. We just didn't know how to reach you. But we should have tried harder and found a way. That's not your fault. Her eyes watered. It's not like my number's listed. And I'm not on social media, I totally avoid the internet. Besides, I'm equally guilty of cutting you out, she said, her voice shaky. Everything was all about Rex for so long. When he cheated, I was so embarrassed I couldn't face anyone from our old group. You have nothing to be embarrassed about, I said, firmly, reaching for her hand. He's the slime ball. Part of me couldn't believe I'd just called Rex Rockwell a slime ball, but saying my thoughts felt good. Really good. It must have been so hard for you, feeling like you couldn't reach out to us. I really do wish I could have been there for you. But I'm here now. That means so much. She squeezed my hand, then swiped at the tears falling down her cheeks. I've missed you. My throat tightened as I scooted out of my seat and wrapped my arms around her slender shoulders. She hugged me back immediately, and the walls between us crumbled. I've missed you, too, I said, meaning every word. As we settled back into our seats, she dabbed under her eyes with her linen napkin. You know, I haven't been there for you either. What you're going through with your parents. I'm here if you want to talk about that or anything else that's bothering you. My stomach tightened, and I inhaled sharply. Did I want to talk about all the things that had been building up since we'd arrived? The problems were pressing against the steel wall I'd so carefully crafted to hold the pain in, but suddenly the dam broke. My dad won't accept that he and my mom's relationship is over, and that breaks my heart, I said quietly. That's surprising about your mom. She dropped her chin on her fist, shaking her head. Your parents were always so good together. But I know what it feels like to have a marriage that looks perfect when, in reality, everything's crumbling. I'm sorry, Olivia. My dad keeps texting me asking for advice on ways to get my mom back. It's been stressful, and with this retreat. I have so much at stake here with my career. I bit my lip, glancing over my shoulder to make sure Greta hadn't come in. I dropped my voice. If I impress Greta, then my event planning business will be set for years to come. But the way things are going, I shook my head, helplessly. What do you mean? Her brows furrowed. I think the retreat's going really well. I'm happy to sneak in a good word with Greta if you think my opinion will help. I smiled at her gratefully. Thanks. I'd really appreciate a good word from you. She seems to adore you. Not a problem. She patted the table as if the matter were settled, then a mischievous look crossed her features. Now, tell me something I've been dying to know. What's going on with you and that hottie, Brody? A small laugh escaped. Here I thought I was being so sly. I don't know exactly, but I really like him. I think he likes me, too. We've been flirting since before the retreat, and he almost kissed me last night. Oh, wow. I sound giddy, like I'm in 7th grade, don't I? Her grin widened. Kind of, but in a good way. Now it's your turn to tell me what's going on with your hot firefighter. I smiled, having forgotten how nice it felt to share everything with Charlie when it came to guys. His name is Wyatt. Isn't that a perfectly normal name? She asked, a gleam forming in her eyes. And he's just so normal. I said that already, didn't I? She giggled. Can you tell I miss having a regular everyday life? He's sweet, for sure. He's also, what's the word? Humble. I've never actually been with a humble guy before. Rex wasn't even humble before he hit it big, and his ego's the size of the Grand Canyon now. She put a hand to her mouth. I can't believe how good it feels to talk to someone I trust completely. My vision blurred again. Her trust meant a lot since she'd obviously had friends who sold her conversations to tabloids. Here I thought Charlie and I needed the trust exercises, when in reality we'd secured our faith in each other years before. No matter how much time had passed, we knew each other inside and out. She got quiet for a minute. An odd look crossed her face, something bittersweet. You still have feelings for him, I said softly. Stupid, isn't it? After all he's put me through. She fiddled with her fork, then set it down again. I'll probably always have feelings for him. When we got married, I thought we'd be together forever. But, in truth, things weren't great even before he cheated on me. She shrugged, tilting her head. That's why I kind of admire your dad for trying to win your mom back, even if you think it's a futile endeavor. He still loves her, so why should he give up? I hadn't thought of it that way, I said. Things seem so impossible, but you're probably right. He won't know unless he tries. After a few moments of silence, she scooped up a bit of salmon. Greta wants me to let her write a book about Rex. A tell-all. She keeps saying retelling my story would be cathartic for me. That writing men, who needs them, helped her get over her ex, for good. She says all I have to do is share the stories, and she'll do the rest. Greta's strange phone call came back into my thoughts. She must have been speaking with her publisher, who was probably urging Greta to convince Charlie to write this tell-all about Rex. Greta's name was already huge, so add in a celebrity to the mix and the book would be a guaranteed bestseller. From the strained expression on Charlie's face, I could tell she was torn about whether or not to write the book. Are you going to say yes? I asked. Honestly? I don't know, she said, and shook her head. We lapsed into a comfortable silence, and it felt good to be talking to Charlie again. I was about to ask her more about the tell-all when Greta walked in. We both turned in her direction, then my heart dropped into my stomach. Instead of being precisely put together, Greta appeared disheveled from head to toe. There was no way she'd come down to breakfast looking like that unless something was really wrong. My dream was doomed. Chapter 13. An hour ago, the frazzled version of Greta I'd seen at breakfast made my blood run cold. Not only did I need to worry about keeping my job, now I had to make sure the retreat's leader hadn't completely fallen apart. As I stepped out of the shower, I recalled how Greta had entered the dining room, loaded a plate with eggs, set her breakfast untouched on the table, then ran from the room sobbing. My confident mentor had turned into a quivering mess. I needed to check on Greta to make sure she was all right, but the women were gathering and anxious to begin today's exercise. I pulled my hair into a low ponytail at the base of my neck and thought about the scheduled activities for today: relaxation, journaling, and baking bread with each other. Chapter 7, a confident woman makes healthy food for herself, giving her body the energy she needs to succeed. Maybe Greta should bake a dozen loaves. Since we were staying at the mansion, I put on jeans, a white top, and a black cardigan. Around my neck, I clasped my delicate four-leaf clover necklace that Charlie had given Wendy, Megan, and me right after graduation. She told us that wearing our necklaces would bring us luck and keep our friendship solid forever. I'd brought the necklace with me on a whim, and the piece felt right hanging just under my clavicle. Time to check on Greta. With soft steps, I walked down the hallway to her room and knocked lightly on the door. Greta? It's Olivia. May I come in? Why not, she said, her tone flat. Alarm bells sounded in my head, but I eased the door open and slipped inside. I knew what getting your heart broken felt like, and I understood how holding that hurt inside made anger grow. Greta sat on the bed, her dark bangs sticking out in all directions. She wore a pair of sweats and a wrinkled shirt that was half tucked in. Her eyes were red and swollen. Wads of used tissues surrounded her on the comforter with a fresh box sitting on her lap. She didn't look like a confident, independent woman who succeeded fine without a man. She looked like a woman with a shattered heart who had no idea how to pick up the pieces so she could heal. I stepped past littered candy wrappers and an empty ice cream carton, then sat down gingerly on her bed. "Oh, Greta. Is there anything I can do?" I asked as gently as I could. "Do I look okay?" She turned her head and stared at me blankly, then raised her hand and fussed with her hair. I tried to think of something nice to say about her appearance, and failed. I noticed a hardback copy of her book on the nightstand, which was propped open with a shoe, and had a red stain that looked like wine on one of the pages. This was bad. I cleared my throat. "I think you'd feel a lot better if you stood up, took a shower, and got dressed. It's just like you say in Chapter 6, a confident woman who looks her best, feels her best. Now, you get ready while I clean up your room. Sound like a plan?" In answer, Greta fell backward onto the bed and moaned. "I can't sleep. I can't think. I can't do anything. I don't know what to do." Hadn't I just told her what to do? I snatched Men, Who Needs Them off the nightstand and flipped through the pages, trying to find a way to handle this. I glanced at Section 1, Independence from Men. Nope, she'd failed that test already. Section 2, Focus on Yourself. Yeah, the massive candy bar wrappers told me not to leave her alone right now. I turned more pages, stopping on Section 3, Focus on Friendships. Apparently, that was her only option. Since I was the only one here, she was stuck with me. I shut the book. Look, I know seeing Scotty again was upsetting, but sometimes it feels good to talk about things. Think of Section 3, and focus on friendships. I'm here for you. We all are. I paused, wondering if she was listening to me. Then she blinked, tears falling across her temples. Your book has helped so many women, Greta. It saved me after my last breakup. I understand what you're feeling. But you're our leader. You have to pull it together, because everyone here is looking to you as their guide. Greta clutched a wad of tissues to her chest. How can I guide anyone? She asked. Look at me. I'm a complete fraud, she wailed, then reached behind her pillow and pulled a half-eaten chocolate bar to her mouth. She bit off a chunk. No, you're not a fraud, I lied, then gaped as she chomped down the rest of the chocolate while lying on her back. Oh, I sure hoped she didn't choke on that candy. Not sure how good I'd be giving the Heimlich maneuver. Would you mind sitting up? Amazingly, she followed orders as she stuffed the last of the bar in her mouth. I've missed Scotty this whole time. Now seeing him again makes me feel like I'm dying inside. She grabbed a handful of tissues, buried her nose in them, then blew, making a sound like a foghorn. I want to forgive him and strangle him at the same time. I'm pathetic. Oh, Greta, I said as I sat down beside her on the bed. We all feel that way about a guy sometimes, but that doesn't mean you're pathetic. I reached out and took her hand, and she clutched onto me as another round of sobs racked through her body. Feeling this vulnerable woman convulse against my arm, I contemplated men. Who needs them? That book saved me when I needed strength. Now Greta needed help, and there was no way I'd let her down. I patted her back. Everything will be okay, Greta. You'll see. She wiped her red nose with a tissue, then sat up and dabbed at her swollen eyes. Can I tell you something, Olivia? She asked. Of course you can, I said. Seeing Scotty last night devastated me. She paused, shaking her head. But I don't want any of the other women to know I've fallen apart. It's too embarrassing. I squeezed her hand. You talk about the power of sharing and confession in your book. She gave me a shaky smile. Way to throw my words back in my face. Well, you're a wise woman. I smiled back at her, thinking of how angry she'd seemed last night, which reminded me that Brody had said Greta had broken up with Scotty and not the other way around. I held my breath, hoping I wouldn't be overstepping my bounds with my next question. Do you mind if I ask what happened between you and Scotty? Why did you two break up? Greta's eyes widened and she put a hand to her chest. I've never talked about our relationship with anyone. This is going to sound ridiculous coming from a best-selling author who preaches about confidence. But I don't have anyone I can talk to honestly. I don't really have any friends. As I stared at her, my chest tightened and my lips quivered. When heartache struck, I'd felt alone even though I had friends. I took a chance and said, You have me, Greta. I'll be your friend. Her eyes watered as she stared back at me. Finally, she stood up and removed something from a drawer. Then she handed me a framed picture of a handsome couple gazing into each other's eyes. We'd been together for 2 years when Scotty bought a boat. This makes me feel so stupid now, but I thought he was getting close to proposing. That is, until I saw him with a beautiful woman on his new boat. He and I were supposed to meet there later that night, but I arrived early and found them together. She had a bottle of champagne in one hand and 2 flutes in the other, so I knew that was a romantic rendezvous. Her jaw tightened. As much as I loved him, I couldn't put up with infidelity. I wasn't going to end up like my mother. I'm so sorry, I said, glancing down at the photo I held of the happy couple. I broke up with him that night, she said, her forehead wrinkling. I didn't give him the satisfaction of telling him I'd caught him, so I told him I needed to focus on my career. He at least had the decency to appear upset. Devastated even. He phoned me countless times, but I refused to take his calls. Breaking up with Scotty was the hardest decision I ever made. I can imagine. I handed her back the photo, wondering if it was possible Scotty hadn't been cheating on Greta. Although, the night rendezvous with that woman did sound pretty incriminating. Brody had seemed positive about Scotty's feelings. You could call Scotty and talk to him about what happened that night. Tell him how you feel, what you saw, and what you'd wanted. A confident woman communicates what she wants, right? Are you suggesting I forgive him for cheating? Her tone lifted incredulously. I can't forgive someone for betraying me like that. What if it happened again? No, once a cheater, always a cheater. I'd only seen Scotty from a distance, but he didn't strike me as the type of guy to cheat. Not that I was an expert or anything. If he hadn't cheated, then who was that woman on the boat with him? I was trying to think of a way to convince her to uncover the truth when she gripped both of my arms, wearing a look of desperate determination. I'm not to be trusted with my actions right now when my emotions are so volatile. I need you to take over the date escape completely. You just treat me like you would any of the other women on this retreat, she said almost frantically. Like what you did for Amy, pulling her out of the boat cabin and away from Pete. My face heated. Guess I hadn't given Greta's observation skills enough credit. I can't believe you saw that. I had a long talk with her afterward about being independent. Exactly. She gave a curt nod, then picked up her copy of Men, Who Needs Them, and held the book against her chest. She stroked the cover like it was a small pet. You have to remind me of everything I wrote in this brilliant book, and convince me that I don't need Scotty in my life to be happy. I'm so weak right now. If you don't help me, I might call him. Crawling back to a cheater will ruin my self-esteem forever. Promise that you can save me, Olivia. Once again, I wanted to suggest a conversation with Scotty Mitchell, but she grabbed onto my arm. The wild look in her eyes told me she was on the verge of a complete breakdown. She'd said reconnecting with Scotty and confirming his cheating would destroy her. Did I want to be responsible for ruining my mentor's self-esteem forever? No. That left me no choice. Not only did I have to pull off the rest of this retreat on my own, but I also had to rebuild our leader, too. If I failed as a professional event planner, then maybe I did belong at the market forever and Piper Lewis had been right to look down on me. That was not an option I could live with. So, I sucked in a deep breath and shook my mentor's trembling hand. You can count on me, Greta. I promise. Chapter 14. The next day, true to my word, I dragged Greta out of bed despite her protests to let her shrivel up into a dark ball that would never see the light again. On the plus side, she didn't cry or ask for a phone to call Scotty, so I hoped we might be making progress. Our next scheduled activity had to do with Section 1, Independence from Men. Based on my new understanding that Men, Who Needs Them, had been written in a state of rage, I considered how wise it was to hand an angry Greta the lug wrench tool we'd be using to change the tire on a car. I'd never changed a tire before, nor did I really want to learn, but I'd researched online and watched how-to videos. I'd invited our neighbors to join us, but that didn't include the mansion's owner, Scotty Mitchell. Greta would likely fail that temptation teaser. Or, she'd engage in another shouting match with him. Neither option boded well. Each of you has been assigned a car, ladies. I stood on the front doorstep and gestured to the 11 cars lining the driveway for our event. Then I glanced up to see our neighbors walking toward us. I spotted Brody right away, but he didn't see me at first. He and Wyatt were talking as they sauntered our way, and the corner of his mouth rose at something Wyatt said to him. Suddenly, he glanced over, and his gaze met mine. Electric darts zapped my belly and the breath left my chest. Talk about a temptation teaser. Yum. I didn't even want to resist. But, sadly, I needed to prove to Greta she wasn't a fraud. How many of you have changed a tire before? I asked, as everyone gathered around me. Surprisingly, none of the women raised a hand, yet all of the men did. No wonder stereotypes were alive and well in Blue Moon Bay. Well, after today everyone will be raising their hand. My gaze darted to Greta, who had taken my advice by dressing in jeans and a blouse. Her hair was pulled back into a simple ponytail. Other than the dark circles under her eyes, her face looked composed and she appeared fine. Not like a woman still devastated by her ex, even though they'd broken up several years ago. I needed to ask Brody if he'd heard anything else about what went down between Scotty and Greta. Please use the laminated instructions Janine passed out to you, I said, holding up the copy in my hand. Also, remember that our neighbors are here for refreshments and conversation after we complete our work. They are not to help you with this task. Good luck. There was the usual clamoring and chaos as the women went to their assigned cars. I glanced over at Greta, relieved to see her moving toward her car. Oddly, I missed her usual commanding attitude and her calling me darling. I went to my assigned car, a little red sporty coupe. After checking my instructions, I opened the trunk and removed the lug wrench, jack, and spare tire. I took off the hubcap and fit the wrench onto the first nut as Brody moseyed over. He watched me in silence while I tried to turn the wrench, but the lug nut wouldn't budge. With a sigh, I glanced up at him. "You know what I'm doing wrong, don't you?" He made a circular motion with his finger. Counterclockwise. I checked my instructions again. Yep, he was right. I smiled. "I knew that. Just testing you." I figured. He smiled, then stepped closer as I turned the wrench in the correct direction. Never knew watching a woman change a tire could be this appealing. Even though he was talking about a tire, a shiver raced through me. "Just wait until I start pumping the jack," I joked, wiggling my brows. The sound of his chuckle sent a rush of warmth through me, and I suddenly remembered my parents met each other in a similar way. "You know, this is how my mom met my dad." "On a retreat?" he asked, pushing his hands in his pockets. "No, with a flat tire," I said, loosening the next lug nut. Only my mom had a real flat tire. She was driving to work on Halloween and had apparently dressed as a sexy baseball umpire. Hard for me to picture, but they were in college. Anyway, she pulled over to the side of the road with the flat and my dad stopped to help her. I smiled remembering the story. Dad said she had finesse and she liked baseball, the perfect combination. "Your dad sounds like a bit of a romantic." "Or he used to be," I said, feeling a flood of sadness well up inside of me. "They're splitting up now, remember? My mom said she wanted to be in love again. Whatever that means. My dad's been buying her flowers and trying to make her happy. It's sad." "I know," he said, moving closer and rubbing the small of my back in a very soothing way. "At least your dad hasn't given up. Might not be too late for them. Everything used to be perfect, though, and now." An anguished cry shrieked through the air, followed by the loud clang of a wrench hitting the pavement. I whipped my head around in time to see Greta cover her mouth with her hands, then run into the house as tears streamed down her face. "What was that all about?" Charlie asked from the car next to me. "She'll be fine," I said, loud enough for everyone to hear since they had all stopped working on their tires. Actually, Amy was sitting on her spare tire, chatting with Pete. "So not following instructions." I pointed to my tire. "Let's all finish our tasks, then break for refreshments." Charlie gave me a meaningful look, but I left the topic alone, knowing many of the women had come on this retreat to recover from heartbreak just like Charlie and I had. Greta needed a little privacy right now. That, or she just hated changing tires. I could feel Brody's gaze on me, and suspected he'd guessed what was wrong since he'd seen the argument between Greta and Scotty the other night. Man, she was really upset. "Yeah, it's too bad," I said, setting the jack under the car, moving it to several places until Brody pointed to the underside of the car by the passenger door. I smiled at him gratefully, then pumped the handle up and down to raise the jack. I felt a rush of joy as the car and wheel raised off the ground. I gazed up at Brody. "I'm getting the hang of this." "Good job," he said, then gave me a questioning sideways glance. I could tell from his expression he hadn't moved off the subject of Greta. I needed to help her. I'd be taking a huge chance by sharing her personal information, but I knew I could trust Brody. In that moment, I decided to confide in him. With the tire in the air, thanks to yours truly, Woot, I twisted the rest of a lug nut off and then started working the next lug nut. Greta's pretty upset over seeing Scotty again. I think it brought back all of her hurt feelings over the breakup. I sucked in a breath. Please don't share this with him, but she thinks he was cheating on her. His brows came together. No way. He's not that kind of guy. I pondered this, then on an impulse, blurted, "Do you think you could do me a favor?" "Name it." I put a hand on either side of the flat tire and pulled it off. When Greta told me about her breakup with Scotty, she mentioned a boat he'd bought, and she saw him on that boat with another woman. Late at night, if you get my meaning. "I know the boat," he said. He originally planned to name the boat after his girlfriend. After they broke up, he named the boat Bittersweet. I'm telling you, he's not over her. He watched me put on the spare tire. I feel lame just standing here, not helping at all. You're my moral support. I threw him a crafty smile, checked my instructions, then began twisting the lug nuts clockwise. Could you find out if he was or wasn't seeing someone else while he was with Greta? Maybe there's a logical explanation for why the woman was on the boat with him. Although, late at night sounds pretty suspicious. Don't you think? Sure, I can do that. Now, I'd like you to do a favor for me. My brows came together and I peeked at my directions again, delaying my answer. I pulled the handle out of the jack, then reinserted it to slowly rotate counterclockwise and release the hydraulic pressure until the car rested on the ground. Then I took the wrench and started tightening each lug nut. What kind of favor? I asked, glancing up at him. His blue eyes peered into mine. Go out on a date with me. Chills vibrated through me and I shivered. Even though I wanted to, I couldn't date during the retreat. What kind of hypocrite would I be? But as I glanced around, I saw some of the other women talking with their new friends, even Charlie and Wyatt. Unless I wanted to be guarded all my life, even bitter like Greta, I needed to let my guard down and go on another date. I finished tightening the last lug nut, then tapped the wrench against my opposite palm. I opened my mouth to say no, then blurted. Yes, I'd love to date you, Brody. He blinked once, twice, then the corners of his mouth curved upward. I smiled back at him. If my mentor could have a breakdown while I changed a car's tire and kept her retreat running smoothly, then this independent woman deserved and could choose to have a night off with Brody. Chapter 15. While waiting for Brody to pick me up outside the mansion that night, I changed my mind about our date 100 times. Sure, I'd snuck outside, making sure none of the other women saw me, but that didn't mean I wouldn't get caught. In Greta's current state, I had no idea how she'd react if she knew I was going on a date with Brody. She'd referred to all men as evil personified earlier, so I'm guessing her reaction wouldn't be good. Charlie was the only person who knew where I was going. She actually seemed excited about me sneaking out, claiming the act reminded her of our teenage years. I asked her to call me if an emergency came up, and she also agreed to keep an eye on Greta. What if Greta started bawling again and Charlie couldn't comfort her? What if Greta wanted me? I'd just convinced myself to call Brody to cancel when he pulled up in a big black truck. He hopped out of the driver's side, came around to the passenger's side, and opened the door for me. Couldn't stop thinking about you. Us. Tonight. My belly cartwheeled. How could I say no to him after that line? Me either, I said, climbing into his truck. The women were journaling today, so the retreat could obviously survive a few hours without me. I fastened my seatbelt. He pulled away from the mansion, driving down the long road away from the bluffs. I made reservations at the new restaurant at the inn at Blue Moon Bay. I hear good things about their menu. He grinned. Why are you smiling? My friend Wendy owns the inn. I gazed out over the crisp clear bay as we rounded a bend, then drove through a scattering of trees. You met her in the bar at Scotty's. Her boyfriend, Max, just opened the restaurant. I'm sure it's fantastic. He grinned at me. Small world. The drive in the early evening light made everything around me feel romantic in a warm, fuzzy way. When I started this week, I hadn't been looking to date and certainly not for romance. Even so, as I cast a sideways glance at Brody, I wondered if he really was as sweet as he seemed. Not the kind of guy who would dump me for his ex when my back was turned. But there had to be nice guys out there. My dad was a sweetie. Wendy's boyfriend was amazing. Brody had even said Wyatt and Scotty were good guys. I could only hope. As we pulled up to the valet station outside the restaurant, Brody helped me out of the truck. He leaned close and whispered, I knew Wendy owned the inn. I paid attention. A little zing zipped through me. He paid attention. To me. You did? I smiled, loving the tickle of his warm breath against my ear. He grinned in answer. As we entered the restaurant, I was pleased to see how well the space had turned out. The restaurant was long and narrow on its bay side wall, had windows on 3 sides, all with spectacular views of the bay. The walls were painted in pale green and silver, matching the upholstery, the carpet, and the intricate swirled wallpaper lining the back wall. Mr. Mitchell, we've been expecting you, the hostess said, breaking my thoughts. She led us to a cozy booth that overlooked the bay, which sparkled with hues of red, orange, and yellow in the glow of the setting sun. She set our menus in front of us, then left the wine menu next to Brody. May I get you a cocktail? A young man asked, materializing out of nowhere. Brody looked at me, raising his brows. Blue Moon Breeze, Olivia? A small laugh escaped. I remembered that was my I'm off the market drink, and I wasn't sure what my status was anymore. I wrinkled my nose. I'll wait and look at the wine menu. Same with me, he said. The man nodded. Take your time. Brody seemed able to read my thoughts because he said, You're not going to order your independent single woman's drink? I folded my hands on the table. Are you going to tease me all night? It's my guilty pleasure. Besides, if your beverage choice will compromise our evening, then I need warning. What if I wanted to kiss you goodnight? I melted a little bit and my tummy warmed. Kiss me? How long had it been since I'd been properly kissed? My guilty pleasure is reality TV, I said, trying to change the subject to keep the heat in my chest from rising to my face. All right, he said, acknowledging he knew I'd purposefully switched topics, and he'd let his question go unanswered. Reality TV is such a predictable guilty pleasure. You can tell me your true guilty pleasure. I can keep a secret. My face heated. Shoot. I debated whether or not to confess my true guilty pleasure. But an independent woman wouldn't be embarrassed. Fine, I said, leaning forward and splaying my hands against the tabletop. I like to dance to 90s music in my pajamas. Sometimes I sing, but my voice cracks a lot, so I don't like to torture the neighbors too often. Now that's what I'm talking about. He grinned, opening the wine menu. We'll have a dance party together sometime. My voice can crack on high notes with the best of them. I'd love to watch you bust a move while singing to the Spice Girls, I said with a laugh. I'm more partial to REM. Anyone sounds good singing their music, he countered. We laughed until the server returned, and we chose a bottle of wine to go with our dinner. Brody and I both ordered the salmon special, and I was amazed at how much we had in common. Throughout dinner he seemed to draw me out of my shyness and insecurities, making me share silly things that only my best friends knew about me. By the time dessert arrived, I felt completely relaxed with him. and part of my mind lingered on kissing those full lips. Tell me about men. Who needs them? He kept his tone light for such a serious subject, then he dug into his slice of apple pie. What man drove you to a book that extreme? You're not really asking me that, are you? I bit down on my forkful of flourless chocolate with raspberries, bummed that he'd caused me to revisit my past with Hunter. Brody and I had been having such a good time. I hated to ruin our fun with thoughts of my ex. When Brody just stared back at me, I sighed. What can I say? Hunter seemed like the perfect guy until he got back together with his ex-girlfriend. He flinched. Ouch. So that's why seeing me with Taylor bothered you. I glanced at my hands, not wanting to admit aloud I was jealous of anyone. Truthfully, I'd been more excited about the idea of Hunter. I waved my fork. Childhood friend returns from the big city, handsome and successful. I blew out a breath. Sounded lovely. Took me by surprise when he dumped me. He had all of these plans for our future, but I guess now he's making those plans with her. I shrugged, sinking my fork into the cake, then popping another bite in my mouth. What about you? Why did your last relationship end? His gaze held mine. Taylor's a great person, but I didn't love her. Oh, I said, inwardly flinching. Short and succinct. The poor woman. I couldn't imagine having a man like Brody in my life and then losing him. Men, who needs them? Wouldn't be enough. I'd have to join a nunnery, or something. My heart pinched as I looked into his beautiful blue eyes, but how could I be sure he could love anyone? Especially me. I'd been keeping him at bay since I met him, but suddenly the thought of not knowing him left an ache in my chest. Talk about ironic. What are you thinking? He asked, propping his chin on his fist. I'm picturing you doing the Macarena in your PJs, I joked, breaking the dark mood and setting my fork across my empty plate. I needed to move forward and not worry about the drama. Just have fun. That is going to be a sight to see. Brody chuckled as he paid the bill, even though I pointed out that an independent woman could pay for her own meal. He countered that I should save my money for 90s dance lessons since he was looking forward to our dance competition. He made me laugh, and when he suggested we take a walk along the beach beside the inn, I happily agreed. He took my hand as we strolled down the winding path around the restaurant and alongside the back of the inn. The path was lit on either side until we reached the manicured grass that stretched out toward the bluff. We descended the pebbled steps in silence, then we reached the beach below. Under the soft moonlight, black waves rolled toward shore and crashed on the sand in fingers of white foam. It's beautiful, I said. He paused and glanced my way. You're beautiful, Olivia. I tugged him forward. The fear of falling with no one to catch me felt raw inside me, so I kept my feet moving. I didn't want to be like Greta, or my dad, or Charlie. But even now, I knew I was falling for Brody. We turned down the beach and arrived at a familiar monument pushed against the bluff, which told the story of the legend of Blue Moon Bay. I'd read the plaque many times in my youth, hoping some of the magic would rub off on me and whichever boyfriend I was dating at the time. I knew the words on the metal plaque by heart. What's this? Brody asked, as we stopped beside the monument. You've never been here? I asked, then watched him shake his head. My fingers grazed the bronze lettering, and I could feel tingles of heat against my skin. This is the legend of Blue Moon Bay. I love this story. My friends and I used to dress up and recite the legend when we were kids, hoping our prince would come. I sighed with pleasure. It's just so romantic. You must get your romantic side from your dad. He smiled, shadows moving across his features with his back to the moonlight. Then he turned to the words that were glowing in the monument's small spotlight. He read, "One kiss, right here, under a blue moon will lead to love that lasts forever." He peered down at me. Good stuff. I shivered, loving the warm sound of his voice reciting the words I knew so well. I pressed my hands against the edge of the plaque, then lifted my lashes, biting my bottom lip. "Will you read the rest of the story?" He nodded, slipping his arm around my waist. Then he continued reading, "Know the history of two young people, the daughter of locals and the son of summer guests, who fell helplessly in love at this very beach. When their parents discovered their relationship, they were forbidden to see each other. His parents felt the working girl was beneath their son and her parents feared the scandal could ruin their business. But the night before the family was to return home, the son got a note to his sweetheart and they met here under the stars. He pleaded with her to wait a year for him to turn 18 and become a man, that until then they could write to each other in secret and he'd find a way for them to be together. The young girl knew their parents would never allow that to happen, though. She'd always obeyed her parents and wasn't strong enough to go against their wishes, even for the perfect love she shared with him. So, with broken hearts, they said goodbye to each other right here at this very spot. A blue moon hung in the night sky, illuminating their final kiss, and they promised to love each other always. Then they vowed that everyone who kissed at this exact point by the bay, under a blue moon, would be in love forever, and would never separate as they tragically had. When he finished reading the story, I could see that he was frowning. That wasn't the reaction I'd been expecting, so my brows came together as well. "What? Don't you think it's romantic?" I asked. This legend was one of my favorite treasures of Blue Moon Bay. We had so much in common, but now I felt surprised he didn't react to the story like I did. His arm tightened around my waist. "The story seems kind of sad, honestly. Two people in love who can't find a way to be together? Tragic." I squeezed his arm. "The sadness is what makes the legend so romantic. Their perfect romance was ruined by their parents' disapproval. Even though they couldn't be together, they vowed to love each other forever. I'm sure they did, too." Suddenly, Brody moved away from the plaque, facing the shore. The only sound was the rhythmic roar of the waves against the shore and my pounding pulse between my ears. I felt cold and empty without Brody's warmth against me. I stepped toward him. "Brody." He spun around and faced me. If I loved someone that much, I'd never leave her. Tingles shot through me from the passion in his tone. But he wasn't being realistic. Just look at how my parents' marriage turned out. "I think that's a nice sentiment," I said, slipping my hands into my jacket pockets to keep them warm. "But you never know what life might hold. To keep someone in your heart like they did, that's the true test of love." "I disagree," he said, moving toward me. He cupped my face in his hands, firmly. "Nothing in this world could take me away from the woman I loved." I gulped, my heart beating against my ribcage. The air between us felt thick and electric. "Pretend there's a blue moon out tonight. How would your legend go?" My breath rushed out, and the words hung there, the question waiting for an answer. The left side of his mouth hitched up. "Once there was a man and a woman." I pulled my hands out of my pockets, pressing them against his chest as he pulled me closer to him. "That's a nice beginning. I'm not finished." His hands moved to my shoulders, squeezing, before resting down at my waist. They met under bizarre circumstances. At first, the woman felt dating would conflict with her career. But after she got to know him a little better, she couldn't resist his charm. Laughter bubbled up inside my chest. "He sounds humble." "Most definitely." The corners of his mouth twitched. The man and the woman danced around their feelings until one night they came upon a legend with a tragic ending. His face sobered. This made the man realize he could not let their ending suffer the same fate. My breath caught in my throat as he dipped his head, his mouth brushing against my cheek. Tingles skittered across my skin, and my tummy fluttered uncontrollably. "I like you, Olivia." His voice sounded husky and strained, making me wonder if his heart might be pounding as hard as mine. "Enough to want to know you more." I lifted my lashes, heart pounding wildly now. What were we doing? What was I about to say? But I knew inside Brody was different. Me, too. The corners of his eyes crinkled. He bent closer to me, our mouths were so close I could feel the warmth of his breath on my lips. My breath caught and I held perfectly still. The smallest movement and his mouth would be on mine. But he waited, making every nerve ending in my body ignite with anticipation until I had to give in to the ache inside me. I arched into the pull of his arm against my back. Without a second thought, I pressed my lips to his. As soon as his mouth met mine, fireworks exploded in my belly, and a small sound escaped me. "Oh, wow." His lips were hot and firm against mine, his fingers digging into my waist as he slanted his head and parted my lips with his tongue. Brody tasted delicious, like apples and wine on fire. I wanted more of him. He murmured sweet words in my ear as we kissed over and over. I didn't know how long we stayed there by the shore, maybe an hour, maybe more, but when we finally pulled apart, chills continued to vibrate through my chest. There was no more denying I'd fallen for Brody. He had my heart in his hands, whether I'd wanted him to or not. Surrendering, I snaked my arms around his neck. "Now tell me what happens next in your legend," I whispered, my gaze darting over his beautiful face. "We make the next part up together," he said, brushing a strand of hair from my cheek and tucking it behind my ear. He pressed a kiss to my temple and then pulled me closer, resting his cheek on top of my head. I closed my eyes and sank into him, enveloped in his warmth as he made a comforting humming sound. I'd spent the week learning the reasons I didn't need romance in my life, and yet my heart had melted anyway. I didn't know what would happen when I got back to the mansion, but for now I'd savor this moment. Embraced in each other's arms under the pale moonlight, I snuggled deeper into Brody's arms, resting my cheek against his strong chest. I listened to his rhythmic breathing and steady pulse, soothing like the waves rolling against the shore. In this moment, nothing else mattered. I felt the magic of a new legend surround me, the promise of a perfect love that would never end. Chapter 16. My date with Brody last night had put me on an amazing high. Now reality was back this morning, and a feeling of dread settled over me. Greta's anguish over Scotty felt like looking in the mirror. We'd all been there before. Her current state of sadness reminded me of the downside to risking my heart. As the women trickled into the dining room for breakfast, I stared out at the spectacular views of the bay. That morning the local windsurfing club was out in full force, so the sparkling blue water was dotted with splashes of color pushing along the breaking waves by the gusts that brought the salty smell through our open windows. I'd had the caterer prepare stuffed French toast in various flavor profiles, and there was fresh squeezed orange juice with a hint of lemon zest. The combination brought out the citrus flavor to such an intense degree that I always ended up feeling like I'd eaten 10 oranges. I needed the boost of energy after staying out so late with Brody. Just as I finished off the last bite of tiramisu French toast, I heard sniffling coming from behind me. I turned to find Greta, wearing gray sweats and a sloppy ponytail. Her eyes and nose were red, and tears slipped down her cheeks. Before I could reach out to Greta, Aaron crouched down next to her, handing her a tissue. "Greta? Are you all right?" "You're very kind," Greta said. She accepted the tissue, squeezed the white paper in her hand, then promptly began sobbing. Her shoulders shook, and she couldn't get out a full sentence. Aaron glanced over at me and my gaze immediately darted around the room. Janine caught my eye and hurried over. "Can I help?" "Yes." I leaned close to her ear, so the others wouldn't hear. "I need to talk with everyone about what's on the agenda today. Would you mind taking Greta to her room? She doesn't appear to be up for activities this morning. Something's going on and she asked me to treat her like one of the guests." "Sure, whatever you need," Janine replied, giving me a warm smile. I smiled back. "Please get her dressed and put together. Then read her a chapter from Men Who Needs Them. For inspiration. Hopefully she'll feel better after you finish." "Thanks so much." "Not a problem," she replied, then put her arm around Greta and helped her leave the room. My heart broke for my mentor. I still couldn't believe we'd exchanged roles. But I'd made her a promise, and I wouldn't let her retreat fall apart while she was grieving. She'd never forgive me. Maybe allowing herself to grieve in front of other women had more healing powers than going through heartbreak alone. Suddenly, my dad calling me so frequently made sense. He was grieving and had reached out to me, in his way, by holding on to hope. I had to give Greta hope that she'd heal, too. Once Janine and Greta were out of sight, I clapped my hands to get everyone's attention. "Today's going to be super fun." In response, I received a few arched brows and surreptitious glances. Grimacing, I forged ahead. "This morning we're going to take some time for ourselves and journal about what makes us really happy. Like soul deep. This afternoon, we'll break into teams and have a sandcastle competition down at the beach. Doesn't that sound great?" Sophia made an approving sound. I'm thankful for any chance to soak up some of the glorious California sun. There's no beach in Wyoming. A few of the ladies chuckled. The room lapsed into silence as everyone turned back to their breakfast. I felt an unspoken question permeating the air, but was desperate to protect Greta's privacy as much as possible. So, I threw out a new topic to the gals at the dining table. "How do you feel the temptation challenge is going with having the guys around? Do you feel like the retreat is giving you the strength to resist a man's help and grow more independent?" As soon as the words were out of my mouth, I pictured my date with Brody. Laughing with him over dinner. Walking on the beach hand in hand. Kissing by the monument. I'd completely given in to temptation, but the funny thing was I didn't feel weak at all. I felt empowered. I'll respond, since nobody else is willing. Aaron glanced around the table and a few of the women looked embarrassed. Some of us have been talking. We're here to get independent, but none of us want to become a hermit once the retreat is over. Greta's book doesn't really talk about this, but does being independent mean we can't have a man in our life? Before I could answer, Amy chimed in. "I've been wondering the same thing. Men, who needs them? Saved me when I needed the strength to get over my breakup, and Greta is obviously a literary genius." She paused and everyone at the table nodded, murmuring words of agreement. But what happens when we meet a guy we could get serious about? Will that make us less independent? I agree with Aaron and Amy. Sylvie sat across the table, drumming her manicured nails on the table. "I've been having the time of my life getting to know all of you, catching a fish for the first time, and even changing the tire on a car." She laughed, a soft melodic sound. "The whole point of the retreat is for us to learn to rely on ourselves, right? But I'm fully capable of relying on myself and still having a boyfriend. Well, once I meet someone I like anyway." All good points. I nodded, not knowing how to answer them. While the women seemed to have gotten Greta's message loud and clear, their questions were completely valid. I'd been wondering how dating applies to independence as well. There's not a section in Greta's book about how to handle new relationships. Maybe the next edition will be another bestseller, I joked. The women laughed and began to discuss the topic with each other. I realized now that Greta didn't mention what happens after independence, because she herself hadn't gotten over her ex. Clearly she was still hung up on Scotty, so she couldn't move on from him and find someone new to love. She remained independent and alone. Still, that didn't tell me what lay ahead for Brody and me. Even as I'd been taking the lessons from Greta's book to heart, somewhere along the way, I'd fallen for Brody. So what guidance could I give these women who had very legitimate questions about life after the retreat? Greta should write a book called Independence, Now What, or something like that. As soon as she got her own love life figured out, of course. When the conversation came to an end, I raised my hands. Hopefully, all of our questions will be answered by the end of the retreat. Sounds like the perfect topic to ponder during our journaling assignment, though. Doesn't it? I'll probably use all of my pages. Sylvie smiled at me. I returned her smile. Let's all think about what makes us happy in general. Then journal on how that relates to our newfound independence. Next, write about how you could be happy with a partner and what that means to you as far as your independence, I said, thinking about how Brody had bought me dinner, but his gift hadn't made me feel dependent in the slightest bit. Those who want to can share their answers before we head down to the beach. That sounds like fun. Erin's face lit up, then she paused. Will our neighbors be joining us for the sand castle activity? Not today. I shook my head, and was about to elaborate on our sand castle event when Janine hurried into the room. Huh? Why wasn't she with Greta? As soon as I saw the look on her face, those wide eyes and her gaping mouth, my heart sank into my stomach. I turned to the ladies. Excuse me a minute. Thanks, Olivia, Janine said, keeping a frozen smile on her face that looked more than a little scary. Once we were safely in the hall and out of earshot, she grabbed my arm. There's a call for you on the home line. The person said they couldn't reach you on your cell, and there's some kind of emergency. My thoughts flew to my dad. I'd known the divorce was imminent, but maybe my mom had finally served him the papers. The thought made me nauseated. Janine thrust the phone into my hand, gave me a sympathetic look, and walked away. Hello? I said, my voice shaky. Olivia? It's Erica. Relieved there wasn't an emergency with my dad, I wondered what my manager from the market wanted. Her voice from the real world invaded my luxurious retreat like an unwelcome intruder. What could be an emergency amongst frozen lobster tails? I paced the hall. Hi, Erica. What's up? Disasterville. She groaned, her normally calm voice echoing through the phone. I'm in Michigan for a funeral, and 2 people from the day shift got food poisoning. There's nobody to cover for them. I need you to fill in for their shift right away. I held the phone slightly away from my ear, unable to believe what she just asked me. I'm sorry, Erica. You gave me these 2 weeks off for my retreat. I can't leave. Look, she said, her voice tight. I know you're trying to start your new business and I totally applaud you for that and all. But we're having a crisis at work and that takes precedence. Her tone left no room for argument. If you don't come in to handle this shift in the next 30 minutes, you're fired. Erica hung up without letting me say another word. My hands trembled as I clicked the phone off. I couldn't lose my job at the market. Greta was in the middle of a major breakdown, so it's not like I could count on her to hire me as event planner for future retreats. I had 30 minutes to get to the market, or my main source of income would be gone. I just hoped that wouldn't mean the end of my dream. Chapter 17. Still shaking from the phone call, I left Janine in charge of the retreat's journaling project and stepped outside to get a quick breath of fresh air to calm myself. Sunshine slanted down through the large leafy palm trees that lined the driveway, creating a serene effect that mocked the turmoil twisting inside my chest. The questions from breakfast coupled with the call from the market reminded me of the real world that existed beyond this lavish retreat. Making Olivia's occasions succeed was the only choice to make me happy, but I needed my job at the market until my business took off. The work in their seafood department was boring and tedious, not to mention smelly, but the paychecks made financial investments, including advertising, for Olivia's occasions possible. By the time I came to that realization, however, I found myself hurrying up Brody's driveway and knocking on the front door. I waited until I heard footsteps approaching, and the nerves in my stomach changed to tingles of anticipation. Brody opened the door, and his grin widened to a knee-weakening smile when he saw me. "I was just thinking about you," he said, giving me a kiss and slipping his arms around me. "Missed me already, huh?" "More than you know," I said, burrowing into the spot between his neck and shoulder. This was exactly what I needed right now. I breathed in his salty ocean scent, which indicated he'd probably been surfing this morning. "Olivia?" He pressed his lips against my temple, then rested his chin on top of my head. "Is something bothering you?" I peered up at him, surprised. "How did you know?" "You're tense. Shaking." He gently massaged my shoulders. "Plus, you look like someone torched your copy of Men. Who needs them?" He grinned at his own joke, but I didn't have the energy to laugh. "What's going on, lovely lady?" "Actually, I have to go to work." I watched him raise a brow, and added, "To my part-time job at the market. They're having an emergency, and if I don't go I'm fired." Seems to be the story of my life lately. "Anything I can do for you?" he asked. "Maybe we could meet later?" I played with the edge of his short-sleeved shirt, my fingers brushing against his warm, muscled arm. Shiver. "And you and the guys could help Janine with the sand castle building." "Done." "Can you get away for dinner?" he asked, tucking a piece of hair behind my ear. "We could be sneaky again, so you wouldn't get caught rendezvousing with your temptation teaser." I giggled, feeling lighter already. The retreat has scheduled alone time after dinner. "So, I think I could sneak away for a late dinner tonight, if that works." Greta's still so upset about seeing Scotty, I could probably leave for the rest of the retreat and she wouldn't notice. "Have you had a chance to talk with him yet?" He shook his head. "No, we've been pretty busy." He paused for a moment. I received another call from Heather, our captain's widow. She left a voicemail wondering if I'd spread his ashes out to sea yet. I need to call her back. I touched his cheek. "I'm sorry. Let me know if there's anything I can do to help. That means a lot." He cleared his throat. "I'll let you know after I talk with her. I'm meeting Scotty today for lunch, so hopefully by dinner time I'll have something to tell you about the mysterious woman on the boat." "Thanks for doing that," I said. "It helps Scotty, as well," Brody said. "He's been devastated by that breakup for a long time. I don't think he's even looked at another woman, let alone been out on a date. Maybe we can help them find closure, one way or another." My brows came together. That doesn't sound like someone who plays around. Like I said, he's a good guy. He fingered a long strand of my hair. "When I told your friend in the bar that I only had eyes for redheads, I had no idea how much I meant that." He pressed his lips to mine in a soft, sweet kiss. I kissed him back, then pulled away with a sigh. I'd better get going. I have about 10 more minutes to get to work or, you know. I rolled my eyes and shook my head. It was sad how my profession seemed to teeter on the edge. But I wasn't going to let go of my dream. You'll remember to ask Scotty about the woman on the boat? As delicately as I can, he promised. Though, I should warn you that's like taking the proverbial bull into a china shop. Well, I seriously doubt anything will make the situation worse, I said. True, Brody said. He got a thoughtful look on his face, and then he added, I'm really glad you asked me out for tonight. Saved me a trip over to ask you myself. I giggled, gave him another kiss, then promised to see him later. I hurried back to where I parked Wendy's Mercedes in front of the mansion, hopped in the driver's seat, and then sped off down the road. No matter what happened with my career, I wanted things to work out with Brody. When I got home tonight, I'd take the retreat's advice and do some journaling on the main question of the retreat: how could I be independent and still have a boyfriend? Chapter 18. The market was especially busy when I arrived late morning. I hadn't brought my uniform to the retreat, and I hadn't had time to run home to get it, so I improvised with black pants and a white top. The on-duty manager frowned when she saw I wasn't compliant, but ushered me to the seafood section. During a lull in customers, I sniffed my hair and shuddered. The scent had already set in the strands and I still had hours before I got off work. I hated that I'd returned to the mansion smelling like fish. Ugh. Even worse, that stench permeated my skin and would sometimes last for days, which meant I'd smell like seafood during my dinner date with Brody. I grabbed a lemon wedge from the display, sliced it in half and squeezed a puddle of juice into my hand. Then I rubbed the lemon juice into my palms and sniffed. The lemon worked a miracle on my hands. Just as I was ruminating on the possibility of dousing myself in lemon juice before taking a shower, I caught a glimpse of Wendy weaving her way through the shoppers. I'd never been so happy to see a friendly face in my life. Wendy! I waved her over. I got your text. Wendy strolled toward my counter. She ran her hands through her dark bob, which fell perfectly back against her shoulders. Why aren't you at the retreat? You have no idea how glad I am to see you. I used a hushed voice since the on-duty manager seemed to be lurking nearby in the cereal aisle. My boss called and ordered me into work. No excuses. Apparently, some people from the day shift got food poisoning, and I was the only one available. I smiled at a patron who walked by with her cart, then turned back to Wendy, gripping the top of the glass counter. I'm walking a professional tightrope, afraid the slightest move in the wrong direction will get me fired. And my mentor is having a breakdown. Greta? Wendy asked. She leaned against the counter, pretending to examine the fish so I wouldn't get in trouble for socializing. You said she was the most together person you'd ever met in real life, present company excluded, I hope. Ignoring her joke, I leaned toward her. Well, the scoop is that Greta used to date Scotty, of Scotty's seafood restaurant. Her face brightened. Oh, I love that place. Max and I had one of our first dates there. I'm happy for you. My tone was flat. Sadly, their relationship didn't go as well as yours. She broke up with Scotty but only did that because she thought he was cheating on her. Then she ran into him again at the retreat, which was kind of my fault, and all she's been doing since is crying. She's like a faucet without a shut-off valve. I shook my head. Stuck behind the counter, I couldn't be sure she wasn't still bawling. Poor Greta. Yikes. Wendy grimaced. But she's a grown woman. What can you do? We've been reading sections of her book to her, but that doesn't seem to be helping. If I can't fix Greta, then I can forget about running luxury retreats. With my luck, I'm going to smell like fish forever. I groaned, dropping my forehead against the counter. Oh, stop. Wendy's voice was firm. Starting your own business is hard, but Olivia's occasions will grow, with or without Greta Von Strand. You just need to give it some time. Do you really think so? I asked, then watched her nod. Wendy would never lie, so her opinion meant a lot to me. There's more. Remember that bartender, Brody? We went out on a date last night and had an amazing time. She gave me a knowing look. I suspected a connection between you two. Major sparkage, I said, remembering the fireworks exploding inside me from our first kiss. Wowzers. He's also relaxed and funny. I come out of my shell around him and can be silly without worrying he'll think I'm lame. He seems to have a hard time opening up, but I can so relate to being closed off. He's been through a lot of pain in his life. My gaze drifted down. But I think we balance each other out. Wendy smiled. You've got some real feelings for him, huh? I nodded, and then groaned. But he's got his insanely beautiful ex-girlfriend staying with him at their house. She works with them as a firefighter at the firehouse. When Wendy's eyes widened, I added, it's a long story. Brody says nothing's going on between them anymore. She was very flirty, though. I held the sides of my head. Everything's happening so fast, my mind's spinning. Do you think he seems trustworthy? Wendy asked. Yes, I do, I said, immediately. Funny how I'd never felt that confident about Hunter. Then trust your gut. If you're not feeling any red flags, there probably aren't any. Max travels for work sometimes, and I trust him completely. Wendy smiled at me. Simple as that. Yeah, you're right. I pinched the bridge of my nose, trying not to worry about Brody's ex anymore. I have to find a way to fix Greta, too. You can't change the way Greta handles her life, Wendy said. All you can do is focus on making the retreat amazing. The rest will fall in line. Or not. She raised one shoulder. If being an innkeeper ever gets boring, you'd make a good life coach, I said, smiling. What can I say? Wendy said. I've missed my true calling in life. I'm also worried about my parents, I whispered, as a coworker walked by, shaking his head at me. I shrugged at him so he'd mind his own business. I seriously don't know how my dad's going to feel from one minute to the next. My heart just breaks for him. Wendy opened her mouth to say something when a blonde woman with a pixie face approached the counter. Piper Lewis. Just great. I could tell right away she was going to make my headache worse. Olivia Lane. Piper ran a hand through her silky blonde mane. Twice in 1 week. What are the odds? Hi, Piper. I mustered up as much enthusiasm as possible so she wouldn't guess how much she drove me nuts. How are you enjoying your new promotion? I asked, figuring she'd bring it up anyway. I'm loving my new office, which is super private and cozy. She took a number out of the ticket machine sitting on the counter and handed it to me. Oops, was this lady here before me? No, I'm just browsing. Wendy took a step back and waved her hand dismissively. Lucky me. Piper pointed through the glass at the halibut sitting all the way to her left on ice. How fresh is that fish? She asked. We just got it in this morning, I replied. Her nose wrinkled. How does it smell? Smell? What do you mean? I asked. Olivia, you can tell a lot about fish from the way it smells, she said, using a condescending tone. I don't want it to smell too fishy, you know? I stared at her completely confused. What did she expect? It's fish. Well, I didn't smell it up close, but they all smell pretty fish fresh to me. This is the seafood section. Never mind. Piper tapped her index finger against her chin. Would you please give me 2 pounds of shrimp instead? Shrimp is so much easier to prepare, anyway. I pulled out the brown butcher block paper and the scoop to get the shrimp and gave her a smile that I hoped conveyed agreement with her, although I had no idea what she was really talking about. To me, seafood all smelled the same. I was just finishing wrapping the shrimp when Piper made a noise. I love shrimp, but salmon is so healthy for my heart. That's what I should get. I'm sorry for the trouble. I looked at her and realized my life was just like her dilemma. I should be independent during this retreat, just like she knew she should eat salmon. But I'd fallen for Brody and all I wanted was to be with him, just like she wanted the shrimp. Would you like me to put the shrimp back? I asked, wondering if her answer would somehow solve my own dilemmas. She pursed her lips as she stared into the fish case. No, she said finally. I'll take both. I wrapped up her order, giving her my employee discount on the sticker. She thanked me and left, with a wave of her French manicured fingers. She'd taken both. Maybe that was a sign that I could be both independent and have a man. I rolled my eyes. Sadly, my life had come down to comparing my dating choices according to someone's seafood purchases. Brody would be a hot lobster in my book. Yum. Wendy returned, but then left to do some shopping of her own. She said she'd be back by in a bit. As I watched her go, I felt thankful she'd encouraged me to trust Brody. He'd never given me any reason not to believe in him. I was cleaning up the counter when I caught sight of Taylor, Brody's ex, coming into the store. She wore a workout outfit as if she'd just returned from a yoga class. Her toned body reminded me of those extra pounds that I'd gained on this retreat. I so couldn't wear anything tight like her outfit or I'd have bulges everywhere. Sigh. Taylor put a few things in her cart, passed the deli section, then arrived at my counter. She looked perfect, her blonde hair falling in relaxed waves over her shoulders. I felt lame with my hair pulled back in a bun and a hairnet. I swallowed. May I help you? Hi, Taylor said, smiling at me, and her teeth were perfectly white and straight. Didn't the woman have one single flaw? I need 2 lobster tails, she said, glancing at her cell phone. 2 lobsters, got it, I replied, wondering if she recognized me from the beach. If so, she certainly wasn't acting like she'd met me before. Do you want to pick them out or would you like me to choose them? Oh, you can. I don't really care, she said, typing into her phone. Okay, sure, I said. My stomach clenched. I told myself I was being paranoid. Still, I somehow blurted, something special planned for these guys? She glanced up from her cell and smiled. A romantic dinner for 2. My ex and I are getting back together, so I want to prepare a special meal for him. He loves lobster. My stomach dropped and emotional pain hit me like a tidal wave. Brody was getting back together with his ex? Since this morning? Wow, that man worked fast. I clamped my teeth together to keep from telling her that Brody had passed on lobster tails in lieu of salmon last night, thank you very much. But I didn't correct her. I just wanted her to leave. So I thrust the bag into her hands, then turned away quickly. Tears burned my eyes, but I blinked them away. I trusted Brody. Although one date didn't exactly mean we were exclusive. Could he be interested in seeing other people? No, wait, Taylor couldn't be having dinner with Brody tonight because he was having dinner with me. There must be some other explanation. Still, my tummy bubbled with worry. What if I was wrong? Chapter 19. When I returned to the mansion after my day at the market, I made an appearance at the retreat's dinner straight away. Janine assured me everything had gone smoothly, and nobody had commented on my absence. She also told me Greta had taken a shower and dressed in a clean outfit. She hadn't joined the others for the event, but she'd eaten a little food and was now in her room reading Men, Who Needs Them? From the Beginning. Progress. Janine suddenly wrinkled her nose and asked me if I'd been cleaning a fish tank. I sighed, told her no, then left the room and hurried down the hall toward my room. Nobody asked me such questions after a day of work at the luxury women's retreat. I still had an hour before my date with Brody, so I ran a bath with extra bubbles, excited to use my new lemon-scented body wash to help drown out the smell of fish on my skin. I slipped into the hot water, hoping the bath would soothe me as I closed my eyes. Working at the market again had been awful. And seeing Piper reminded me that she'd moved on from her first job, whereas I'd been afraid to take that next step all these years. Looking around the high-end bathroom, I marveled that I'd had the guts to start Olivia's occasions. But the few events I'd contracted hadn't paid much, and getting a foot into the upscale events in Blue Moon Bay was difficult without having a connection. Thus, I needed Greta in order to succeed at the career I loved. I had to pull her out of her funk. Maybe Brody talked to Scotty today and had some news for me. Thinking of Brody, I pictured Taylor buying those lobster tails for her romantic dinner. Taking a deep breath, I sank under the hot water as long as I could before coming back up for air. Taylor's perfection made me want to crawl under a rock and hide. Brody said he didn't love her. I tried to focus on trusting him like Wendy had advised. Chirp! Chirp! I glanced at the bathroom counter to see the blue light blinking on my cell phone, announcing I'd received a text message. I stepped out of the huge tub, wrapped a fluffy white towel around me, then hurried to see who the message was from. Brody Mitchell. I dried my hand on the towel, then ran my finger across the cell screen and tapped on the message, "Have to cancel dinner. Emergency with a friend. Can we meet later tonight? There's something important I want to talk to you about." A knot formed in my stomach as I stared at the words. He'd broken our date for a friend? Normally, I'd be understanding. But, hello? I'd seen the lobster tails. And they were not cheap. I knew what Ms. Blonde Bikini had in mind when she bought those. I was about to text him where he could stuff his lobster tails when Wendy's voice echoed through my head telling me to trust him. So, I took a deep breath and gathered my confidence. I reread his text, "Have to cancel dinner. Emergency with a friend. Can we meet later tonight? There's something important I want to talk to you about." Giving him the benefit of my nagging doubt, I texted back, "Sure." What time? Since water and bubbles dripped off my legs onto the floor, I set my phone beside the tub and slipped back in the water. Drawing my knees up to my chest, I stared at the phone, willing him to text me back quickly. I needed confirmation that I was important to him and that I wasn't stupid to put faith in him after my last relationship had ended so badly. Hunter had reunited with his ex-girlfriend without so much as a backward glance. Apparently, I'd only been a temporary diversion. Thinking I could trust Hunter had been the biggest mistake I'd ever made, and I didn't want to make the same mistake again. Then a horrible thought occurred to me. Brody said he wanted to talk to me about something important. What if he wanted to break bad news in person, like, "It's been fun, but I'm getting back with my ex after all"? I was still waiting for Brody to text me back as the water grew tepid, then cold. I felt lame for waiting by the phone, so I climbed out of the tub and wrapped myself in a fluffy robe, needing to distract myself. A watched phone never beeps. Just then, my phone rang. A jolt of adrenaline rushed through me. I shut the door to my room, then glanced down at the cell screen and saw my dad's name lighting up. I groaned. My heart squeezed. I felt guilty for wanting to let it go to voicemail. Hello? I was at work. But what if I were in the same predicament? He'd be there for me. I pressed the answer button. What's up, Dad? I asked, toweling off, then stepping into a pair of dark wash jeans. Sorry to bother you at your retreat again, Pumpkin. He blew out a long, audible breath. But I drove to your mom's, bringing a homemade batch of enchiladas for dinner, her favorite, and that man opened the door. He spat the word man as if he could hardly dignify saying the word. He proceeded to inform me that your mom doesn't eat carbs anymore. Can you believe that? He's obviously a bad influence. I'm worried about her. I pulled a sweater over my head, wishing I'd never helped my mom sign up for that stupid online site. My heart squeezed hearing how upset he sounded. Listen, you have to stop going over to Mom's house. Dad, you have to let her go. She's moved on, and so should you, I said. There was a long silence on the other end of the phone. I felt bad for my advice, but he kept torturing himself trying to win her back when she obviously only had time for Junior. What kind of name was that, anyway? It sounded more appropriate for a 5-year-old. I know you think I'm crazy, Pumpkin. But you're wrong. His voice was low and sad. She hasn't moved on, she just doesn't believe I've changed. I need to prove that to her. I'm going to win her back. My heart broke in my chest, making me wish there was a male Greta who had written women, who needs them. So Dad could find the strength to get over my mom. I love you, Dad, I said, knowing there wasn't anything else I could do for him right now. As we said goodbye, my stomach tightened. I did think he was crazy for pursuing her further, because holding out hope just meant he'd hurt even more in the long run. I slipped my cell into my back pocket just as I heard a knock on my door. Come in, I called over my shoulder. The door opened slowly and Charlie peeked in. I'm going for a walk on the beach. Want to come with me? Seeing her smile at me, I said, yeah, sure, I'd love to. That sounds great. We walked outside, then down the steps in silence. The sand slipped beneath my sneakers, and we made our way closer to the water where the sand was moist and packed. A breeze blew off the water in the setting sun, and a chill rippled through me. I zipped my jacket to the top, then dug my hands into my pockets. We continued on in silence until we came to a slide of rocks. Climbing up to the top of one, I pulled my cell out of my back pocket and checked the screen. No return text from Brody. My tummy sank as I slipped the phone into my jacket pocket and sat down beside Charlie like old times. She dangled her legs off the rocks, bending her head to give me a side glance. Janine said she talked to you earlier and you seemed stressed. I figured you could use a walk. How was work? She asked. Thinking of Taylor and the romantic lobster dinner she was probably having right this instant made me bury my face in my hands. Not good, I said, then looked up at her hopefully. Do I still smell like fish? She leaned close and sniffed. I only smell lemons. Why? I worked all day at the seafood counter, packing shoppers' orders just like I did in high school and college. I shook my head. I'm sick of working there. Why don't you quit? She asked. I pulled my knees up to my chest. That job's my fallback in case I don't accumulate more clients for Olivia's occasions. I need that income. She squinted, looking up at the darkening sky. I wish I had a fallback plan. Now that Rex and I are divorced, I have no clue what comes next. I'm sorry about your divorce, I said, dropping my head against her shoulder. That seems like such an inadequate thing to say since I should have been there for you. She leaned her head against mine. We already talked about that, Olivia. Stop feeling guilty. Honestly, I wouldn't have let anyone be there for me. Not even my sister. I lifted my head. Why not? If I'd told anyone how bad things were with Rex, then I wouldn't have been able to deny my situation anymore. She straightened, kicking her legs out, then letting them fall back against the rock. Rex changed after he got famous. He became all about the image, not the music. I was miserable, even before he cheated on me. I glanced down the beach, spotting Amy and Pete strolling along holding hands. I averted my gaze, thinking of how Greta had pretended not to know about their secret meetings. Oh, poor Greta. I felt so bad for her with the Scotty situation. I turned to Charlie. My ex, Hunter, cheated on me too. With his ex-girlfriend. Actually, they ended up back together. I'd only been interested in him casually until he'd painted this beautiful picture of our future together. But once I had to focus on practical problems, like work, he pouted like a baby and moved on. Why do we stay with men who aren't good for us? Because we hadn't read Men Who Needs Them yet? She bumped her shoulder into mine, laughing as she dangled her legs. Greta's book really spoke to my soul. Once I realized I didn't need Rex in my life, I stopped holding on to that failed dream and let go of the pain. I just don't know where to go from here, you know? What about that firefighter, Wyatt? He seems like a good guy. Yeah, he does, she said quickly. Light sparked in her eyes as she smiled briefly. He asked me out, but I don't know if I should say yes. Why not? I asked, though I had a feeling I knew why. Well, for starters, because going on a date is the exact opposite of all of this. She gestured toward the mansion behind us. I signed up for this retreat to get in a better place with myself. I don't want to muck up all my progress by dating too soon. I said, considering her words. Do you think it's possible to be independent and have a boyfriend? It must be, right? I journaled about that scenario this afternoon, but didn't come to any conclusions. She sighed wistfully. I do like that Wyatt's the complete opposite of Rex. He's down to earth and even a bit on the shy side. Maybe I'll go out with him. I don't know. I watched her chew on her lip, her same nervous habit from when she was younger. I understood her inner dilemma. Deciding to date was such a huge decision after being hurt. I still wasn't sure I'd made the right choice with Brody. Getting my heart broken again terrified me, but at the same time I didn't want to miss out on the potential love of my life. Although, you'd think that potential love of my life could freaking text me back. I just don't think I can date Wyatt, she said, finally. It's just too soon. I wrapped my arm around her and gave her a side hug. I could tell from the downcast look on her face, she was already rethinking her decision, though. What a roller coaster. I'd better get back to the house and check on Greta, I said, hopping off the rock. When I checked on Greta, she'd fallen asleep in her reading chair with a copy of Men Who Needs Them still open in her hands. She looked sweet and vulnerable, unlike the savvy businesswoman I'd met at the beginning of this retreat. When I got back to my room, I pulled my cell phone out of my pocket. Chirp! Chirp! I checked the screen, saw a text from Brody, and held my finger over the picture of an envelope. Taking a deep breath, I tapped on the icon to pull my message. Dealt with some serious stuff this evening. I need to see you ASAP. It's really urgent this time. Text me when you get this. And then come over. My heart pounded as I stared at Brody's text, hoping he was all right. I'd just lowered my finger to text back that I'd be right over when suddenly my door burst open. Janine rushed in. "You need to come quickly," she said, heaving deep breaths in and out. "Greta is in the living room." "It's not good, Olivia." "Not good." Her eyes widened until they were huge round balls. "She's telling the ladies that being independent is a myth and that we're all just a pawn in men's evil game." Her voice rose into a squeaky sound. "The women are starting to get upset. We need you to talk Greta down or the date escape will be completely ruined." I stood there, torn over what to do. Brody said he needed me, and I already committed to meeting up with him tonight. On the other hand, my business was on the line, and if I didn't save this retreat then I could kiss all future retreats goodbye. My heart pounded in my ears as tears welled in my eyes, then I set my phone down. A giant hole filled my chest, sucking the wind out of me until my nerves went numb. Then I grabbed Janine's hand and raced upstairs, hoping this decision wouldn't cost me everything. Chapter 20. The next morning, I sipped a cup of hot tea in the dining room all by myself. The women had already eaten breakfast and were journaling in their rooms. Wrapping my hands around the mug, I tried to let the warmth seep into my body and soothe my soul after what had happened last night in the living room. Just like Janine told me, Greta had come unglued, giving a daunting lecture about the weakness of the female species and how a woman's self-esteem lies directly in the dirty hands of the man who betrayed her. Dark stuff. I'd had no choice but to remove Greta from the living room even as she shouted, "Don't have false hope, ladies. I'm living proof that the future is bleak." Once Janine and I got Greta back to her room, she crumpled into a ball, crying, "I still love Scotty, that cheating scumbag. I'm a scumbag lover." So pathetic, and I hurt. Watching tears stream down Greta's cheeks, I decided her state of mind was currently beyond men, who needs them. So I set Janine and Greta up to watch back-to-back chick flicks while eating ice cream from the carton. I figured Greta needed to forget men, to forget being independent, and to focus on good old-fashioned girl time. With that settled, I ran back upstairs to the living room for damage control. Having no choice, I admitted to the women that Greta's heart was still broken over the man she'd loved, and I asked them to please keep her recent rants private. What happens at the date escape, stays at the date escape. I stood in the middle of the room with my hands on my hips, staring each of them in the eye. Greta's pain doesn't detract from the brilliance of her book, nor the significance of this retreat. She's just a woman grieving, and I'm pretty sure every one of us knows what that feels like. Murmured words of agreement chimed across the room. "I'd never betray Greta's confidence," Erin said, sitting forward in her seat. "It's such a shame we pretend we're okay and keep a stiff upper lip, when what we need is to be honest with how we're feeling. Greta's book taught me that." Section 3, Focus on Friendships. After Erin's declaration of support, the rest of the women joined the conversation, wanting to rally around Greta in her time of need. We spent hours discussing how awful failed relationships made us feel and how understood we all felt after reading Greta's book, Men, Who Needs Them? We also talked about the ongoing dilemma of remaining independent while dating. Why hadn't Greta written a book about that? Well, I knew the answer now. She hadn't gone that far in the process. Being independent was something she'd approached with a vengeance, but Greta hadn't dated since Scotty. Now I was flying solo with this retreat, but somehow I was keeping the retreat running smoothly. I looked out the window at the mansion next door. I'd chosen work over Brody, which didn't sit well with me. He'd left a voicemail late last night saying he was worried because he hadn't heard from me. This morning I shot him a text telling him I was fine but needed to focus on work. He didn't text me back. I sipped my tea and watched the waves crash against the shore below. The next step in the retreat still eluded me, but I felt renewed confidence in my ability to run this retreat. I was lost in thought when Janine appeared in front of me. Olivia? She bent down and whispered, "There's a lady at the front door for you. She says she's your mother." I choked on my tea, coughing and sputtering. My mom? Alarms sounded in my head. Why was she here? How had she found me? What did she want? Thanks, I'll go to the door. I set my cup on the table and dabbed my mouth with a napkin. Would you stay available in case any of the women have a question? I shouldn't be long. Of course, Janine said, giving me a warm smile. Having an assistant was turning out to be something I couldn't live without. I hurried into the foyer and came to an abrupt halt. The woman standing by the front door looked nothing like my well-coiffed mother. No, this woman was wearing a tracksuit with a stringy mess of red hair peeking out from beneath a hot pink beanie hat. Mom? I said, recognizing the hat I'd given her for a birthday gift, and nothing else about this woman. I moved toward her slowly, as if she were a frightened animal who might flee if I moved too quickly. Her gaze flicked on and off of me. I'm sorry to bother you at work, Olivia. But this can't wait, she said, staring at me through blue eyes with dark circles underneath. Your dad tells me he's been eliciting your help in trying to win me back, and this has to stop. Our relationship is over. O-V-E-R. Mom. Slow down. I reached for her hand and pulled her inside. She pushed her flat lips into a slight grin. I'm sorry to spring this on you, but your father doesn't need any encouragement. I'm not encouraging him, quite the opposite. My belly twisted. I didn't want my parents to divorce. But I also didn't want to see my dad miserable and stuck. Like Greta. How can I help, Mom? She placed a cool hand on my arm. Help him understand I've moved on, and to stop sending me gifts. She folded her arms, more hugging herself than blocking me out. Today, a man showed up on my porch singing John Travolta's Grease Lighting. Oh, no, I said, covering my mouth. My parents used that song for their first wedding dance in honor of how they met. Dad had been creative this time. I'd have been slightly impressed if I didn't know how hopeless his gestures were. I'm not encouraging Dad, trust me. But I'm at work. Maybe we could talk later? Like next week? Her brows drew together, and she thrust her hands to her hips. No, this needs to happen right now, Olivia, she said stubbornly. Fine, I relented, although I didn't see why this couldn't wait. Shutting the door behind me, I led the way through the side gate, then toward the stairs, which led to the beach. As we started down the steps, she turned to me wild-eyed. You have to understand that I'm not being unreasonable. Her jaw tightened and she gave a curt nod. First of all, your father always left the toilet seat up. You might think that's a petty thing to complain about, but the fact that he ignored my repeated requests to put the seat down is indicative of a much larger problem. He doesn't respect me or what I want. Okay, I blinked, wondering, once again, why my parents felt the need to complain about their marital problems to me. I was their child, not a marriage therapist, and their relationship turmoil was breaking my heart. My mother blew out an aggravated breath. He's inconsiderate. He's never cared about my feelings. I took care of his house, raised his child, which, of course, I loved doing, and made dinner for him every night. Not that he even bothered to show up for dinner on time. Your father is a complete workaholic. I can't even remember the last time he took me on a date. Hearing her complain about my dad created a hard boulder in my stomach. You know what else is inconsiderate, Mom? I put my hand on her shoulder as we reached the last step. Showing up at someone's place of business and disrupting their work. She rolled her eyes as she stepped onto the sand. You're too focused on your career, just like your father. Nothing is more important than the people who care about you. Relationships are the meaning of life. Have I taught you nothing? You don't get it, Mom. I rubbed my temples, hoping none of the retreat's guests would hear my mother barking at me. This retreat is the biggest opportunity of my life. If this goes well, my business will be set for years to come. I'll be more than just that scared girl who dropped out of college. I'll be someone I can respect. Work has to come first right now. You sound just like your father, she said, making a tsk sound. He made all kinds of excuses as to why work took priority. An upcoming promotion, a new client he needed to impress, you name it. Want to know when work stopped coming first for him? The day I left. Is that what you want for your future? One hunter after another. Then one day you realize all you're left with is work overload, unmet dreams, and regret. My breath rushed out, and my heart drummed. Of course not, I told her, thinking of how I'd blown off Brody for work. Was that the same way my dad had treated my mom? But I'm not even married. Your problems have nothing to do with me. I paused. Did they? I shook my head, then took her arm, hoping to guide her back to the car. This has been a great talk, and we should really do this again sometime. You know, like after I'm done with the retreat. With a teary gaze, she turned to me and pulled her arm free. I need to talk to you. Your father's about as receptive as a brick wall. If you don't change, you're going to be just like him. I pulled back with a gasp. I was so not like my father, was I? I want better for you, Olivia. I don't want you to ever pass up the right person for the wrong reasons. An image of Brody came into my mind. I didn't want to pass him up. I also wanted to see my parents happy. You're so right, I said, thinking about my conversations with my dad lately. The man called claiming he wanted my advice, but he wouldn't listen to a word I said. I kicked a small rock, sending up a spray of sand. He was stuck where Greta was, a sort of love limbo. I know I'm right, Mom said, looping her arm through mine. All of the little disappointments add up to the colossal failure of our marriage. And our sex life? Okay, wait. I thrust my palms up and detached myself from her arm. We need to have some ground rules. Anything that happens in your bedroom is strictly off limits. Well, it wasn't always in the bedroom, she said, then giggled to herself. I seriously wanted to gag and felt thankful when she didn't go on. We both stopped at the water's edge, the surf lapping chilly waves onto my toes. I couldn't help thinking of my times on this beach with Brody. At sunrise, when we ducked behind the rocks to avoid Greta. I smiled. Or, at the bonfire, when we gazed into each other's eyes, igniting a connection I'd never known before. Maybe my mom was right. I shouldn't have chosen work over my blossoming relationship. But I'd been scared to take that risk again. Throwing myself into my career had seemed the safer option. If that was the better choice, would I feel this sad over it? I felt a twinge of sympathy for my mom because my dad had neglected her. That wasn't a reason to cheat, though. Then I remembered Dad saying Mom had told him she and Junior were just friends. The circumstances were certainly questionable, but could that possibly be true? Mom? I turned to her, needing to know the answer. Are you having an affair with that guy Junior who's always at your house? She bristled. No, I'm not. I'm still a married woman. She patted my arm as I let out a huge sigh of relief. Then she turned to face the mansion. So I have no other choice but to file for divorce, she said, and then started walking back in the direction we'd come. My eyes watered. I stayed frozen in place for a moment, gaping after her. Swallowing the lump in my throat, I hurried to catch up with my mom, with all sorts of horrible thoughts swirling through my head. My parents were getting divorced. Somehow, I'd known the end was coming, but hearing the words hurt. The only thing that could bring me the slightest comfort right now would be talking to Brody. I pulled my cell out of my jacket pocket and checked the screen. The blue light blinked, indicating I had a message. I tapped on the envelope icon and a message pulled up, from Erica. "You really came through for me, Olivia. I've talked to the owners and we've decided to promote you to Seafood Department Head. Congratulations." Seafood Department Head at the market? Gee, just what I'd always wanted. Not. Disappointment sank deep in my gut. I'd hoped the text had been from Brody, but apparently he wasn't going to return my message. After talking to my mom, I felt ashamed for standing Brody up last night. I needed to rearrange my priorities so I didn't end up sad and alone, without the person I loved. Wait, love? Warm feelings flowed through me, but I needed to sort them out before I could put a label on them. One thing was sure, though. Instead of waiting for Brody to text or call, I needed to go over to his house and apologize. The decision made me feel lighter already. I walked my mom to her car, gave her a hug, and told her I loved her. I waited until she'd driven through the gates before I turned my attention to the house next door. There was a spring in my step as I started across the lawn. Before I got to the property line, a couple on the beach caught my attention. At first, I thought it was Amy and Pete since they looked oddly familiar. I moved toward the steps to get a better look, then I stopped short, recognizing the man's sun-kissed skin and golden hair and solid physique. The woman's back was to me and her blonde hair tumbled over her shoulders and over her tight jogging outfit. Brody and Taylor. My heart dropped and I bent over, holding my stomach, as if someone had punched me in the gut. He had his hand on Taylor's arm and they were gazing into each other's eyes. Did I really have a knack for sending guys back to their ex-girlfriends? No, that was crazy. Just when I thought it couldn't get any worse, Taylor stood up on her tiptoes and pressed her lips against Brody's mouth. My stomach roiled. Turning, I ran as fast as I could toward the house. I'd been wrong to open up to Brody, so terribly wrong to trust him with my feelings. This time, no book could stop the searing pain that sliced my heart. Chapter 21. As I ran into the house, I nearly ran into Sylvie, who had been walking down the hall with a mimosa in hand. She stepped back quickly and I intended to brush past her, lock myself in my room, and have a really good cry. But I couldn't break down in front of anyone. I was the leader now and I had to be strong, not just for the women but for myself. My chest and lungs scorched with pain and the image of Taylor kissing Brody kept replaying in my mind. I couldn't help thinking no men could be trusted and that Greta's title, Men Who Needs Them, was even more brilliant than I'd first thought. I wanted to scream, "Not me," in answer. I don't need a single one of them, especially not Brody Mitchell. Instead, I turned to Sylvie and forced a smile. "How are you enjoying the morning? Your mimosa looks delicious. Maybe I'll get one for myself. Or 20 of them." She placed her hand on my arm. "Are you okay?" "Sure," I squeaked, as my throat tightened into a boulder. "I'm fine." "Oh, Olivia," she said, giving me a sympathetic look. "You don't have to pretend in front of me. Remember how we talked last night about being honest with our feelings? I don't mean to pry or anything, but I saw you with a woman earlier and you looked quite upset. Was she your mom? Is there something going on with your family? Like I said, I don't want to pry, but we're friends. You can talk to me." I longed to tell her everything even though I barely knew her. The tension building in my chest was going to explode if I didn't let it out soon. I fought to compose myself, blinking back tears. "You're sweet. But I'm in charge of the retreat, and you're a guest." I pressed my lips together. "It's my job to make sure you're enjoying yourself." "Are you?" I asked. She gave me a wary look, but then said, "The retreat is fabulous. I'm learning so much about myself from taking the time to journal, discussions with the other women, the events." She let out a contented sigh. "I feel so powerful, focusing on myself and friendships. I wish we could go bull riding or something next. I'll put bull riding on the agenda for the next retreat." I sputtered out a laugh and then sobered. Who knew if the date escape would be around another time? "Are your services as event planner exclusive to these retreats?" She crossed her arm around her middle, holding her opposite elbow, then sipped her mimosa. "I noticed your logo for Olivia's occasions on the printouts for the retreat, but I wasn't sure if you were accepting new clients. Or if Greta had snatched you up for herself." "I wish," I said, appreciating her faith in me, and the distraction from my sadness. "Since this is the first retreat of its kind, once the 2 weeks are over, Greta will evaluate and decide if she'll hold more retreats. I'd love to be the exclusive event planner for the date escape, of course. But I'll just have to wait and see." My heart slowed to a steadier beat. I was an independent woman. Well, almost. "May I ask what you do for a living?" "I'm the general manager for the Blue Moon Bay Country Club." She blushed slightly and looked down at the flute in her hand. "We've been so focused on our personal lives here, it feels intrusive to talk about my career. Truthfully, the break has been refreshing. The demands of my job have overwhelmed me lately." "I can certainly relate to that," I said, feeling a pang of jealousy. The retreat had been filled with disasters demanding immediate attention, not to mention creative fixes, but I'd take that over my boring job at the market any day of the week. Seeming to sense the change in my mood, Sylvie said, "A main point of this retreat is for us to bond, right?" She smiled at me. "I don't want to push you or anything, but I'd be more than happy to listen if you need an ear." Her kindness pushed through my insecurities and tears welled in my eyes. I swiped at them with the back of my hand. "You're right. That was my mom who came by earlier. She and my dad are getting divorced, and they've both chosen this week to involve me in mediating their disagreements." "Oh, that seems awfully unfair. Come with me." She looped her arm through mine, guiding me down the hall into the dining room. She lifted a mimosa from the side table and handed the flute to me. Then we both sank down into the chairs at the table. My parents got divorced when I was in college, so I know exactly how being stuck in the middle feels. They waited until the week of finals to drive to campus separately and tell me about their decision to split up. I shook my head, taking a sip of the sweet, bubbly drink. What is it with parents intruding in our lives at the worst possible time? Greta needs to write a book on that. Exactly. She laughed, pressing her hand to her chest. My dad actually showed up in my class. The professor asked my dad to take his personal problems outside the classroom or he'd fail me for cheating. Not like my dad was bringing me the answers, but the scene humiliated me. Parents. My tone assured her that one word said it all. I sagged against the table, realizing how good my nerves felt releasing this pent-up stress over my parents with a friend. You know what's sad? I took another sip of mimosa. My dad wants my mom to come back to him. He's willing to do anything, too. He even hired a singing telegram to belt out their wedding song. He didn't. She laughed, finishing off her drink. May I ask which song? Greased Lighting. I gave her an "oh," I'm serious look, and we both burst out laughing. They met when he found her on the side of the road with a flat tire, I said, sighing at the ironic romance of it all. The gesture reminded me of the tire-changing activity, and how nice having Brody by my side felt. May I give you some advice? She raised her brows, then lowered them once I'd nodded. Ask your parents to deal with their problems themselves. They can't keep dragging you in the middle. Turn off your phone. Screen your calls. Hide if they come to the door. She stood up to retrieve 2 fresh mimosas for us. In all seriousness, it's hard to watch your parents split up. If you need a friendly ear, I'm here for you. Thanks, I said, appreciatively. Sylvie's advice was solid, but I also knew hiding wouldn't work with my parents. They'd just barge in and find me. But, knowing I had a friend who understood helped. I figured I'd be taking Sylvie up on her offer in the near future. So, not to change the subject or anything, but is Greta okay? I haven't seen her since last night when, and I've been worried about her. Inwardly, I groaned. The only way to help Greta would be to talk to Brody and find out about his conversation with Scotty. At this point, I wasn't sure how I'd accomplish that when I certainly wasn't speaking to Brody. I'm giving her time to grieve, I said, simply. They say time heals all wounds, but I couldn't imagine anything getting rid of the ache in my chest from Brody's betrayal. We've also been plying her with mint chocolate chip ice cream and back-to-back chick flicks. Figured it couldn't hurt, I said, smiling. She chuckled. Honestly, I've been impressed with the way you've handled the retreat even with Greta out of the loop. Must be stressful, but you've maintained your professionalism throughout. Thanks, I said, feeling a swell of pleasure. Before this conversation, I hadn't spoken to Sylvie beyond vague pleasantries, and I was thrilled she had such positive feedback for me. Even if Greta didn't hire me to take on more retreats, my time was still well spent getting to know these wonderful women. Now I had backup buddies galore. Listen, Olivia, if you need to talk, I'm here for you. Don't forget that. Right now, though, I'm going to do a bit more journaling before lunch, she said, leaning over for a hug. Of course, I said, squeezing her back. Have a good time, and thanks again for the talk. As Sylvie walked away, I took a deep breath, feeling strength from all the women on this retreat. Sylvie was an intelligent, professional woman, and her compliments meant the world to me. Just as my confidence rose, the image of Taylor and Brody appeared in my head again, and my feelings came crashing down around me. To top it all off, I'd already invited our neighbors to the group activity tomorrow. Would Brody show up? Even worse, would he bring Taylor? With a groan, I dropped my forehead to the table thinking I'd need the support of friends now more than ever. Chapter 22. The next morning I awoke, determined to make our next event, aptly called the Bait Buster, go well despite the fact I'd only had 2 hours of sleep. There would be 3 competitions throughout the event, and each woman would be paired with one of the firefighters. The idea was to resist temptation by treating their male partner just like any female friend. Although a female friend would never be so cruel as to kiss her ex behind your back. But, whatever. We gathered on the beach after breakfast. The women seemed to be in good spirits as we waited for our neighbors. I was so not looking forward to seeing Brody. He hadn't called or texted to apologize for making me like him and then lying to me, so I could only hope he didn't have the nerve to show up. Gather around, ladies, I said, clapping my hands together several times. Greta is going to explain the rules of the games before the guys join us, so pay attention. Greta had finally taken her own advice and had dressed well that morning. She wore white linen pants, an eggplant purple top, and her dark bob looked sleek against her chin. She'd even applied makeup, which hid the puffiness of her eyes. She looked like a celebrity again. How she felt on the inside was another matter entirely. But I was thrilled she was joining us. Good morning, ladies. Greta used her trademark sing-song voice as she stepped forward with her chin raised. The 3 activities will put you in close contact with your partner, but under no circumstances may you flirt. If I catch you batting one little eyelash, you lose that round. The woman who makes it through all 3 competitions with her partner will win a gift certificate for a weekend getaway for 2 at the inn at Blue Moon Bay. How you use that gift certificate is up to you, she said, winking. The ladies chuckled and the corners of my mouth curved upward. My mentor was back. I'll partner you randomly. Best of luck, ladies. She swung her arm toward the neighboring steps in a grand gesture to where the men were coming toward us. My stomach knotted as my gaze zeroed in on Brody. Then a traitorous sing zipped through me. His golden hair was brushed back, and he wore a white, short-sleeved button-up shirt that showed off his tanned muscles to perfection. Gulp. When I saw that Taylor was coming across the lawn as well, my mouth dropped open. How incredibly rude of Brody to bring her along with him. Did he want to shove their rekindled romance in my face? Well, I refused to give him the satisfaction of looking like I cared. Harumph. I turned to look for Charlie, aka my best backup buddy, who stood nearby, giving me an unreadable look. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Brody walk straight up to Greta. What the? They spoke for a few moments, then Greta's gaze darted to mine and held. My stomach tightened and anger flared. How dare he try to ruin my retreat by interfering with Greta? Let's get started with the first bait buster competition, Greta cheered. I could hear the confidence in her voice, which was the point of the entire retreat. But she'd been miserable since the night she'd seen Scotty Mitchell. How was she over him now? I so needed in on her secret. Olivia, darling? She smiled at me, crooking her finger. You're paired with Brody. A strange buzzing filled my ears. I didn't hear anything else she said, but I edged toward Charlie, who was talking with Wyatt, as Brody strode toward me. His handsome face was set in a hard stare that made him look smoking hot. My resolve to loathe him shook, and I had the strong urge to throw my arms around him. I buried my feet in the sand. Not in a million years would I act on that feeling. All I'd do was show him he didn't affect me, and his choice to get back together with Taylor had no bearing on me whatsoever. Hi, Olivia, he said, peering at me with a gaze so intense I could physically feel the heat between us. He touched my arm, but I eased my arm behind my back hoping the other women didn't pick up on my discomfort. We need to talk, he said. I'm working, I said, fighting the urge to roll my eyes. I had nothing to say to him. Well, nothing that would be nice, anyway. Or that I'd want the other women to overhear. Why don't you partner with Taylor? Greta wasn't aware, but I'd already chosen Wyatt as my partner. I stepped toward Wyatt and laced my arm through his, ignoring the odd look from Charlie. Good luck in the competition. But we're going to crush you guys. Brody's eyes narrowed and his gaze turned to Wyatt, who, in truth, seemed a little nervous to be standing with me. I loosened my grip on his arm. Oops. Fine, my partner's Charlie. He moved next to her and gave her a smile, then she turned to me and shrugged. Taylor can partner with Mark. You're going to leave Taylor cold? I asked. Greta stared at us, and even the roaring sea seemed to pause awaiting what would happen next. But I could have sworn I saw the corners of Greta's mouth twitching. Everyone have a partner now? She looped a gold chain around her neck, which had a pink whistle attached. The first competition will be a 3-legged race. Brody came close then leaned toward my ear. We need to talk about my lunch with Scotty. No, thanks, I said, turning my back to him as Janine handed us each pieces of material to tie our legs together. I scooted toward Wyatt. We can totally win this competition. You're obviously super strong. I squeezed his bicep, and Charlie gave me a bemused smile as Wyatt's eyes widened before he bent to tie our legs together. Brody scowled and, for a moment, I felt a flicker of guilt. Then, the image of Taylor kissing him entered my brain. Speaking of the backstabber, she sidled up to Brody and tapped on his arm. Right in front of me. Meanwhile, Wyatt leaned toward Charlie and winked at her. I was pleased to see her flushed reaction. Maybe she'd change her mind about dating him. After I was done showering him with compliments to show Brody I didn't care what he and Ms. Blonde Bikini did. On your marks, everyone, Greta yelled, with her hands cupping either side of her mouth like a bullhorn. Get set, and go, she shouted, then blew her pink whistle. I glanced over at Brody at the same moment Wyatt took off running. The movement propelled me forward, but caught me off guard. I stumbled after him and pitched forward. Whoa there, Wyatt said, as he caught me. I grabbed onto his arm. Thank you for saving me, strong man, I said, wanting to roll my eyes at how lame that sounded. Brody glanced back at me, and his movement caused Charlie to stumble, and they ended up in a pile on the ground. I felt a flash of envy as they both dissolved into laughter. The race ended so fast, Wyatt and I didn't even get the chance to jump back in the game. Brody was helping Charlie up when Mark and Taylor jogged back over with huge smiles on their faces. We won, Taylor squealed, striking a pose that made her look like a game show model. Congratulations, Wyatt said, then his gaze moved to Charlie and his mouth curved up. Looks like we're in for some serious competition, he joked. I sighed, wanting to remind him I was his partner. Not Charlie. He could have her after the competition. Was that really asking for so much? As we all untied our legs, Brody leaned close again. Why didn't you meet me last night? His blue-eyed gaze pierced through me, and my chest simmered. We had plans. I told you it was important. I thought you'd be there for me, he said, in a hurt tone. You know what? I actually regretted choosing work over meeting you until I saw you making plans with Taylor on the beach yesterday with your lips, I snapped. He flinched, and his jaw muscle twitched. You seem to think you have me all figured out, so I won't bother explaining. You asked me for a favor, though. Unlike you, I keep my word. If you'd like to know about my lunch with Scotty, just ask. If you're still interested, he said. Do you think you can beat me, Brody? Taylor interrupted, putting on a pretty pout. Come on, I said to Wyatt. Let's leave them alone and get to the next event. We ambled over to where Greta stood with a pile of spoons and a basket of eggs. Egg races next, Greta said, in her sing-song voice. Her face glowed, and she really seemed to be enjoying herself. Maybe a sugar effect from all that mint ice cream? She waved a spoon in the air. Pass the egg to your partner using the spoon. The only catch is you hold the spoon in your mouth by its handle. The first group to move 3 eggs from one basket to the other without breaking them wins. Ready, set, go, she shouted, then blew her pink whistle. I tried to focus on Wyatt, but as I bit down on the spoon handle, which had a terrible metallic taste, yuck, my gaze drifted to Brody, and I inadvertently turned my head. The egg Wyatt had passed to me dropped fast, landing in the basket with a splat. Oops. The second did the same. I almost got the third, but I was so focused on Charlie and Brody getting so close that I dropped that egg too, but this one landed on my foot. The yolk oozed through my sandal and in between my toes. So gross. Groaning, I turned to Wyatt. I'm sorry for blowing that competition for us. I'll be right back. Just going to clean off my foot. As I walked over to the picnic table on the patio, the egg squished between my toes with a gross, slimy feeling. I was dumping the yellow goo out of my shoe when Brody appeared beside me. "Charlie and I won," he said with a grin. "Sorry, because I know how competitive you can be." "Maybe you'll win this next one, but I doubt it," he said, offering a smile. I gave him a sickly sweet smile. "Well, if this were a kissing contest, I'll bet you and Taylor would win first place," I said, then walked away. My stomach roiled from arguing with him, but he was the one who had ruined everything, not me. So I tried to ease the guilt of my snowdiness. As I climbed into the oversized potato sack with Wyatt for the last event, I tried not to pay attention to Brody wrapping his arms around Charlie. Even though I knew she was totally into Wyatt, I couldn't help but feel jealous. Despite everything, I still wanted Brody's arms wrapped around me. At least I didn't have to watch him with Taylor. "Ready, set, go." Greta blew her whistle. We jumped forward. Even though I was determined to win this time and make Brody eat his words, Wyatt and I couldn't get a rhythm down. We stumbled repeatedly. Amy and Pete passed us, but Brody and Charlie ended up winning by a small margin. They were still celebrating when Greta let out a strangled cry. "What are you doing here?" Greta's voice had risen several octaves higher than I thought was possible, and she stood gaping with her mouth open. We all turned in the direction where she was looking. My heart sank as I saw Scotty crossing the sand. My gaze snapped to Brody's. "What's he doing here?" I demanded. "I tried to tell you," he said, shrugging. "But you refused to listen to me." I watched in horror as Scotty marched toward Greta, wearing a determined look on his face. I should have run over and stopped him, but my feet were rooted in place. I'd just gotten my boss back to normal, and seeing him would destroy her again. It seemed only fitting when Taylor moved to stand next to Brody, as my dreams of becoming the premier event planner in Blue Moon Bay went down in flames, along with any hope about Brody and me. Chapter 23. The waves pounded against the shore with rhythmic ferocity, sort of like the headache throbbing in my temples. For some reason, I thought this bait buster event would be a fun last group hurrah since the retreat was coming to an end. Looked like the joke was on me. Well, and Greta. She gaped openly at Scotty. I thought there was a real possibility she might faint or crumple into a ball on the sand. Instead, she let out a wail that split through everyone's conversations. I glanced around and all eyes, both male and female, became focused on Greta and Scotty as they stood on the beach, staring at each other. I reached out and grabbed Brody's arm, ignoring Taylor's gaze on my hand. "What is Scotty doing here?" I hissed. "Can you please get him to leave? We can arrange a time for Greta to sit down with him and talk in private, but right now is not that time." "Sorry." Brody shook his head. "No can do." "Greta is going to have another breakdown," I snapped, as a breeze off the ocean blew my red hair across my face. I pushed my hair back, marveling at how well the wind-blown look suited Taylor. So not fair. Scotty and Greta's relationship isn't our business, and if it were, I think they should talk. Brody crossed his arms over his chest, and I tried to ignore the sexy way his well-defined muscles bulged. "Communication can clarify false assumptions people make when they're too scared to see what's right in front of them," he said, arching his brow. I crossed my arms. Was he hinting at me being scared? "You're a firefighter, not a psychologist. Nor a bartender either, not that you ever told me why you were working in Scotty's bar that night." He blew out a breath. I was doing Scotty a favor, since he was doing me a favor by loaning us his beach house for 2 weeks. That's all. "Now you tell me?" I asked incredulously. How infuriating that he just blurted out the reason after stringing my curiosity out for so long. Just further proof he'd never been the one for me, and that I'd been blinded by his ridiculously good looks. From the expression on Brody's face, I could tell he felt bad about what was happening to Greta, and for a moment I felt a twinge of guilt for thinking rotten things about him. But then I glanced at Taylor, and my heart hardened. Every lesson Greta had taught us boiled up inside of me. If I'd had a phone booth, I would have changed into an appropriate independent woman suit with the superpower to defeat lame guys who broke women's hearts. Well, if you won't do anything about Scotty, then I will, I said, striding across the sand. Greta, I said, putting myself between Greta and Scotty, who were staring at each other. I noted how the group had surrounded them in a wide circle, with some of them whispering back and forth. I slipped my arm around her waist. "Let's get you out of here," I said in a low voice. "Yes, please," she said, glancing at me through watery eyes. "Why is he here?" Her voice broke as we started to walk away. Then she blinked, brought her brows together, and swiveled on her satin heel to face him. "Why are you here?" she said, her tone harsh. Was it totally wrong that I wanted to know his answer? My face tensed as I turned toward Scotty and watched dozens of emotions flicker across his handsome features. He looked like a slightly older version of Brody, and I wondered how many years they had between them, even though this obviously wasn't the time to be thinking about their age difference. Scotty took a step toward Greta, then stopped, holding his arms wide in a vulnerable gesture. Finally he said in a soft voice, "I still love you." Greta trembled in my arms, so I kept hold of her. I wasn't sure if she considered Scotty's declaration good news or bad news, though. I mean, we still had the suspicious woman on the boat to worry about. Had Brody talked to Scotty about her yet? "How can you say you love me?" she asked, letting out a long, aching moan. "Because it's true." He stepped closer, his gaze glued to her eyes. "I've read your book, Men, Who Needs Them, dozens of times. You've always been that vibrant, independent woman you wrote about wanting to be. I don't understand why you had to leave me in order to focus on your career and write that book. You would have had my full support." He bent his head sideways and grimaced. "Well, perhaps with exception to the title." Greta pulled away from me and pressed her palms to her forehead. My heart broke for her because I knew how she felt. I'd been cheated on, too. Even with the anger and hurt, there was always that feeling of wanting an apology, or hoping the betrayal wasn't true. "I didn't break up with you to focus on my career." She threw her arms out in a wide, frightening gesture. Everyone around her drew back a step, including me. Scotty stayed where he was, and she moved closer to him. "I saw you on your boat with that woman," she said, her words hanging thick in the air, as a collective gasp rang out over the sound of the waves rushing against the shore. Scotty held his palms up, glancing around with an expression that claimed he had no idea which woman Greta was talking about. "Yeah, right, buddy." Finally, he asked, "What woman, Greta?" She was tall, blonde, and well put together. She thrust a hand to her hip, tossing her short dark hair over her shoulder. She also wore those 4-inch designer stilettos I could never walk in properly, but that's not the point. She jabbed her index finger in his direction. "There was no way I could compete with her, and I wasn't going to give you the satisfaction of knowing how you broke my heart." Greta shouted, her anger alive and well after 3 years away from him. "Emily?" "She was my realtor," Scotty said, sounding bewildered. "The fact that she was your realtor doesn't make your affair any better," Greta said, crossing her arms over her chest. "If you'd been a decent man, you would have broken up with me first, before making a late-night rendezvous on your boat with your mistress." My gaze darted to Scotty for his reaction. His eyes narrowed. "Wait a second, you think I cheated on you?" My gaze shot back to Greta, ready to hear her response. Well, obviously, she said, rolling her eyes, and propping her hand back on her hip. I knew what was going to happen between you and that sexy woman on your boat, so I certainly wasn't going to stick around to watch. Snap! This was a totally inappropriate thought to be having right now, but if Greta included this scene in her next book, she'd have a #1 New York Times bestseller, for sure. I had no idea how this episode with Scotty would impact the meaning of the retreat, but I knew things would be irrevocably changed. Greta squeezed her eyes shut, and a stray tear leaked down her cheek. We were supposed to meet on the boat later that night, but I arrived early to surprise you, she said, sniffling suddenly. When I got to the marina and saw you on the boat with that woman. Yes, Emily, my realtor, met me on the boat that night. He let out a long breath, then moved closer to Greta until they were only inches apart. Everyone in the circle took a stealthy step closer as well. Emily had the closing papers on my new beach house. He gestured toward the mansion on the bluff, and I marveled that was his second home. I had so much to get ready for that special night with you. I wanted to include those papers, so I asked if she'd mind meeting me on the boat with them before you arrived. He ran a hand through his golden blonde hair, rustling the ends so that strands stuck out. I would never have cheated on you. You really wouldn't? Her bottom lip quivered, tears slipping down her cheeks. Why was that night going to be special for us? If you'd stuck around, you would have known, he said, but there was no accusation in his voice, only sadness. I wanted to show you the new boat, of course, which I'd named after you. He reached up, brushing her cheek with his fingertips. I planned to show you the deed to the house I'd bought for us. He reached in his pocket and pulled out a small navy box. And I was going to propose to you with this ring, he said, opening the box. This time the gasps around the circle were audible. I glanced at Brody, whose gaze was on me, and he gave me a slight nod. Brody knew what had happened that night on the boat. He'd talked to Scotty at lunch, which he tried to tell me, but I wouldn't listen. Sigh. Pressing my lips together, I turned my attention back to Scotty and Greta. My rashness has always been my Achilles heel. She drew in a shaky breath, covering her mouth with her hand, then shaking her head. I'm jealous. And I'm flawed, but, most of all, I'm so sorry for hurting you. I ruined our relationship, which could have grown into something special, and for that I'm ashamed. She glanced up at the sky, as if searching for some kind of wisdom. I don't know what to say, Scotty. You can answer me this. He gave her a brief nod, then dropped down on one knee. He removed the ring from its spot in the velvet, and held the piece toward her, the diamond sparkling in the sunlight. Greta Von Strand, best-selling author, woman who broke my heart, his voice trailed off, and I saw a glistening tear in his eye. You're the only woman I've ever loved, the only woman I will ever love, and I know you don't need a man. But, if you'll have me, I'd like to spend the rest of my life supporting the amazing, independent woman you are. His eyes widened as he took a breath. Will you marry me? Oh, Scotty, Greta's hands were on her cheeks as she gazed down at him. I still love you, too. So, yes, of course I'll marry you. Scotty's mouth broke into a huge grin as he slipped the ring on Greta's finger, and stood. Then, she leapt into his arms like something out of a fairy tale and pressed her mouth to his in what must have been the most long-awaited kiss of a lifetime. Through teary eyes, I clapped my hands together, then clapping erupted around the circle as Scotty lifted Greta off the ground and spun her around and around. The joy on their faces felt contagious. Only when my gaze latched onto Brody's, his mouth was set in a tight line. He was looking at me, but he didn't look pleased. Chapter 24. Rough waves continued to pound against the beach, sending salty white foam spraying into the air. Menacing gray clouds bunched low on the horizon, and I knew there was a storm approaching. Greta and Scotty smiled and waved at everyone. Then, the two of them made their way across the sand, hand in hand, toward the stairs leading up to his mansion. Brody stood no more than 15 feet away, watching me with a look I couldn't decipher, but my mind flitted to all of the things he'd said about me not listening to him. I was all too aware that the lack of communication between Greta and Scotty had been their undoing. The difference between Greta and Scotty, and Brody and me, was that they'd had a whole history before their breakup. Brody and I'd only had a brief flirtation, and one date. One amazing date with hours-long kissing, but still. And, okay, we had some amazing moments during the retreat. But our blossoming relationship couldn't possibly be strong enough to surmount my mistrust, which I now realized had nothing to do with Brody and everything to do with my own insecurities. Plus, I'd abandoned Brody the night before when we were supposed to meet up. He'd said something was important, too. I still didn't know what had been important to him since I hadn't listened to him earlier when he tried to talk to me. Not good, Olivia. Not good. And, yeah, the Taylor thing looked bad. But deep down I knew there had to be a good explanation. Watching Greta and Scotty hiking the stairs, I felt a host of conflicting emotions. I was happy for them, truly happy, but, at the same time I couldn't help but wonder what their reconciliation meant for the rest of the retreat. All of the women were standing in small clumps trying hard not to be obvious about watching Greta and Scotty. After their spectacular makeup, none of us seemed to know how to proceed. With blood pounding against my temples, I needed to do something. Coming first to mind was apologizing to Brody for icing him out after I saw him with Taylor. I needed to admit he was right about my penchant for assuming the worst. Even if I'd blown our relationship, and he really would rather be with Taylor, I still needed to be honest with him. My gaze connected with Brody's, and my heart leapt into my throat. I started toward him, ready to apologize for all I'd done wrong. Whether or not he forgave me would be his choice. I hadn't walked 5 feet before Janine appeared in front of me, blocking my path, and waving her arms. We need to save the date escape. Her eyes widened and she bounced on her heels. This is supposed to be an independent women's retreat, and the hostess just got engaged. I glanced at Janine, who seemed on the verge of hysteria, then gripped her shaking shoulders. Deep breaths, Janine. We'll figure this out. Okay? I turned toward Brody in time to see him shake his head, then turn and walk away. My stomach coiled. This was my moment, the one that would define my priorities in life. I could feel the weight of the choice, like my soul would rip in half one way or the other. I could either choose my beloved career, or I could choose the man who held my heart. Despite my hard work on this retreat, I knew what my choice would be. I'd connected with someone who completed me by being my equal, and I wasn't about to let him go without a fight. I knew if I lost him, there would be a hole in my life I could never fill. Brody, wait! My voice was absorbed by the gust of wind and the crash of waves against the shore. If he'd heard me, he didn't stop and whirl around. He just kept walking toward the stairs. With an urgency I felt vibrating through every nerve in my body, I turned back to Janine. You're going to have to run things here for now. I have something I have to do. But, I can't, Janine spluttered, clasping her hands together in prayer position. Honestly, I haven't been to my therapist in weeks and I kind of downplayed those breakdowns I thought Wendy had told you about. You're the mastermind behind this retreat, and Greta is busy. I don't know what I'm doing. This is too much pressure for me. I can't handle the stress. Yes, you can. I held Janine's arms gently and looked straight into her eyes. My mind swirled with thoughts of Brody and why he'd left, but I paused, focusing on my friend. You're a strong, independent woman. You will not fall apart, I said firmly. You're going to run this retreat while I step out for a while. Offer everyone snacks and drinks up at the house, and if anyone's feeling upset, encourage them to talk with each other about how they feel. Group bonding, then journaling time. Got it? Janine's face crumpled. I really don't think I can. I mean, if Greta isn't really an independent woman, how can I be? A ripple rolled through me, making everything suddenly clear. Greta is just a woman, like you or me. I gave her a warm smile, then reached for her hand. She wrote an amazing book and made a name for herself as a self-help author. She commanded respect, and her confidence made others believe in her message. I squeezed her hand. You have that same confidence inside you. I know you can handle this, because I believe in you. You just need to believe in yourself, too. She shook her head slowly, but her expression was calmer. Meanwhile, the farther the distance grew between me and Brody, my body zinged with the urge to spring after him. But I was a leader. Leaders had to lead. Think about all the things you've learned since we arrived. Like how you changed a tire and brought forth fire, I said, imitating Greta's commanding voice, then smiling. You're an independent woman, Janine. You can do anything you set your mind to do. I promise. You've got this. But this retreat meant more to me than just a job. At first it was just for the work, but I broke things off with my boyfriend before I moved here, and this retreat has been really healing for me. But now Greta. The tremor in her voice made me pause for just a second. You work hard under pressure, I said, reminding her. You've proven that over and over. I couldn't have done any of this without you. I'll be back as soon as I can. Okay? She smiled, nodding her agreement, before I set off running. I'd never been overly athletic, but I was pleased by the force with which my desperation propelled me forward. Sprinting across the sand felt like an eternity, and by the time I got to the stairs, there was no sign of Brody. I groaned inwardly, but I wouldn't let his head start stop me. As I clattered up the rough wooden steps, I realized one of the things I'd learned on this retreat was when mistakes were made, they could still be fixed. Wasn't that what Greta and Scotty had just shown all of us? Olivia! Hey, wait up! Through my hazy thoughts, I heard someone call my name, so I slowed and stopped on the stairs. Turning, I was shocked to see Taylor running up to me. She reached me in record time, barely breathing hard at all. I, on the other hand, was huffing. Are you going after Brody, too? I asked, staring her in the eye. Taylor held up her hands in a gesture of surrender. I probably deserved that greeting, she said, the corners of her mouth turning downward. The way she was looking at me made my head spin with confusion. She jogged up a few more stairs so she stood directly in front of me, blocking my way. If she was going after Brody, how should I respond to that? Look, Taylor said. I know what you must think of me. But I'd never go after a guy if I knew he was taken. I'm here to apologize. Apologize? I repeated. The word had a funny taste in my mouth. My mind immediately flashed to when she'd kissed him, and my stomach curled. She took a deep breath. I'm sorry for making a play for Brody. I saw him getting interested in you, and I got jealous. Brody's such a good guy, and he'd never looked at me the way he looked at you. I wanted him back, but I never meant to hurt your feelings. She gave me a pained look. I had no idea Brody was in love with you until he told me. Her words jolted me, making me wonder if there was hope for us. He said that to you? I asked, then remembered he'd walked off without me. Not a sign of someone still interested. She nodded, giving me a tentative smile. Please accept my apology. Done, I said. I understand where you were coming from and appreciate your honesty. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to go. As I turned to run up the rest of the stairs, she shouted, "Good luck." I turned and flashed her a brief smile. All I could do was hope Brody was still here, and that I hadn't lost him for good. Chapter 25. When I arrived in front of our mansion, I rushed across the lawn to the neighboring mansion, with my lungs burning and a debilitating cramp in my side. Suddenly, I lost my footing and fell face-first into the grass. Ouch! Sprawled on the lawn in a very unflattering way, I groaned as a burning sensation rushed across my cheek. I pushed the pain aside. I was on a mission. I popped to my feet, hurried to the Mitchell mansion's front door, and pressed the doorbell repeatedly. Nobody answered. My brows drew together in confusion. I assumed Greta and Scotty were home, but maybe they were, busy. I glanced around frantically, just in time to see Brody driving away in his truck. Where was he going? For a moment, my heart sank. No, I wouldn't let his hasty departure stop me from talking to him. I was an independent woman, who could handle anything life threw at me. I dashed back to our mansion, practically flying through the front door. I grabbed my car keys and purse off the entryway table, and then rushed to Wendy's Mercedes SUV, which was parked out front. I started the car, slammed my foot on the pedal, and sped off after Brody. As I drove along the twisting road beside the bluffs, I racked my brain for places he could be going. His buddies were back at the beach, so wherever he was going had to be somewhere he could be alone. Except that my mission was to make sure he wasn't alone. He would be with me. I pulled out my phone, scrolled to his name, and tapped on his number. My heart rate thrummed while the phone rang. I heard a click, then Brody's voice, "You've reached my phone, not me." Frustrated, I hung up, and tossed the phone onto the passenger seat beside me. So he wasn't going to answer my calls. Whatever. I was determined to find him. I'd apologize for all of the lame actions caused by my insecurities, admit my feelings for him, gulp, and whatever happened wouldn't be because I'd been too scared to open up. As I swung the car toward downtown, I pulled into the parking lot at Scotty's seafood restaurant, thinking of the first time Brody and I met. I hadn't known anything about him, except that he was insanely hot. We'd grown so much since then, and I had to hope he'd give me another chance. Since his car wasn't at Scotty's, I kept driving. I headed in the opposite direction, deciding to check for his car at the inn at Blue Moon Bay. Our first official date there had been amazing, right down to the walk on the beach, and when he read aloud the legend of Blue Moon Bay. Just thinking about his lips pressing against mine sent shockwaves through my belly. When I heard the loud thump, the car started to bump violently, and I suspected I'd blown a tire. Easing the car to the side of the road, I put on my hazard lights, checked for oncoming traffic in my rearview mirror, and then climbed out to assess the damage. Sure enough, the rubber of the tire sagged sadly around the hubcap. I wondered what I'd run over. Great, just what I need, I muttered as I popped the trunk to pull out my spare tire, lug wrench, and jack. I gathered rocks, placed them against the front and rear tires to secure the vehicle. As I removed the hubcap, my cell phone rang, and my heart leapt for joy. When I checked the display screen, my dad's name appeared across the screen, and my heart sank. I pressed the answer button. "Hi, Dad," I said, then started loosening the lug nuts. "Hi, Pumpkin," he said, in a cheerful voice. "How are you?" "Heartbroken. Scared. Hopeful." "Fine," I replied, figuring my dad had enough problems in his own relationship to bother worrying about my love life. With the lug nuts loosened, I clenched my phone between my cheek and shoulder, set the jack in the appropriate spot under the car, and started pumping the handle. "What's up, Dad?" "I'm kind of in the middle of something here." He cleared his throat. Well, you'll be happy to know I'm calling with great news this time. Oh. My heart raced. I wondered if my mom had talked to him about her divorce decision and why he'd consider that good news. I grunted as each pump lifted the car further off the ground. Your mom came home, he said, relief and joy in his voice. She what? I couldn't keep the surprise out of my tone. I didn't mean to be rude, but after everything she'd said to me about him ignoring her and problems with sex? EW. Yes, he confirmed. She apologized for spending so much time with Junior, he said, his tone indicating that Junior was not even a tiny threat. Nothing untoward happened between them. She wanted attention, flowers, romance. All the things I wasn't giving her. She wanted them from me, but didn't know how to ask. He paused. She said she missed my enchiladas. I'm making them for her tonight, he said, his voice practically giddy. Arg! I grunted as I yanked the tire off. The foam clattered to the pavement. I set the flat tire in the trunk, then scooped my phone up and checked to see if it was still functioning. Huh. Nothing but a little gravel dust. Olivia? Are you there? Yep, I'm here. Wiping the sweat off my forehead, I pinned the phone between my shoulder and ear again as I lifted the spare tire into place. I think it's great you're so forgiving, Dad. I paused, a question circling my mind. But how can you trust what she's telling you? I asked, wondering about my own situation with Brody. He let out a sigh. I know you might not understand what your mom and I just went through, but problems are rarely one person's fault. She knows she should have talked to me instead of jumping ship. We certainly have a lot to work through. But I believe in her character. He sounded so sincere I felt a surge of admiration for him. If we don't forgive each other and move forward, we might miss the best part. My eyes watered and I smiled through the tears. I'm really happy you guys are staying together and working on your marriage. I love you both so much. We love you, too, he said, as I tightened the last nut, then used the jack to lower the vehicle back down. Oh, one more thing, he said. I'm taking next week off work, so your mom and I can take a cruise. Apparently, she's always wanted to go on one. Have fun and tell Mom hi for me, I said, then ended the call. Tears had suddenly backed up in my throat, forming a tight ball. My parents had finally gotten their act together. Now it was time for Brody and me to do the same. I set the jack and the lug wrench in the trunk, moved the rocks away from the tires, and climbed behind the wheel. As I started the car, I realized with a jolt that I hadn't needed a car service or anyone else for help with the flat tire. I'd taken care of the problem all by myself. A feeling of pride swelled up within me. I was an independent woman, which had been the point of the retreat. Now, I had the confidence to go after what, or who I wanted, the man of my dreams. And I was going to go after him with everything I had in me. Chapter 26. I drove through the open gates and down the cobblestone driveway, approaching the grand circular entrance of the inn at Blue Moon Bay. I pulled into a parking space beside a Rolls-Royce and got out of the car. Suddenly, I realized I shouldn't have borrowed Wendy's luxury vehicle to try to impress Greta. My skills as an event planner were top-notch. From now on, I'd drive Chutney with pride and not worry about what others might think of my car. Instead of going through the lobby, I hurried around the side of the building and then strode across the manicured green lawn. As I flew down the steps toward the beach, my stomach clenched. I wondered if I was being ridiculously romantic thinking Brody would come to the location of our first kiss. It was quite possible he'd had enough of my insecurities and was moving on. Dark clouds gathered above, matching my mood as I jumped off the last step and my feet hit the sand. Without a pause, I rushed toward the monument, and my breath caught in my throat. Brody stood facing the plaque. At first, I thought the handsome man might be part of my wishful imagination, but then his fingers traced the words on the plaque, and I knew he was really here. Angry water crashed against the shore with a loud rumble, so I doubted he could hear me coming up behind him. His golden hair was tousled by the wind, his strong jaw set, and his shoulders hunched. If I was the cause of his sadness, maybe I could be the one to wipe his sorrow away. I moved toward him on noodle legs, my knees shaking as I walked. He glanced up suddenly, and the shocked look on his face made me stop. I stood perfectly still, my heart racing, and I worried he'd turn me away. "Olivia," he blinked several times, staying rooted where he stood. He seemed genuinely surprised to see me, which gave me the horrible feeling he would have preferred seeing someone else. Gulp. "What are you doing here?" he asked, his forehead wrinkling. "What's on your face?" I put a hand to my cheek, feeling a bumpy rash. "Oh. Face planted into your lawn. Not something I recommend trying." "Doesn't feel good," I joked, wanting to kick myself for sounding so lame. The corners of his mouth turned downward as he walked over, touched my forehead, then held his fingers in front of me. "This looks like grease." "Huh." I stared at his hand, unable to imagine how crazy I must look right now. "I got a flat tire on my way here, so I had to pull over and put on my spare. I must have rubbed my forehead at some point." "No biggie." I shrugged, feeling more concerned over obviously needing a shower. I sucked in a breath. "I need to talk to you." I lifted my chin. I spoke with Taylor." His face contorted. "I don't know what she said, but..." "No, wait." I held my palms up, just as a huge wave crashed to the shore. "I'm here to say I totally get what you said when we came here on our date. You know, about the legend being tragic. Even though the girl in the story promised to love the guy forever, she didn't believe in their love enough to make their relationship work." I moved closer to the monument, touching the bronzed words. "Just like I didn't stick around to make things work with you after I saw you kissing Taylor." Wait a second. I did not kiss her, and I had no idea she still had feelings for me. His jaw pulsed as he leaned over and pressed his hand against the monument. If one of us moved an inch, our fingers would be touching. I so wanted to do that, but I waited for him to go on. "She took me by surprise when she kissed me, but I pulled away immediately. I set her straight where she and I stood, and how I felt about you. I guess you didn't stick around to see that part." "No, I didn't," I said, feeling ashamed of my insecurities. "But, I mean, Taylor's flawless. She looks like she stepped out of a shampoo ad, even after she's gone for a jog. My hair always looks like a frizzy mess." I gazed up at the darkened sky, wondering if that was a hint of light I saw spearing through the clouds. Plus, she's a firefighter. A freaking hero. And I work in the seafood department at the market. I just got promoted there, by the way. The corners of his mouth twitched. "Is that so? Seafood department head. Doesn't that have a nice ring to it?" My joke felt flat, but I didn't even care. Adrenaline pumped through my veins as I gathered the guts to say what I came here to tell him. "My insecurities have been my Achilles heel," I said, my eyes burning. "That's why I never finished college, still work at the same job I find so boring, and why I didn't show up for you that night." His eyes remained focused on me, but the vein on his temple throbbed. "If I could go back in time, I would. I'd push past my fears, and be there for you, just like you deserve." I gazed up into his blue eyes, which were stormy with emotion. But I can't. All I can do is move forward and say how sorry I am. My throat tightened. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, too. He blew out a breath and pushed a hand through his hair. Little pieces stood straight up, making him look so unbelievably adorable. I was having a hard time following his logic, though. Why should you apologize? You're the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. He lifted my hand and held it between his. I should have made that clear. No woman, tailor or otherwise, holds a candle to you. His voice vibrated through me, sending a flurry of butterflies to my belly. I promised we'd make our own legend. He lifted my chin. When you didn't show up, I thought you'd bailed just like my mom. I'm sorry. I shook my head. I wish I could take that back, but I'd never bail on you again. I hope you know that deep down, I said, firmly. What did you have planned for us that night? What was so important? Remember I told you that Heather, my captain's widow, had left me a voicemail? Well, I called her back. After talking to you, opening up with you, I finally felt ready to let go and do what she wanted. He paused, giving me a somber look. I arranged for a boat so we could take his ashes out to sea. Nausea hit me hard. Oh, Brody. I'm so sorry I missed being there for you. I should have held your hand, supported you. I didn't spread his ashes. He gave me a bashful look. Spreading his ashes and letting him go is going to be very hard for me. As hurt as I was that you blew me off, I didn't want to spread his ashes without you. His eyes seemed to water a moment. So, you'll go with me? Of course, I said, feeling humbled that he'd want to share such a special and difficult moment with me. Whenever you're ready, we'll go. I squeezed his arm. Now you see that you don't have anything to be sorry about? Yes, I do. He laced his fingers through mine. I lied to you, he said, sending tremors of fear skittering through me. His hand tightened. I told you when I loved someone I'd never leave them. Then I left you alone. Feeling insecure. He cupped my face with his strong hands. I will never do that again. I love you, Olivia. I love you, too, Brody, I said, meaning each and every word. My heart leapt as he took me in his arms, pulled me against him, and kissed me. The sky rumbled above, then the clouds showered us with cold rain. We pulled apart, laughing. As the rain drenched us, I stayed in his arms, staring into his eyes. I could see the feelings he had for me shining in his beautiful blues. I wondered how I'd been so blind to his true feelings before. I rose up on my tippy toes and kissed the man of my dreams. In the coldness of the rain, his mouth was warm and sweet as he pressed his lips to mine again and again. In his kisses, I finally figured out how an independent woman could still have romance in her life. She had to let go of past pain and heal in the comfort of friendship. When the right man came into her life, no matter if the timing was perfectly imperfect, she needed to write her own legend and let nothing stand in her way, and that's exactly what I planned to do. Epilogue. I scooted onto the same bar stool I'd sat on at Scotty's seafood restaurant when I'd first met Brody, feeling bittersweet that tonight was the retreat's last dinner. The luxury beach retreat hadn't gone exactly the way I'd pictured, but I'd loved being the date escape event planner, and was sad our time together was coming to an end. As a group, we'd invited our neighbors tonight, and even some local friends, and this felt like one of those special nights to remember in life. I gazed out at the setting sun over the bay, and at the tiny sparkles of light glinting on the waves as they washed gently against the shore. The storm had passed through quickly, leaving clear skies and sunny days ahead. Brody positioned himself behind the bar and turned to me. He gave me a very sexy grin. "What can I get for you, lovely lady?" I giggled, tapping a finger against my chin. "What would you recommend for an independent woman who's fallen in love?" "I have just the thing, in fact." With a twinkle in his eye, he grabbed the shaker, then reached for a bottle behind the bar. "I'm calling this one, the perfect kiss." I raised a brow. "You make these drinks up as you go along, don't you?" SHH, he winked at me. "Bartender's secret," he said. "I'll take one of those, please," Wendy said, suddenly appearing by my side. We exchanged a quick hug as Brody mixed our drinks. She hopped up on the bar stool beside me, smoothing the skirt of her black cocktail dress. "I'm glad to hear the retreat was a success. I see you got over your need to be independent without a man." "Pretty much." I laughed, twisting in her direction. I'd been so wrapped up in Greta's book and focusing on not getting my heart pummeled again that I ended up hiding behind my career. Well, the full-time career I'd wanted, anyway. My chest tightened a little. As of now, Greta's not scheduling any more of the Date Escape women's retreats. So, it's back to pushing seafood at the market for me, while marketing Olivia's occasions, I said, my tone finally laced with something other than disappointment. "Maybe, hope." She patted my arm. "Give your business time to take off." "It'll happen," she said, then looked around the room. "You could have done a lot worse than 2 weeks in a luxurious mansion, coming away with a boyfriend, and reuniting with Charlie." I picked up the pink-colored drink after Brody set the glass down. "You're right, Wendy. Cheers to everything you just said." She clinked her glass into mine, took a long sip, then set her drink down. She gave Brody a sly grin. "When I first saw you with Olivia, I had a good feeling about you too." "Oh yeah," he said, reaching for my hand as he smiled at Wendy. "Maybe you should have clued us in. Would have saved Olivia a lot of time resisting me. Like I would have listened." I laughed, loving the feel of Brody's warm hand around mine. I thought back to our time on the beach. The boat. Horseback riding. Dinner. The monument. Kissing in the rain. I smiled at Brody. "I had to fall for you in my own time. I think that worked out pretty well, though. Can't argue with that." He pressed his mouth to the inside of my wrist, sending tingles up my arm. Shiver. "If you'll both excuse me, I'm going to look for Max." Wendy put her hand on my shoulder and smiled, before she left to find her boyfriend. A moment later, Janine rushed over to me looking more than a little stressed. "Hey, Olivia." She sat on the empty bar stool next to me. "I think everything is ready to go." "I went through the itinerary and triple-checked everything just like you taught me," she said, talking so fast I could hardly keep up. "Everyone's here. When would you and Greta like to make your speeches? We've got time still." I felt a rush of warmth for her. "I know you're going back into real estate, eventually. But you've done a wonderful job as my assistant, Janine. I really wish Greta would have wanted to host more retreats, so you and I could continue working together. Maybe if things pick up for my business, and you have time, I could hire you again." Her eyes widened. "Really? That would be amazing. Thank you for running the retreat for me after the Bait Buster event blew up on us, and I left to talk with Brody." "I really appreciate your help," I said. "Many of the women told me your discussion that afternoon in the sharing circle was a highlight of the retreat for them." She blushed. "I'm sorry I freaked out about Greta breaking her own rules." "You know what?" I took a quick sip of my drink, letting the fruity flavor dance on my tongue and slide down my throat. Yum. I smiled. We all freak out every now and then. You helped make the retreat a great success, and that's what is important. I spotted Greta across the room, talking with Charlie and a few other women. I'm glad Greta learned to open her heart to Scotty again. She didn't need him in her life. She simply loved him. So dreamy, Janine said, then her eyes suddenly bulged. You know what? I'm going to quadruple check the cake in the kitchen. The caterer put the box close to the stove. I asked him to move the container, but I have to make sure the fondant didn't melt. Thanks, I said, thinking I might have trained her a little too well. I didn't want stress to rule her life, or anything. I spotted Charlie across the room with Wyatt, and I knew she'd invited him here as her date. I was glad she was taking a chance on a guy again. Charlie had turned Greta down for the tell-all book about her ex, but Greta had announced her new project last night at dinner. She was tentatively calling the book Love, We All Need It. The book's premise would be how to love yourself so you can love others. I noticed Sylvie talking with Greta and Charlie. Sylvie looked impossibly chic in black pants, an emerald green top, and matching heels. She caught sight of me, excused herself from the ladies, then wound her way to me. Olivia, this night has been fabulous. She gave me a quick hug and peck on the cheek. Greta has been telling me about some challenges, make that debacles, you've conquered during the retreat. As a guest, everything ran smoothly for me. I'm very impressed. A lump formed in my throat. Thank you. I take a lot of pride in my work and your compliment means a lot to me, I said, smiling. Truthfully, I have ulterior motives for telling you this. She finished off her champagne, then smiled at me. As the general manager for the Blue Moon Bay Country Club, I take a lot of pride in my work as well. I've been looking to hire an event planner, but I've been unable to find one that impresses me. Until now. My heart rate kicked up a notch and I practically slid off the bar stool. I faced her fully with my hand over my heart. Are you saying? I'm asking. Would you like to join my team? I'd love to hire Olivia's occasions to run our special events for us. Our members at the country club expect the best. I know firsthand you can deliver. We have at least one event per week. More around the holidays, of course. Think you can handle that? Vigorously, I nodded. Absolutely, working with you would be amazing. My hands began to shake as adrenaline coursed through me. This account meant I could work at my business full-time. No more working at the market. No more fish scent. Woot! Plus, I could afford to hire Janine to help me. I held out my hand towards Sylvie. Thanks for putting your faith in me. I'm really excited about this opportunity. Me, too. Sylvie shook my hand, then reached around my shoulder pulling me into a hug. I'll have our HR department draw up the paperwork on Monday and send it over to you. We're going to have so much fun working together. Thank you, I said, hoping I wouldn't pass out as Sylvie accepted a fresh champagne flute from a tuxedoed waiter, then went off to mingle with some of the ladies from the retreat. I felt dizzy with excitement and glanced around the room for Brody. Instead, my gaze locked on Janine's. Her brows shot upward, and she raced to me. Another disaster? What do you need me to do? Tell me, then consider it done. I filled her in on my pending business contract with the Blue Moon Bay Country Club and the very huge fact that I would be able to hire her to work for me full-time. She hugged me, and then said, I'm going to call my mom. She's been so worried about my finances since I moved. Taking a step back, I was amazed to see how differently things had turned out than I'd envisioned. Greta and Scotty were mingling with the other guests, but they didn't leave each other's sides. Everyone looked so happy. Just as I felt like things couldn't get any better, Brody came up beside me and slipped an arm around my waist. "Finally, I get you to myself," he said, dropping a kiss on my cheek. I grabbed onto his arm. "Guess what? Sylvie hired me as event planner for the Blue Moon Bay Country Club. They're sending the contract to me on Monday. Congratulations." He raised his frosted beer mug to my glass. We clinked them together, and then sipped our drinks. "Sounds like the country club is the lucky one, though." I set my drink down and smiled, noticing the moon, full and bright, and illuminating everything the night held. "The perfect kiss is delicious." "Know what else is delicious?" he asked, staring deep into my eyes as the corner of his mouth hitched up. Without waiting for a response, he leaned toward me, stopping when his mouth was only centimeters from mine. "This." I lifted my lashes, watching as he grinned, then pressed his mouth to mine. A small sound escaped me. My lips felt warm and tingly as his tongue parted them gently. We tasted each other over and over until I was lost in whatever the night brought forth, the promise of our beautiful future together, and Brody's perfect kisses. The end. If you enjoyed spending time with these characters, be sure to read Charlie's story in The Wishing Star, Blue Moon Bay, Book 3. You have been listening to The Sisterhood Promise, Blue Moon Bay, Book 2, by Susan Hatler, copyright 2015 by Susan Hatler, audiobook copyright 2023 by Susan Hatler. Susan Hatler is a New York Times and USA Today best-selling author who writes humorous and emotional women's fiction and young adult novels. Many of Susan's books have been translated into German, Spanish, French, and Italian. A natural optimist, she believes life is amazing, people are fascinating, and imagination is endless. She loves spending time with her characters and hopes you do, too.